to say that.
Look, I got 10 minutes to enjoy some nice conversation.
Yes, let's have a lovely time.
Speaking of nice conversations, serendipity, I really enjoyed the conversation yesterday.
Which one?
The one
No longer remember.
The one about Bima dating her boyfriend of 8 years and hitting him and thinking it was funny. Does that make her a slave master? Given that,
No.
he's black. No?
Seneca, no. No.
Because she's white and then he's black.
Can we talk about you messing that woman upside the head and clocking her in the jaw?
That's funny. I thought domestic violence was funny. I'm sorry. I was just following her lead. She was laughing about
Oh my
hitting
God.
a black man.
Okay,
As a
let me
white
tell you what I did. Seneca, since you're judging me so harshly, let me just make a little confession to you. One day when I came home from work, I went to the refrigerator to get me something to snack on. I was gonna need to make dinner and all that good stuff. And my husband came in and we walked by each other. And as we did, you know how you do the whole arm up in the air, swings around, pops somebody on the ass business. Okay, well, he was doing that and he thought he was being cute. And let me tell you something. I don't know if it was the clothes I was wearing. I don't know if it's just the momentum he picked up as he swung that arm around and popped me in the ass, but he popped me in the ass hard. Like, it stung and it burned, and I'd had a really rough day, and I turned around and I just started swinging, okay, because I was hurt and I was gonna swing. And I'll have you know that man put his hand on my head and held me back while I just completely, can't swing me in the ass anymore. You're no, I'm touching my ass. And he laughed the whole time. And it just made me madder. There's a big difference in that kind of
That's totally
relationship
different.
banter.
That's
And
relationship banter, right? That's
I'm
different.
decking some bitch in the jaw because she looked off to me. And there's a difference.
There is a difference, yeah. There's a difference between that and maybe not getting what you want in a relationship and, and thinking, hey, the way I'm going to handle it is, I'm going to use my woman powers and beat up a man.
But can we say that a man has the ability to not really be hurt by a woman hitting him?
I kind of think that's bullshit.
I think some women absolutely can. I think there are definitely some women.
Some men actually die at the hands of a woman.
This is true. There's probably a lot of men that die at the hands of women.
My brother had a girlfriend who apparently was a little bit of a scrapper. He said they were in a bar one day and people didn't know a woman hit some guy. So his girlfriend said, you really shouldn't do that because he can't hit back. And she said something smart to my brother's girlfriend. He said my brother's girlfriend hit her so hard she slapped up against the wall, just slid down the wall. So yeah, women can hurt men for sure.
Yes, but I don't think in the context.
In your case, it was actually a little funny. In that case,
Oh my God.
we're on domestic violence.
It makes it so much worse when you're
Yeah,
mad
and
and
the
you
black
want to
man,
hurt.
that is insane.
Wait, what?
The boyfriend's black. The boyfriend was
Oh,
so
Venus?
all she needed was a whip. All she needed was to be a slave.
Seneca!
Yeah, that's what I told her that time today.
Oh my
I think she
God.
has a built up aggression because that man has yet to divorce his wife, and she likes to believe that they are a we, not an I.
They're divorced.
They're divorced, but
She told me they weren't.
No, they are divorced. Yeah, they are.
Well, he still won't marry her, so maybe that's what pisses her off.
he's not going to marry a slave master. Is he cray cray?
I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, just your story. I mean, I get it. He didn't mean to hurt you, but he hit you hard, so you swung at him, but you probably didn't.
Oh, I repeatedly swung at him. I was beating on his chest. As much as I could make contact with him holding me back, but I was so mad.
Like a T-Rex.
I wanted him to say ow, and he just laughed at me, and that just made it worse. It made me more violent. Don't laugh, it's not funny.
He was the
Put a handprint on my ass.
Look,
She was probably
guys are
trying
much
to get
stronger than women, and I don't believe just because a woman hits a guy, that a guy has a right to like knock her out. But at the same time, I don't think women. In your case, that's different. That was something different. But women shouldn't put their hands on men because it's just like I said, they can't hit back. And I know women who I know another one who like with that hit boyfriend with a phone like over the head, you know. So I will tell you some crazy shit.
In all seriousness, as a woman, and I mean, I taught my daughter this. I taught my boys, we don't hit women. You don't hit women. You're much stronger than them. But I also taught my daughter, you don't hit men because you know what? When you hit a man, you step into a man's shoes, and you don't know what man is going to choose to hit you back. And if he chooses to hit you back, he's going to hurt you. He's going to hurt you. You know.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a way a woman would hit, and I'm hitting back, bro. Oh God, no.
See?
I'm
My daughter, you know, hit them.
all the way back, like, and I'm not stopping.
What do you mean you're not stopping?
Oh, I'm not stopping. I'm just
Oh
to the pulp. If she took a phone to my head, I'm beating her to the pulp. Don't you dare.
There's a difference between defense and then
Yeah, legally as well.
right.
Yeah. Because when you hit me on the head, that's defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he hits you, if he punches the shit out of you, I feel like a blowback is debatable.
Oh, it's not gonna be a
Going further than that, I think is where the line is.
Correct. And legally,
Right, that's not you defending yourself if you are
Oh, that's where the line is. Okay. That's
No,
No, but legally said that if he hit you with the headphone and you beat her to a pulp, you would absolutely be in jail.
right.
I would think so. If she hits me over the head with the phone,
Right.
You're not defending yourself.
You can claim domestic violence. You can claim assault if he hits you.
but she
You
won't
can
be
claim
jail.
self-defense if you are hitting, like hitting her off the field. I'm just saying, like, there's a difference between self-defense for someone assaulting you, and then you also assaulting them to the point of possible death or severe pain.
My self-defense is assaulting them to the point of possible death.
Okay, I'm just informing you of self-defense.
If somebody in the street pushes you,
Stop talking.
If somebody pushes you on the street, you hit a cinder block and smack them over the head, guess what? You're gonna be in big fucking trouble.
If someone pushes me on the street, I'm gonna ask them, why did you push me on the street? If a woman takes a bolt to my head because she thinks I'm not gonna hit her back, oh, she's in a world of trouble.
Yes. Yeah.
This is like journal worthy. Like, is this journal worthy?
This sounds very personal and very specific.
Like, you've been hit by a woman before, Senator?
Actually, yes, I have, but you know what? I did not hit back, and
Yeah.
really, it's because like I have compassion. You know, I mean, I just cut her off. I didn't do shit. I just cut her off. I got protection order against her. Blah blah blah. First, if she took a phone to my head that day, she probably would have been almost dead or crippled. I'm like twice her size. I'm a big dude. I do push-ups every morning. I'm really muscular.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you hear that.
Of course, I agree with you.
Yes, sir. And many women thinking, it's cool if I just. I mean, serendipity case is different. That they're married, that they're doing things and just stopping each other's life. That's different. Okay, she had a bad day.
No, I don't think Emma's story was funny at all, personally.
Exactly. The fact that we laugh about it because it's a woman is insane.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I would beat her to the pulp, blood and everything.
Well, her story made me think of my story when I went after my husband, and I was like, oh yeah.
But that is not the same thing.
Smacking my ass so hard.
That is not the same
Eva
thing.
said? What did Eva say?
That she got upset. She was upset in her relationship. She wasn't getting what she wanted. She said, I'm not going to leave the relationship. I'm going to hit
laughing because of Mortal Kombat, but that's not funny either.
Oh, no, it was funny when she said it. She was laughing. Oh, so
Well, I
it's funny when we.
This is a different context right now, bro.
No,
We're different now. And she's not here. I didn't hear the story.
domestic violence is funny. That's what I want
No,
to
I mean, oh, no.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know. Is that what you heard?
that's what I heard. Domestic violence is funny.
See, I didn't take it like that.
She was laughing.
I took it as her being in that same kind of like just emotional spot that I was at. It was just like, I mean, obviously, I would never really want to hurt my husband. I reacted.
You didn't hurt him. Yeah.
I reacted, but I mean, I made contact.
It's different. He made contact with you and you just kind of got annoyed and you get back. She was laughing when she said it. She was telling it like it was a funny story. Like, I just got so mad I started pounding on this guy. That's the way she told it. It was a little disturbing.
Because that was an option in the poll. When you're hanging on, when something hurts, does it hurt more to hang on to it, to let it go, or to punch someone? That was the option in the poll.
Maybe, but
Yeah,
that's
that
what
is
led
my
to.
option. I can call the police and say she is hitting me. I can walk away from the relationship, or I can beat her to the pole. And that was an option in the poll. So I'll choose as a man to beat her to the pole because that's an option in the poll.
It's disturbing hearing you say that.
Yes, I understand.
No, it's not. It wasn't disturbing when she said. She's a slave.
I didn't laugh.
What are you doing?
I didn't laugh at it.
I'm just saying we can normalize
Here's the
That's what you're saying is also very moving. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't laugh at it, and I don't think most people in the room did laugh at it, to be honest with you.
I thought it just made me think of my story.
I got it, so I didn't.
Yeah, but your story is not the same. You know, that's
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Yes, they are.
Hell yeah.
That's so funny. I think
Seneca, first of all, I think you came in late, and I'm going to give you the benefit now that you came in late. But serendipity, you were there the entire time. When I told that story, you were from the beginning. Is that what you got from what Seneca is saying? Is that what you got from what I?
No, I equated it to a story where I kind of did the same thing to my husband. Because he slapped me in the ass really hard and it hurt, and I reacted.
No, I just think that it's so interesting. And I think it's funny that you laughed psychotically and all this other thing. First of all, it was not like that at all. Okay, and the only reason that I'm doing this is obviously to defend myself because now you're running your mouth with all these other people, which is just that psychotic. Okay? So, listen, hold on. No, listen. First of all, the story that I said, and it's so funny because I prefaced this before Seneca came in the room. I said this before I said that story. I said that it's so funny. I'm going to be vulnerable and I'm going to give you a very sensitive part of my life. Did I not say that? Did I say it's so difficult because you want to share things, but sometimes people want to say, and they're going to take things and they're going to misconstrue, and that's exactly what Seneca did. So I just want to first validate that that's absolutely true. If people aren't there to get the whole story and truly understand the full context of whatever's going to happen, people like Seneca are going to take these bits and they're going to run around and pretend like they're psychotic and all these other things. I've never had any person ever in my entire life, ever, not once, okay? Hold on. Listen, I don't give a shit what you think, okay? Because at this point, like, you're just, I don't even know what to think. I'm just, no. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna take a breath. I think that it doesn't matter what you think. All I know is my truth. And what my truth is that I'm madly and have always been madly in love with one man, okay? Just one
That's
man.
love. Getting a man like that.
And don't try to take my story and weaponize it, or I mean, like, you can if you want to, and then I'll just be more careful. Okay, that's fine, and you could do that, and you absolutely, you get to do whatever you want to do, and then I just have to make sure that when I move and I tell my stories, I know who to tell them around and who not to, because people are going to either be honest or not honest. So my story is that I've been with, that's just truth, I've been with a man who I've been madly in love with, begging for whatever, just to have a life with me for 8 years, and this, what was it? The poll was, is it sometimes easier? Is it easier to let go or to hold on? And I've been in a position, getting later on in my years of life as a woman, losing my time and the biological clock ticking. Do I stay with the man that I'm madly in love with and risk never being able to have the things that I want to have with this man, a child and a life? Do I hold on and I let the pain just kill me for the rest of my life, having to constantly look back on that? Or do I let him go? And do I leave him and say, okay, I'm done? The point was at that point, this story that I gave was a moment of me in a whirlwind of power and a buildup of 7 to 8, because it was last year, of 7 years, okay, of the pain of fighting for a family with a man, and to sit there and I lost it. It wasn't domestic violence, like I was wanting to hit him and abuse him and this no, it wasn't. It was a woman who was physically and cellularly being killed internally. I was dying.
So you're
last year, hold on. You could say that all you want, Senator. Like I don't listen. You could say that. I don't care what you have to say. I don't respect anything you have to say on this topic, and you and I both know why. Okay, but the idea is that cellularly, I was dying. I have been dying inside. Listen, you could say that all you want, and you could laugh about it. Like I don't care what you have to say, but I was in such a sick place last year that my body, I was shutting down, and I've been absolutely sick. I was there's other things that I'd like to be honest and share, but obviously you both are not able to. Many
so why did
people
you just leave the relationship?
and that was the whole point of the poll, Seneca. Is it harder? Is it easier to fucking let go or to hold on? That was the whole point of it. And then the third option was to punch somebody, and that was my point. It's not easier to let go, and it's not easier to hold on. They were both the same, and I didn't know what to do. And in a moment of passion, in a moment of pain, just being caught up in a pain and thinking that it's something that's how I ended up reacting. Okay, I wasn't proud of it. I don't go around and talk about it and think that it's funny. Okay, you fucking bitch. You're a fucking asshole, Seneca.
You're being an asshole now.
Fuck you, MK. Fuck you. This guy's over here running his fucking mouth about some shit he doesn't know. A moment that was actually very vulnerable, but fuck you. I don't give a shit.
Give me a second. Mark, shut the fuck up. Stay the fuck out of it.
Like I said in the chat, I imagine an emotional outburst of a woman. I mean, how many times? Just think. How many times can you imagine this? Do you see it in movies? Do you see it with people that do something intense? An emotional moment of a woman pounding on her partner's chest in frustration because she doesn't know what to do. And he's embracing her. He's hugging her. He's letting her do it to work out her frustration. Not like she's clocking him in the jaw, like bam, 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 we're gonna knock you out. Not like this abusive outrage, but like just this complete and total source of frustration and him letting her work it out. Like,
So
I guarantee you, if you asked Beamer's partner if she ever hit him or abused him, he would categorically say no.
You guarantee that?
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
You were there? Because you want to
I
affect
just-
a woman?
I just know Beamer.
I was gonna say that same exact thing because also he knew. He understood what's been going on. You know what? He didn't react in a way that was angry and violent back. Do you know how he reacted? Embracing me, telling how it's gonna change. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna be better. It's not gonna be like this forever. And then I sat there and I cried and blah 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 blah. But go ahead and this is just a great testament. You have to be careful who you tell your stories around. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, don't be a man and tell me about
Deflect.
And you're a white woman.
What does it have to do with being black or white? What's wrong with you? What does it have to do with being black or white?
Because we have a history of slavery in our country, that's why.
Oh my God, you're fucking okay. That's crazy.
Only a woman can get away with such. Exactly. You cannot just say, oh, it was a moment of passion and I just wanted to be embraced as a man.
That happens all the time.
I love you.
So you clearly don't understand the dynamic of love. Not being in
That's
love,
love.
I can understand.
You're fucking delusional if you think that's love.
Why weren't you frustrated with them? I didn't get to hear the story, so I'm
I hope you're never in that position, sir.
I would never be, because I would walk away. I wouldn't hit somebody. Seneca, I'm not in that way.
So how's everyone doing? They coming at bad time?
So simple. Simple-minded men will say simple things.
Send me. I'm gonna message you later. I just want to find out about that thing you researched for me.
Okay, yeah.
Their opinion. I think
Yeah. If you could too, because there were basically like 3 categories that I found. If you could send me the name of which one she's on, I'll
just put it in the chat in a minute. I'll put it in the chat in a minute, actually.
Okay.
what a morning. Well, now, serendipity.
So we still, talking about domestic violence, or do you want to just chill?
Yeah, real quick, just a quick little story. One of my buddies got charged with domestic violence, and I went to go to this court hearing, and I knew that the woman that was filing charges against him also had a history of accusing other men of either harassment, sexual assault, or domestic violence, right? So when I went to court, I thought they were going to bring up her history, but they didn't. That would have helped him, but then we lost the kid.
Just because you've fabricated stuff in the past does not mean that something horrific can't happen to you in the future. And you can laugh at me all you want, Seneca.
No, I just think you should
I'm not
protect the woman at all costs.
I'm not excusing. And that is true for a man.
Even if she kills a man, you protect her.
No, because that's murder.
No, it's not murder when she does it.
Okay. Are you just whataboutism? Okay. Do you want me to just hold your hand? And I will hold your hand and tell you
The length
your
to which
experience
you
is
can
valid.
have domestic
It's true.
violence
And that's,
from a woman is disgusting. It is disgusting.
I'm sorry?
You want me to repeat it? I said the
Yes, I
length to
would like
which
to repeat it.
you defend domestic violence from a woman is disgusting.
How am I?
You want me to say it again?
Yes, I would like for you to say it again. I would like for you to expound on that.
Domestic violence from a
And
woman
expound
is
on it.
disgusting.
Continue. Expound.
Yeah, I said it.
No, expound on that. You also said 10 minutes ago that you would beat a woman
To the ball.
full.
To the
You would kill a woman
To the
if you
ball.
kill.
If she
Kill.
ever-
You said kill.
I wish you would.
Sir,
I
you
wish you
said
would.
you admitted that you
I
would
agree.
murder a woman.
I say,
A murder a woman.
you want me to say
Hello?
I will beat her to the pulp.
Hello?
You took the phone to my head.
Okay?
Try me.
You said you would
Don't
murder
try
her.
Jesus. Try me.
Murder a woman.
Murder, but I did hear him say beat her to a pulp.
I will beat her to the pulp. I'll say it again.
You
want me to
murdered
say
a
it
woman. You quit again. You murdered. Hello?
Nobody should laugh about a woman beating up a man in domestic violence.
No,
Nobody
I'm
should
not
laugh.
laughing about anyone. Are you laughing
And
at that?
now you're saying to a
The
woman,
fuck? Never would
whatever
you
they did,
murder a woman.
whatever they did.
You would beat her to the pulp. That means you would kill her or leave her so disfigured that she could not live a normal life.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on a minute. I just want to take a poll really quick in the room. I'm gonna go one by one. Derisive. If a woman came at you and flung something at you and you needed to defend yourself, would you defend yourself to the point of killing her?
No, it depends on the opportunity capability.
Hello?
You're not directed.
If she needs opportunity
I'll
capability,
get to you in K. I'll get to you in K.
Oh my god.
Derisive.
Yeah.
First, can we all take a breath in this room? It's like early in the morning.
Don't let
It's
your
very
mind
early.
knock you down.
It's very early. That's why I'm trying to do this poll.
Okay, and everyone else who's not me right now, mute up, please.
Correct.
Lord,
Mute up. If you're not derisive, go on mute. Derisive.
Okay. In that situation, my aim would be to simply immobilize her so she cannot continue to attack me.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Just because I'm going to work my way up from reverse PTR order, El Normo, if a woman comes at you and hits you, let's just say for argument's sake, she's got a brick in her hand, and you need to stop her, and to go at her with the intention of killing her.
No, I'm just going to take the brick out of her hand. Take it out of her hand.
Okay, perfect.
Not that complicated.
BD, did you hear the question?
If she's attacking me with a brick,
Yeah.
everybody says they're gonna take the brick out of her hand, but it's not that easy. So I would kick her in the knee and break her leg,
Okay.
and then grab the brick.
Okay. But you wouldn't aim to kill her.
No,
That's
just close to death, but not like so she wouldn't want to do it again.
What if you're eating? You're eating. You don't know if she comes from behind you and hits you with the brick one hit.
Then I'm gonna hit it. Well, I don't know.
Well, it's not part of the equation, MK. Be quiet. We'll see.
So what? Like,
Wait. Hold on. I'm just trying to get a vibe for the in the room. We'll see. If a woman comes at you and she's threatening you in any manner in a physical way, are you willing to defend yourself to the point of killing her? Do you want to kill her?
Absolutely not. I'd just probably destroy the top of her hands.
Okay. All right. Frank, now it's your turn to answer this question. Yes, no, maybe so. All this time. You gonna kill her?
No, I'm not gonna kill her. I'm just gonna take the brick out,
Okay.
knock her down, and walk away.
Okay. All right.
If I have the opportunity to call the police, I will do that right away. So that we're gonna give up. Three, I'm gonna fuck up and take her to jail. That's all.
Perfect. Thank you. Naveen.
wait, can I know who the leader is?
I would not even, probably even touch her. If she's just hitting me, I would call someone and try to, get assistance that way. I wouldn't try to hurt her or do anything that way. Probably has a mental issue.
All right, MK. What are you doing if a woman comes at you with everything she's got?
It depends on Jason. I think it's a brick. I'll run away. Just run. I'm good.
Okay. Seneca, would you like to tell me what you would do if a woman came at you?
Beat her ass to the pulp. Yes, I'll say it again if you need me to. Beat her ass to the pulp.
Up to and including death if necessary.
No, you can include anything you want to and make it worse than it sounds. You don't really need to do that. Okay, I said I would beat her to the pulp.
Okay.
That's what I said. Do you want to include death and make it terrible and so that you can get this?
I mean, in all Seneca, you're accusing me. In all fairness, Seneca.
I would beat her to the pulp.
Okay, and in all fairness, you're accusing Bima of being abusive.
Yeah, because you want to protect an abusive woman because she's a woman.
I don't want to protect.
Maybe that's why you're twisting this around. Would you kill her? Would you slice her?
You said you would kill her. You said I would
No,
kill her.
What if this was a repeat? I would beat her to
Nobody
the
put those words in your mouth.
What if this was a repeat? That's exactly what you did. Trying to be facetious and twist the narrative to make the woman look like
Seneca.
I'll beat her to the pulp. I'll say,
Okay, we got it. Seneca. What if this was a repeat thing?
See, it would not be a repeat thing.
No, I'm not saying serendipity. No, your name's not serendipity.
So,
What if it's a repeat thing, serendipity? Like you're in a relationship and she keeps trying to beat you,
Correct.
and then the camel's like, it's like enough's enough.
Here's the thing. I don't think any person should hit any person. I taught my daughter, you don't hit a man because you know what? When you hit a man, you step into a man's shoes. No,
No one is saying that.
Seneca, don't put words into my mouth. I just sat here and told this entire room full of people. I taught my daughter, you don't ever hit a man because when you do, you step into a man's shoes, and there's a good likelihood that you could get, and they're gonna hit harder, and you're gonna fall harder. Okay, like I don't condone, but
But in the doc channel, she told me that you wouldn't beat Seneca if you had the choice. Like, chance.
I won't even beat Seneca, not even right now. But the situation that she explained was not her partner in an aggressive, abusive manner. Emotional outburst, one in which he embraced her, and yes, she pounded on his chest, but not in a I'm going to beat the ever-loving motherfucking shit out of you.
Were you emotional outbursts?
I listened to her tell the story, Seneca. I listened to her tell the story.
That sounds like passion.
Did you see what happened? Did you see her like?
You just want to protect the woman so bad. I get it. She's a woman. You want to protect her.
No, but I'm going over the same process.
Do you think it's okay for women to take a brick to a man's head?
No!
Of course I don't.
What's going on in here? What's going on?
I was trying to
You
use the reason I used that example was I was intentionally trying to go to the extreme of this isn't just an emotional situation. Let's just say this woman is truly violent. Like, how would you respond to her? That was for your benefit, not
to my benefit to suggest that I would kill a woman.
No, listen, Seneca, do you think women can get away with more? Do you think women are allowed to do more things than men?
Yes, obviously. That's obvious. That's obvious.
Yeah.
No, it's not obvious.
Women.
No, it's like court records indicate this. Women get lesser sentences for the same crimes. They're oftentimes lesser charged. Yeah, women get away with shit. It's universally accepted.
I agree. I think they should do
It's also easy to beat up. You know what I mean? It's not
really.
Thank
Not
you.
particular.
You're easy to beat up, bro. You're easy to beat up.
Sorry, even the most savage man.
I'm so little, you can beat me.
The weakest man is a threat to the average. So, Senator, I have a question. So, if the person attacks you with a weapon, right, woman or man, right, and you shoot them, isn't it kind of the same thing? You say, hey, I shot to kill, but I felt like I was going to be killed in that manner. Wouldn't that situation be different? The same as this, right? You feel like you're going to be severely injured or potentially killed, so you shot to kill. Stand your ground law, right? So isn't that kind of, in a way, the same thing? It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. If someone's attacking you, feel like you're going to be injured, you can defend yourself, right? You have a right to defend.
correct.
So if you end up killing the person, that's right.
I guess, like I said, the point was Bima shared an emotional story. We had a poll. One of the options was punch them. She chose punch them. She shared an emotional story. It was in the context in which she shared it. Seneca took some of the information, and now he's choosing to run around telling everybody that we all protect women abusers. And, you know, it's funny when women abuse men, but it's not funny when men abuse women. And he's, you know, to make his point, he started, you know, yeah, man, I jacked that bitch in the jaw, and it's funny, right? Everybody laugh. Like, this was Seneca's whole premise behind how all this started. And I think I misinterpreted. He completely took out of context the story that Bima shared, because the story that Bima shared.
And just to add extra context, the poll was
When you're hurt,
when you're hurt, is it easier to hold on or let go or punch somebody? Okay, the point was you know, grief, pain, right?
yeah. And so
And
now
it's easier to take a person to the head because you can always accuse
Why are you
them for
saying
wanting to kill
taking
you.
a brick to the head? Why are you
Because that's
saying
what
those
Serendipity
things?
said, you know.
No, I don't know. I'm asking you why you're saying that. Why you're saying that as well. You're talking about me. You said
I think we all
I
agree on one
used
thing.
the example of a woman being like in opposition to what I think Bima did.
If she had
I used the example of a woman being extremely aggressive for the sake of saying, like, if you really believe this woman is coming for you,
and you compared that to
harm
killing
you.
her, which is insane.
I did not compare that to killing.
You know what it does to
I wanted to look on you. Or Melissa, hold on. Seneca, I wanted to stack the deck in your favor to say this isn't just some woman having an emotional outburst. This is a woman
My
who's
favorite, my
coming
suggestion, I would kill her.
I didn't suggest you. You said you would kill her. You're the one that said that, Seneca.
You said it. You're lying.
You said it. Oh my God, Melissa. Did you hear him say yes?
That's what it means. Killing her to the pulp means killing her
You say everybody was here.
That's what the fuck you said.
Okay, again, I would beat her to the pulp. I would beat her to the pulp. I would beat her to the pulp.
And what exactly do
I'm
you
not
mean by
ashamed of
that?
that. I
Is
would
that
beat her to
equating
the
to death?
pulp.
The cult is dead.
Hello?
I'm trying to ask this retard
Is it flying pulp?
I do want to say one thing. Because I've been listening this a while. All right, you go ahead now.
I'm gonna give Mike the mic. Sorry, go on. Give Mike the mic. He's gonna be the voice of reason here. Clean this up.
Okay, so I've been listening to this, and here's what I think is being missed. When someone's being attacked and they feel like their life is being threatened or something like that, especially when they feel like it's being threatened, they have a right and obligation to eliminate the threat. What I'm hearing is the difference between eliminating a threat and then continuing perhaps to be and keep going after you've eliminated the threat. So in the case of a gun, if you're using it to eliminate a threat, you might just kill them immediately when you shoot them. That just might be the case. And if you shoot somebody, you should be willing to kill them. That's true. However, if somebody's coming at you with fists or something, even a weapon that's not particularly deadly, but not, that helps to make it more painful to be hit, and you eliminate the threat, and that you get them on the ground, you hit them, you knock them out, you do something to stop the attack. That's enough for most men to imagine this scenario with this woman. That's what would occur, right? I personally would try to grab her and hold her and keep her from doing anything rather than even punching her personally. Like I would literally leap on her, wrap my arms around her, wrap my legs around her, and throw her to the fucking ground and just hold her there to keep her from touching me, right? I wouldn't necessarily punch her in the face or anything. But the idea that you would say, well, if someone did that to me, I would punch back, and I would continue punching until they were a bloody fucking pulp mess. Now on eliminating the threat. That's basically taking your defensive and making it offensive, particularly because you could be angry or because you're in the moment. And the suggestion that I would do that, and that's what Seneca did say, that's what makes it icky to describe in the way that he described it. Whether or not he ends up killing her, the idea that he says, I would do more than just stop the assault. I would continue beating the shit out of her until she was a bloody fucking mess, is the problem with what he said. Yes, and I would beat her to the pulp. Absolutely. So she's a bloody fucking mess.
All right, we all get it. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, let's get it. Move the fuck on.
That was great, Mike. Okay, we'll get on to the subject. It was great. This is how we
In most places, you're going to jump with that guy.
Why would you want to do that? Think I described it, Bima? What I was saying?
I think you did an excellent job. It's 100%. And I always appear your rationality. I don't think just for the sake, it isn't okay to ever hit somebody. I do believe that. That was a moment of weakness on my part. It was, I had mentioned I was vulnerable about that. If I could, I've talked to my love about, I had imagined gotten together. I couldn't even imagine saying a me to him for the longest time. If I could if I could have known or even try to manage myself in a better way, I 110% would take that and take every word that I never said to him in any bad, anything. I wouldn't even want to talk about it, let alone losing myself in a moment of passion. But I think that there's, they talk about passions of crime. And I feel like in that moment, that was definitely where I was. It was like you weren't, and it's not a good place. And I hope that nobody ever has to be in it. It's when, you really do, you feel, I mean, I don't think I would have ever gotten to that point because obviously I love him so much. I would want to hurt him, but I was just so sad, and it wasn't just this relationship. There was a lot of things going on in my life at that point. Like I managed a hospice, right, of my parents dying, my grandmother dying, him coming in. There was a lot. I lost, my best friend, all in a very short period. And it was after that, and yeah, I managed myself illy. I'm not proud of it. I shared that story. I regret that. I know who I can and can't share stories with now. And I learned my lesson, but I don't think that women should ever. I don't believe that there's any justification in women ever hitting men.
So, my best friend in the whole world is a Hulk of a man. His name's Adam, and he's an FBI agent, and he's like 4. And his wife, I'm almost done. Let me finish the story because through what she was saying. His wife was bipolar, and she was a freak. We all knew it. We went on a rafting trip, and she lost her shit on him in front of all of us, and punched him in the face, and started beating the shit out of him as hard as she could, like literally throwing fists at his chest as hard as she could after she hit him in the face. And he grabbed her, wrapped his entire body around her, dropped to the fucking ground, and held her for like 30 minutes until she calmed down, rather than punching her and knocking her the fuck out. And that's how I would hope any man who is secure in his masculinity would react to a situation like that. I'm very insecure on being that type of.
Here's my question here. I think Seneca just going to a bit extreme. I totally understand what you mean, but just from like a legal standpoint of view, do men get to use the same excuse? And I'm not saying that you using that as an excuse, but as a man, in the scenario of domestic violence, it's like you would touch someone like you beat somebody, and that someone could be a man or a woman. Can we get to use that?
Yeah, I think Florida, it wouldn't matter if he called 911, and they could prove that you had been hitting him, you would have been arrested right then and there. And there's a girl that loves to get around talking about a gentleman I know that lives in Florida that he hurt her and she had. So I said, oh, the police should have shown if it was domestic violence, that's the law. And she's like, no, the police never showed up. I said, okay, then when did you actually go to the hospital? It shut her down in a heartbeat because this guy, I know him fairly well. He only lives south of me. And I'm like, stop making up stories and running around the nap and trying to discredit somebody's, image. Not cool. I know the laws in Florida. I've been married to a cop for 25 years. Somebody would have gotten arrested.
Exactly the point I was making. That was an assault, regardless of how you look at it. And I get it's like a passionate moment, whatever it was. If the cops got called and they got in there, that's an assault.
Exactly. Thank you, brother.
I mean, look, in basically every state, you're allowed a reasonable, proportional response to defend yourself. But this, beat someone to a pulp thing, if we're to assume that means beat them beyond what's minimally necessary to defend yourself, then, yeah, both parties are going to jail.
Your hands to yourself. I'm pretty sure your Sunday school teachers taught you that. along with your preschool teachers, your kindergarten teachers. Keep your hands to yourself.
This has been a feisty fucking morning, I must tell you.
It's been fun, right?
I was getting a crown done, and I was listening to everybody kick each other's asses, and then I had a grinding drill in my fucking head at the same time. It was really fun.
Oh no, you're
Actually, my blood pressure was quite high. I was wearing my headphones listening to this shit while I was getting my fucking mouth drilled. It was quite the experience.
You were awake? No.
Oh yeah.
This thing that comes out from the
You got awake.
My hand was gripping my leg so hard that I was like losing circulation in my fucking thigh, and I was like, oh yeah, I think my blood pressure might be elevated right now.
Bad decisions were made. That was one of them.
I'm glad you made it through, man, without an ear infection.
This was a lot.
Good morning, you guys.
Good morning, Marquise. How are you?
I'm good.
Are we done talking about people beating each other up?
Exactly.
Everybody's waking up and I'm trying to go to sleep. So you know what? That was a really interesting conversation, guys. Appreciate it.
Serendipity, I posted that stuff. Did you see it? I don't know if you
Oh, no, I didn't.
You may have to scroll up a little bit in the chat.
Alright, I'll look for it.
Just go. You'll find it.
I found it.
Omphazine, and then it says Intuitive is the brand name for the generic drug of Omphazine.
Okay.
We'll put something in there.
Alright.
I have a question about voting real quick. Do you like I live in New York City, so I just got this little application thing, like the QR code I'm saying they can put on your wallet. Is that safe to put your election candidate, whatever the thing, election thing on your wallet and your iPhone? Has anyone done
Like your registration, like your voter registration card?
that thing?
Your wallet is extremely secure on your phone in general.
Okay.
It's tied to the actual chip of the phone itself, and it cannot be hacked.
Okay, that's what I was wondering about.
I'd be careful about saying the words cannot be hacked, basically, ever. But
That's
It will not be hacked.
it's remarkably safe. Yeah, and you as a target are probably significantly lower value than the folks who can accomplish that sort of exploit.
Well, that's what I wanted to know.
Hold on, Mike. Just to be fair, right? And I've done this before for tickets for airlines and stuff like that. When you put things in your wallet on your phone and you screenshot the code and you can text it to someone. I've done it before because I was traveling with someone and I just added it because I booked it on one ticket and then I screenshot it and sent it. That person can essentially scan that code for you and can just go in and you're good to go unless you have to show a secondary form of ID. So while it's secure from hackers, it doesn't prevent you from giving your code to someone else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's like saying if you have a really nice lock on your front door and a really great alarm system, and then you leave it all unlocked and turned off, someone can break into your.
No. So the mentality is this, right? When you walk in to vote, you actually go in and you show your ID. There's a verification that it's you, right? There's an ID, there's all this stuff. If I wanted you to vote for me at proxy, I could send you that. If that's the only form of verification, then there's no way to know if that person actually.
I don't know this for a fact, but I believe it's not just about the picture that's actually in there. There's an NFC attached to it that you would scan. That's how the wallet works. Yes, you're correct, Naveed, that if you're just suggesting that you can show the picture on your phone and that's all the ID you need, that can be problematic. My guess is there's going to be some kind of scanner that you would do where the NFC communicates the code, much like the debit cards work in the phone. I imagine that's how it works. That's certainly how the digital driver's license works that goes on the wallet these days in many states. So there's more to it than just the actual photograph sitting on the wallet. It's actually the NFC code that's tied to it that's locked within the chip in the phone itself that cannot be hacked. So,
But if she's saying it's a QR code, it's not relying on NFC. It's totally optical. In which case, a screenshot would replicate the credential. If that's
Yeah, if it's a QR code,
the
it's
only,
not.
Yeah, it's a
if
little
it's the only layer of security, then that's a bit of a problem.
Well, why are you screenshotting her voter registration and texting it to people?
It'd be accidental, you know? You never accidentally screenshot your homepage or anything.
Well,
Like,
sometimes to send it to someone is another, one, yeah.
Have you ever? Liberty, have you ever seen those memes of when you drop water on your cell phone going crazy and texting your mom go fuck yourself and all that? It's
Literally, one time I was washing dishes while I was in a Teams meeting, and a drop of water went on the turn the camera on button. And so then all of a sudden, I literally, I'm washing dishes in a bra, and then it was like, my screen turned on for a minute. I was like, oh, fuck, and I just chucked my phone, and that's
exactly.
Yeah, it was bad.
Welcome back, Monica.
So, Mike, I cut off for a minute, but what I was trying to say is it depends on how the technology is implemented. If it's like one of those tap things, you're right, it uses NFC. If it's just a barcode scanner, like you do for your airline ticket, where they basically just scan your barcode, then it's not. I mean, it's secure from hackers, but it's not really like identifying that it's you. If it's an NFC, you tap it, right? The probability.
Wait, the scan the barcode takes, hang on, but the scan the barcode, the reason you're allowed to do that is it takes place at the gate. You've already been pre-qualified by showing your ID at the security points. That's not the only way you're getting on an airplane.
Yeah, but your security, hold on, your security, when you go through security, you realize you're not showing your ticket to TSA, you're scanning your ticket, right? But
and they have a picture of you that pops up and they stare at your face and they stare at your face.
But you can, I've done this before and I've given someone their ticket and I've had their ticket on mine and, I've scanned, they've gone through TSA. I just said, oh, that's that person's ticket over there. They say, okay, they just care about your ID. Hey, who's the person coming?
So, I don't know what you're saying. You're suggesting you've gone through TSA security with somebody else's ID before?
No. You show. But you don't have to necessarily show your ticket. That's what I'm saying. When you go through TSA security.
Yes, you do.
You do.
You have to show a ticket and an ID.
You show your ticket to validate that you have a ticket. You can't even get through the security checkpoint.
Correct.
Without validating that you have.
You definitely show your ticket and your ID.
You can't just say they have a Bojangles in the terminal and I want to go for breakfast. You have to prove that you have a valid issued ticket.
Okay.
To go through security. So, but there is this thing called shoulder surfing, right? This is a term in information security, right? So, let's say hypothetically you double click your lock button and your ticket pops up and the QR code is on full display for anyone around you. There was actually a guy recently who made the news who had come through security on a ticket, missed his flight, and was still attempting to make it onto the plane. And what he did with co-surfing, he actually took a physical copy of, he took a photo of someone's boarding pass that they were in the boarding area, and actually boarded the plane QR code. Because the ticket counter agent is not going to validate your ID 9.5 times out of 10. But Mike's right insofar as if you're within the secure area beyond TSA, TSA has validated that you have a valid ticket and it belongs to you and it's related to the ID that you show. Just crossed it.
Well, okay. All right. Anyway, I think it depends if you're pre-check or not, because I'm just even looking at it online. It says non-travelers, many airports allow non-ticketed visitors to pass through security to go to the gate. According to various sites, that's what it's deciding. It says you may need to apply for a special gate pass in the airline, usually TSA pre-check and global entry customer assignment. So maybe that's why when I go to the TSA pre-check people or whatever, when I go through it, I just give them my ticket. They say, no, I don't need it, just give me your ID. And then I scan the ID and I just walk through. But anyway, the point I was getting at is that none of these places are using the tap technology that you use when you're paying something, which is what Mike was saying, the NFC. They're just scanning a barcode.
Yeah, and optical code.
scan. I could set mine and say, am I going to vote? They wouldn't know if it's truly me or not unless they have that second layer where they say, all right, now show me your ID, right? And if they do that, then that's cool. Then that just makes it a little easier to make sure. Then it's a great process because it means that you're actually a truly registered voter. But if it's just one of these things where, okay, we're trying to make it easy, we're just going to scan people as they come in, then, you could have people who go, hey, you know what, I'll just give my, and I'm telling you, like, there are people who will say, like, hey, I don't want to vote, but I registered or I can't make it today. Vote for. There are people who do that. Say, like, hey, go for me. And I'm telling you, I've heard people even, I'm not going to say who, but there's people I know who are on different visas who said, oh, if I could vote, if I could get a chance to vote, I would, but I can't. And you give them a chance, they'll do it. There's people who start selling it. I'm just telling you, but if it's NFC, which I hope it is, then it's probably one of the most secure things. Now, yeah, there's a chance you give your phone to someone, but what's the probability of that? So, you know what I mean? But, and there's less likely for that. Plus, your phone has all your personal information in it. So, you'd have to report a stolen phone for it to not be used. So, but if it's, again, the barcode scanner, then, I don't think it's that good of a technology.
Yeah, QR codes are notoriously insecure. It's a bad idea. Just like if you found a USB flash drive in a parking lot, I would highly recommend not just plugging it into a computer. The same goes for an errand QR code. If you're sitting in a bathroom stall in an airport and you see a QR code sticker on the wall, I highly recommend not scanning it because QR codes can actually execute all manner of things on a device, and it's bad. With the proclivity of QR code menus post-COVID, it's become normalized. People have a high trust factor with QR codes that they really don't deserve.
Actually, NFC recognition ID, through the me.gov is probably one of the most secure things. I use it all the time. A lot of the bases I visit, and it's pretty cool. And it's a really cool tool. I think IRS now uses it for your taxes. I don't know if people have had that, but they basically do a facial scan, and they know. I mean, that would be an incredible tool because you come in, you just scan, and it's you, and you can do it too. You don't really have to sign anything. It's quick, and it can be done very, very quickly. I think that's one of the best technologies they have. It's just that people don't want to give their face data to the federal government or to the state government. So, but I do think it's an incredibly secure technology. Like they do the eye scan, everything. I mean, it's really cool.
It's great for payments too. So like if you use Apple Pay and use NFC to pay with your phone, it generates a unique token, and that unique token is one to use. So you can have that token and try to reutilize it. It's already been utilized. It's no good. This becomes a real problem if you're a serial returner, as I am. If you make an NFC payment at like Best Buy and then you lose, and because it's a unique one-time code and you can't reference it back to yourself like you could with a debit or a swipe.
But isn't that why you link it to a credit card, right? So like I do a tap for my TD Bank credit card, right? And so now it's a charge on my credit card, so it can be referenced back to the credit card number rather than the NFC. was in the entrance. That's fucking county.
I'm sorry, Gary there.
I am.
But would you like to maybe talk a little bit more about how I want to kill people?
No. I don't think you want to kill people. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, I'm looking at recipes. Like, I don't know why my Facebook feed only has recipes on it anymore, but these cheeseburger, they're garlic parmesan cheeseburger pops. They're like those sliders, they look so delicious.
Seneca,
Yes.
you know I don't think that you want to go around killing people, right?
But you tried to convince them.
No, I didn't.
Yes, just because you say it in the South Voice doesn't mean.
Can I tell you something? I was not trying to make the room think that you wanted to go around killing people. When I gave the example, I was trying to make the impact that this wasn't just a woman having an emotional outburst, that this was like a truly aggressive and wanted to do harm to a woman. And I wanted to know what the response was.
Wasn't your initial scenario though that a cell phone was thrown at someone's head?
No, it was brick.
That was Seneca.
It was a brick.
Oh, it was a
I
brick.
used brick. I used brick, but Seneca's initial example was yes, if she clocked me upside the head with a cell phone.
No, not a cell phone. The landline phone, the rotary one. When you turn the remember those ones in the 80s?
Oh, wait, that
when
goes
you
to the
turn,
antique store to do it?
yeah, the one you can turn. Those ones. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because those are the ones you have to actually carry. It's like a little heavy. It's got a little weight to it. You have to actually carry it.
That's functionally a brick, you know?
Right.
That's a brick. Functionally a brick. I like.
Yeah.
I think the point of confusion came when Serendipity said something about like, is this on the table? And you said something somewhat vague about how like, if you want to put it on the table, you can put it on the table, or anything's on the table, something like that. I think that is.
I use the word beating to the pulp, and she conveniently, I saw you would make an expert mayor or politician. She shifted it to killing. You know,
Because
that's such a pro choice move.
Do you remember? No, listen
That's such a
to
pro
me,
choice move.
Seneca. When you were having the conversation with Melissa, with Princess, she said, I mean, would you just diffuse the situation? And you said, no, I wouldn't just diffuse the situation. I would beat the bloody pulp out of her. And she said, what if you kill her? I don't care.
Yes.
I don't think you
No,
said
I said I
that.
would beat her. I said I would beat the person to the pulp. That's exactly what I said. And if you guys want to say I would kill her or I would kill a woman, go right ahead. It does not bother me. It does not shift my emotions, not one bit. I see the manipulation from like 10 miles away.
Oh my God.
I don't even think you're 10 miles from me. I think maybe you're Sandy Spring or something. 20 miles. Okay, I see the manipulation from there. Yes.
I'm not trying to
yes,
be
I would beat her to the
manipulative.
pulp. If you want to say I would kill her, slice
You
her,
said
and
you
all
would
this
kill
stuff.
her. That was not my
No,
words.
those are your words.
Those were not my words.
And I said pulp, and I repeated myself repeatedly.
You did. You
Yes,
did say
pulp,
pulp,
and I
and you
pulp,
said if she
pulp,
dies,
pulp.
it's okay.
No, that's what you said.
I did not say that.
So nice try though. Nice try.
I did not say that, Seneca.
Nice try, nice darbo there. I see it.
What are you talking about?
Fortunately, I read a lot about these manipulations, and I read a lot about reframing. So I know what you're doing. But
I'm using your words.
no.
Mike, were you in here? Did you hear him?
And you use kill. And so you're trying
You
to
used that word. You were the first one to use that word.
I use both.
Listen, I think he said it. I heard him say it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to, there's no way to prove it, but I heard him say it.
Yes, you heard me say it because I'm a black man. And that's why you heard me say it. Yes, but you
Now it's a race thing.
He is a race thing.
Love that. I love everybody's trying to go race thing. If you want to be a dipshit without being a black dipshit,
It's intentional. He's so happy that all the attention is on him, and all he has to do is to be
They do this all the time.
Yeah.
They do this all the time. But it doesn't bother me.
I'm
I'm used to it.
offended.
You're trying to conflate both.
Okay, prove it doesn't bother you by muting out then.
No, I will not. Just for you, I will not. Because you asked me to. I will not.
Yeah, because
I love that.
you found your audience here. You're a little retard.
Yeah, you are my audience. You are my audience.
I never heard him say anything other than beating him to a pulp.
I never heard him say anything
Over again.
That is the hardest thing that's in my life. Even though she does not disagree with me, even though she affirmatively disagreed with me, she can still tell the truth and not be a racist.
And unlike everyone else, you clearly like the sound of your own voice.
I'm disgusted by yours.
So yeah, it's because my people have a superior intellect, so I imagine
There it is.
similar
Did I say racist? Did I say racist? There it is.
Well,
White people have a superior.
if the shoe fits.
Yeah, I'm the only black man on the stage, Monica. You might as well.
I love you, Seneca. Did you push him down? Don't push him down. Don't push Seneca down.
Yeah, Monica.
He's so good. Seneca, don't tempt Monica.
It's hilarious.
No, my mom never said she'd kill me or murder me, but she who the hell did tell me that if I acted up again, she was going to give me to a pulp. I don't know if your parents ever said that to you or not.
Beth, you always have great topics. I know you can pull one out right now. Let's start a new topic.
Will gay men go to heaven? That would be a great topic.
Serendipity, I think you are a true Christian in the sense that, Jesus took upon himself to be with and provide support and community to the absolute most dejected in society, the people on the absolute fringes who have nothing to them, no wits, no means, no wherewithal. So you're a good person.
Yeah, thanks for supporting gay people.
Yeah, my thing is, like, when I was in the military, of all the gay people I knew, a bunch of them I knew got, busted because it was, don't ask, don't tell, but if they got caught, being homosexual, they got put in Leavenworth for sodomy. And they do, 8 months in Leavenworth, for being gay. And to me, you're talking about people that are willing to go and fight and do the hard for all of us, but because you don't believe in their lifestyle, they're subjugated to your moral or ethical understanding. That really bothered me.
Doc, is that a new pic? Did you just take that?
That was a picture of me when I was 50 of my 50th birthday. Back in July. That was back in July.
No, I was gonna
looks like you groomed your beard or something. Very good.
Just for minute that thing, so I got rid of the grace. No, I mean, but like, my question is like the way that Pete Hegseth is looking at the military. I agree. There shouldn't be open transits within the military. That's not professional. I don't care if you're gay in the military. I knew the guy that was behind me when I was like knocking in doors. I knew he was gay. He never hit on me, but I knew he was gay. I love that dude. I would fucking live, eat shit, breathe, and die for him. He saved my life one time. I got 0 fucks to give about where you put it or stick it. That has nothing to do with me, but it has to do with how you professionalize your life.
I know that was supposed to be a charitable, and thank you. But I don't think we need to, debate the merits of like gay people existing or whatever. Everyone here is enlightened enough to understand that it's safer maybe.
Nobody's enlightened as much as you, because I know you live in Atlanta, Mike, and I know you went to the great.
My homophobia is disintegrating as I listen to Doc. My homophobia is dropping precipitously while I listen to Doc here. So keep going, Doc. I'm changing. You're winning hearts and minds here.
Mike, were you the one who said, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was not.
Nobody ever responded. It was kind of a letdown. I was like, damn it, I like that one too. There's this comedian that has "If I Was Gay," the song "If I Was Gay." It's a song about him and his best friend, and it goes into like we're hanging out, and you don't know that his friend's gay, but that's what the song's about. Is he's like, in another life, another time, I'd be right behind you. I'd be right behind you if you know what I mean. And it like has all these entendres, and it's a song. It just reminded me when he said that.
Those euphemisms, I think you're using the wrong word.
Double entendre? If you're right behind me, it's a double entendre. Because it could be that you're physically staying behind him. It could be like you're sticking it in him, in that use. That's why I said that.
You're right. You're right.
Double entendre.
You're right. I'm wrong. I apologize.
It was good timing. The joke was well timed. It was fairly well timed a joke. I usually don't think of it till it's too late. So proud of myself. No one responded. That's fine. But derisive gave me the credit that I was due. So I appreciate it.
So serendipity, Vima, Beth, Seneca, Andre, Liberty, I don't have my glasses. Does it say well? Is there an apostrophe in there?
We will, like the contraction.
I don't have my glasses on. I'm sitting here rolling a fucking spliff.
JB doesn't open rooms anymore.
I noticed that too. Seneca.
Well, I saw him he was in my room like 2 hours ago for almost an hour. And he never came on stage, even though I've invited him multiple times. So I think he's just recording it and throwing it on a side channel.
Whatever it was, like a debate, 1 against 10.
Is somebody talking?
Oh yeah. Hey, sorry to take the subject. I was wondering if you guys finished that 1 against 10 debate the other day. I think it was like 1 conservative Christian against 10 liberals.
We did. It was really good.
So what was the verdict?
Was it a Talking Apes room, or what room was it in?
No, it was a room where we streamed the Jubilee. It was one conservative Christian versus 20 liberal
I
Christians.
literally just finished that this morning with Allie Stuckey.
Yes.
I literally just finished it this morning.
It was good. She did a good job mostly.
My one biggest gripe with the liberal conservative Christians was that there were multiple men that rushed the chair to talk about abortion. And while I appreciate their willingness to have those conversations, I would have definitely preferred if they would have let the women that were interested in speaking about that speak.
That is an interesting distinction because every other time I've seen a Jubilee where they talk about abortion, the men typically will approach the chair more slowly on purpose. So it is interesting that it was different there. I don't know. My personal belief is that you can have an opinion on it regardless and still, have a philosophical conversation or a biblical conversation about it. But I see what you're saying, and it was interesting.
There were just a couple of points that she made that I thought that she was kind of not really well informed about. But
say more about that, Andre. I want to hear which points you think were weak.
Well, the one which she brought dualism specifically, because maybe she was referencing to something else and she was just calling it dualism. But Christianity is, necessitates dualism versus monism. Like the two mysterious.
I would wait here. Please let him finish. Yes, sir. I apologize.
So, again, the distinction between spiritual and physical, it's a certain condition for Christianity to have. I think she was referring more to the Gnostics and the way they separated the demiurge versus the actual God, and that was I think it's.
Well, I think I have no idea what he just said. He hit the matrix really. But what I was saying is, when it comes to duality, I go back to, as a Christian, when I read about Zoroastrianism and the Parsi philosophy of Ahura Mazda, and within that philosophy, which was 1,500 years before Jesus was ever even born, and you read that text, and you realize they thought that Ahura was God and Mazda was the devil, but Ahura Mazda were the same people. But it was the duality of their personalities when it came to their understanding of religion.
I would love to keep talking about it if you guys want to talk about it.
So was her position that it should be illegal for all purposes, or what was her position that she was
Her
defending?
claim was that it's a grave moral evil.
Okay, I feel like it's hard to argue that, even if you're, in support of the legal structure for allowing abortion
Well, I
to
think
exist.
it's hard to argue that as a Christian, but I think if you aren't taking a biblical perspective on it, it's not hard because you just debate the personhood of the fetus, and then you're good to go.
Right, so I didn't feel like it was an argument of whether it should be legal or illegal. I think it was just debating the morality of it.
Do you want me to tell you what my realistic, I'm 50 years old, I could die tomorrow. I'm going to tell you right now, the reality that I've understood as being a Christian, I was born Southern Baptist, raised Southern Baptist. Raised by the Bible and the fire and brimstone. But when it comes to Christianity versus the Tao Te Ching or the Holy Quran, peace be upon Muhammad, inshallah, alhamdulillah, mashallah, whatever. I don't really care. With all my understanding of all, Christianity is the only one where God comes to you. Every other way and every other religion that I've ever seen on the planet, you have to go to God. You know, if you're a Christian, Jesus comes to you. If you're any other religion, you've got to go to God.
I mean, I'm not a religious scholar, but what about Moses in the Old Testament? What was pre-Christianity? God coming in the burning bush and all that. What about all that?
Can you rephrase the question so I might better understand it, please?
I feel like there are examples in the Old Testament pre-Christianity of, God coming to people. So if your point was Christianity,
Okay. Well, the prophet, that's the prophets of old. Me, the way I was raised, we call them the prophets of old. Like, do you know why? When John the Baptist, when he was in his mother's womb, and Jesus was in, Mary's womb, and they were kicking at each other in their mother's wombs, and then, John the Baptist was the one that was heralding the coming of Jesus Christ. But everybody thought, through the mind of, him, that Jesus was going to come to, get rid of the Romans that were within Israel at the time. But John the Baptist heralded Jesus' coming, and Jesus performed all these acts and did all these things and flipped the tables at the temple, said what he needed to say, and then ultimately ended up being John the Baptist after he got locked up. He sent a messenger to Jesus and said, "Are you truly the Son of God?" Because he thought that Jesus was going to get rid of the Romans. But because John the Baptist was a prophet, he just didn't realize that he was a prophet heralding Jesus to make the truth happen. And then, ultimately, when Jesus sent the messenger back, he said, "Because you have not known me, I will see you in paradise." So there's some effect of that was when I read it in my concordance. When I go through Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic and English, whatnot.
Can I ask Melissa, I don't mean to cut you off, but I was just curious what Melissa's perspective was, because we talked about that video pretty extensively the other day when we listened to it together. And my personal belief was that the liberal Christians didn't really do that good of a job. So I was curious, Melissa, as a liberal Christian, maybe you might identify that way, how you felt like they represented your position.
I feel like I was a little frustrated in some of the conversations. As a liberal Christian, as a Christian who has studied clobber verses, as a Christian that supports abortion.
Well, can I ask you, because to me, I thought that was the hardest claim to defend from a biblical perspective. So what is your biblical perspective on abortion?
My biblical perspective of an abortion is that I feel like it is fairly different than my political beliefs. However, I wish that the woman that did bring up the example of the I forget what it's called, but it's that spell of the drinking the potion, and if the woman, if she's caught in adultery and she drinks the potion, and if she is guilty of adultery, she will then basically have a miscarriage. To me, that's an abortion.
Where is that in the Bible?
It is in the Bible. There is a story. I don't know exactly where it is.
When adultery gets us going, Gomer did her thing.
I just wish that the woman that had brought it up had
research that a little bit more and to like have that conversation of that example. However, I don't believe that it is a part of the Ten Commandments where it's thou shalt not murder. Because it's like, and there was like, there was another discussion of where it was like, you were knitted in your mother's womb, I've known you basically before you were born, and that was actually,
That's
God
God.
talking about, oh my
That's
God,
God talking to all of us.
he's not talking about all of us. He was talking to a specific person within the Bible.
Knows all of us before we were born.
No, that's not what that verse is talking about in context, and that's where it's like I know that verse is used a lot, and that verse
Believe it your way, and I believe it mine. That's why we have different belief systems. Agree to disagree, and then we leave it there.
That's fine. I'm just informing the room, and from my biblical research, my reading, that verse was talking about a very specific person within the Bible. So they were talking about when I like for a very long time. It was talking about a very specific person, and a lot of people have used that to relate to every single person. And that's where I'm like that verse right there gets utilized a lot in the pro-birth, anti-abortion conversation. And I feel like that's like cherry picking a verse to make a point.
He was speaking to Jeremiah.
Thank you. He was speaking very specific
About whom?
About himself. Like it was God, like saying that God knew Jeremiah and knew his fate before he was even born.
I think we could maybe make the leap.
You're saying that Jeremiah got the only kitchen pass? Like none of us other motherfuckers get a kitchen pass?
I do think that that's a reasonable claim, right? I think you could say if it's possible for God to have known Jeremiah before he was born, I do think you could make the leap that he would know others before they were born.
Right. That is an assumption. Correct.
Yeah. So, but you're saying like, so you said that your political perspective differs from your biblical perspective. So like, where do your morals come from as a liberal Christian?
So I do believe that life intrinsically has value, and I do believe that it is an actual like miracle to conceive a child and for that child to be born. However, I understand the severity of women's bodies, like, and how pregnancy and birth can be a direct threat to her body. And that is where I, as someone of faith, that's where I have that, how could God create an environment within a woman's body where harm could happen because of this, quote, like, magical thing? Because it's like, especially now, like, being pregnant, having a baby, going through birth, like, I'm like, holy shit, my body is a fucking portal. But I'm also like, I was so scared the entire time that I was pregnant because I understood the weight and the gravity of how anything could happen and how I could lose my life, how my unborn baby could die in utero. Like, those are things that I, as someone of faith, it's really hard for me to grasp those things. Did that answer your question? I feel like I rambled a little.
I don't know that it did answer my question, I think what you said was interesting, and I'm glad you said it, but I think it's just like, because I had asked you like where your morals come from, because basically I was just trying to get at like, sort of some of the debate that happened in that video was, there was basically there were some people who were trying to make a claim that abortion is not murder, right? That
Right.
either the Jewish perspective, allegedly, that life begins at first breath, and Jesus was a Jew and never really contested that, or examples of where like that weird story that she concedes is like a little bit confusing and hard to know exactly what's happening with the potion or whatever. There's people that went that route, but then there were other people who tried to go a route of like, well, we ought not to legislate religious morals, and that's a perspective I have long contested, even though I am a strong believer of separation of church and state. To me, the question of whether or not a person is a member of the state, at what point they are a person, I think is relevant secularly. And if it was at the point of conception, then okay, then that's when they become an American and then now are protected by the Constitution.
So I think my biggest disconnect is that a positive pregnancy test does not equate to a living being. Now, hear me out. That is not a promise that a baby will be born. That is not a promise. Like, that pregnancy can end for whatever reason between conception and either there's no more development with the fetus or there's a birth, right? So to me, like, someone getting an abortion within the first few weeks, to me, I'm like, there's possibilities that there are so many women that have had unknown miscarriages or chemical pregnancies. That's another word that they call them as well. It's like just being completely unaware that there was a fertilized egg. Like, a fertilized egg does not mean that a human is going to come about from a scientific standpoint.
For sure.
Sorry, Liberty, but I just.
Well, under no pretenses, yes, it will. The exceptions are not the rule.
Okay, I was going to ask, so I'm not extremely passionate about this issue at all. It's not anywhere near the top of my list of issues that I'm passionate about, but how do you reconcile?
That's one of my girlfriends, one of my kids, so trust me, I'm very passionate.
I'm not asking you for passion now. I was talking to Princess. How do you, it sounds like you're struggling with your position on this yourself. So how do you reconcile the intentionality of, it may not possibly result in a baby versus, intentionally destroying the baby through human intervention?
I think, like, I politically am very strong in my stance that I don't think that government should be intervening in women's healthcare and their, like, reproductive choices. Like, I'm very firm in that. Like, and I'm very passionate about that. And I also,
I agree, by the way.
Yeah, so, like, politically, like, I'm very strong on it. And I've always said, like, I feel like my morals, I feel like it's up to the person's moral decision.
Well, I gotta ask you a question seriously, like, Princess, like, straight to you. Like, if you and I found each other attractive at a bar one night, right? And I'm a grown man, you're a grown woman.
The answer is I would get an abortion, period.
Alright, that wraps up this topic.
So does that mean you can kill your dad?
What the fuck? No, because again, a fertilized egg does not.
Well, if you killed my son, why don't they kill you kill one of my family members, I can only kill one of yours.
Okay, I think I found what I was asking you about, Princess, then. So you fundamentally do not believe that life begins at conception?
I mean, I think, like, from a high-level scientific, like, view, yes. Like, it has to start somewhere, right? Like,
Everyone
the
believes
fusion.
life begins at conception.
Right. It's like
I don't think everyone does believe that.
it has to start somewhere, right? Like, but to me, I understand that, like, a woman does not need to be a vessel used to grow a baby.
No, but if you and I actually didn't go to a bar and we met at, like, a beach cleanup I'm an environmentalist, I like to do beach cleanup.
I know, one night
And you like to do beach
I'm
cleanup.
not carrying that baby to term.
What?
Period.
Why? Is it because of the way I look?
Oh my god.
This
Have
is
you married? I have a baby. Like, I'm not here to play hypothetical games to deal with some man's insecurities.
Well, you're the one that's stuck in your own rut. I'm trying to pull you out of the mud.
And have you seen pictures of Doc from when he was in the military? Those babies would be adorable, Princess.
I am not, I'm just saying, I'm not viewing men on this app as someone that I'm gonna, procreate with. I have a man that I'm
I've never met anybody on this app ever.
And I have
By the way, I've never met
and I'm not
anybody.
going to continue to procreate with him. The fuck?
Amen.
So, hang on, I had set off here once again. This interesting thing on Google about while you guys are talking. In Exodus 21, 22 through 25, there's a law described that says there's a penalty for a man who causes a pregnant woman to miscarry, and that's a fine. But if the man causes the death of the mother, then it says there should be a life for a life. So according to Google, this is an example that is sometimes used to show that the Bible suggested that the life of a fetus or baby inside a woman is not necessarily equal to the life of the person itself outside of the womb. So I thought that was interesting.
Well, so the baptism.
That was also brought up in the video where they were debating personhood and value.
Yeah, I haven't heard it before, so I thought that was super interesting.
Yeah, they definitely brought it up. I think her counter to that was just that there are she brings up a lot the difference between description and prescription, right? That the laws of the land do not necessarily necessitate the laws of God, especially in Exodus and Leviticus. That is not necessarily just because there was lots of laws in those books that Jesus never intended us to follow later. So the prescription, description thing, and also just she brought up other counters.
Prescription and description. Do y'all hear those words?
They were the words that she used.
Prescription meaning God is telling you you ought to do something. Description being a description of what was happening at the time, whether or not God condoned it.
And I always say it like this: as boys will always complain about what should be, and men make it what it is.
Thank you for your contribution.
I think every woman in the room should go should go in PTR order and talk about their personal view on abortion and then what would happen if they had a one-night stand with the doc that ended in a pregnancy.
That would never happen.
I've been celibate for 4 years, even though I talk about I get I'm falling, even though when I have my Porsche, my Skyline.
I will say, when I was slutting around, I would have gotten an abortion if I got pregnant. That was a no ifs, ands, or buts. I was fully aware of what behavior I was partaking in, and knew that if that came about. I also have had the conversations with my husband about
girl, I got a vasectomy at 32 and a circumcision at the same time.
Just for the record, I think Doc would have stepped up and taken care of the baby. He would assume that responsibility as the man.
Shit, even if the child wasn't mine, I was adopted, dude.
Yeah, and he owes money. I remember seeing him just send $100 when he was drunk to someone on the app randomly who just asked him, for instance.
Yeah, it's the really easiest thing just happened.
Yeah, but it's a by deflection. Vima, what it was is Princess was saying that if even somebody like me that it's got everything that's paid for with like, you know, dot shit money. It doesn't matter to her. If I got pregnant, she would abort my child.
I think Bean Love was going to share a story and not was looking for a recap of what had just happened.
I think Princess also just doesn't like hearing the order of words of Doc got me pregnant in a row. I think it's maybe triggering to her.
You know what's going on? What happened? What I believe just happened. So I'm sitting here and I'm hearing you guys talk, but then I also hear Issa. Like Issa's talking too, and I'm like, is somebody playing something like over their thing, you know? And I'm looking and I'm like, wait a second, no, this doesn't make sense. They're not even talking about. They're not talking about Israel. They're talking about abortion. I'm like, what just happened? I was in 2 rooms at one time. Isn't that crazy? Like I had to go out.
I think that's a known glitch on Clubhouse.
Oh, that's the first time that happened to me. I was freaking out.
Hey, remember in season 2, if you were on Clubhouse and you got a phone call, you would go off and they'd put you on mute, but you'd be in like talking to somebody, but you could hear the whole fucking room. Remember that shit?
I just want to say that I would carry Doc's daughter to full term. I would hire Seneca to beat her to a bloody pulp. That's how I would carry his daughter to full term, and I would hire Seneca to kill her.
That's what we call a double punchline.
But I'll tell you right now. Hey, Mike, if I was ever your daughter, you could treat me like Agamemnon and cut my head off, get favorable wins, so you can go get like Eleanor Troy back.
Period. That's right. Period.
Also, I'm pretty sure I've met Gilbert like a long fucking time ago because I used to be in the digital quote unquote influencer world of like liberal Christians. I was like, oh my god, he looks so familiar. I'm pretty sure I met him, but I can't remember because it's been so long time. Because back in the day, I had a video like pick up some traction that was titled something similar to like I'm a Christian and support like marriage equality. And needless to say, I had a lot of people reach out to me and regarding that.
Famous.
Oh, I know. I still I have this one. He was a kid at the time, and I was at a convention, a YouTube convention. And he like came up to me and was like, "Hey, I'm here with my dad. Like your video really like encouraged me and like to come out to my dad and still continue to explore my faith and Christianity. And I still follow him to this day, and he is just living his fabulous life, and it makes me so happy."
Well, we should all live through peace, love, health, and wealth in our lives, and like actualize ourselves to the best of ourselves by making good choices.
I do think it is like really interesting. Like there was a lot of the conversation about gay marriage and sexuality and sexual orientation and I think like one thing that just does not sit well with me is basically telling an entire group of people, you can't love like me and your love can't be holy like mine. And that just seems like such a fucking gut punch.
No, I mean, you're equating that applying to one particular portion of the population, but that doesn't just apply to one particular portion of the population. That applies to heterosexuals too, that are fucking outside of marriage and you know.
Right. It's like, but they're saying like, oh, but see, I feel like the argument isn't you're being unloving and you're being sinful. It's like, oh, but the merit, like the Bible only, I'm trying to remember what she said.
Ooh.
And that we're talking about a video debate between one Christian, Ali Stuckey, and 20 liberal Christians. This is the part of the conversation.
Oh, that was recently. Yeah, I just only watched half of it. I'm sorry.
No worries.
He just joined them all, by the way. She. I thought it was the Indian guy that did. So many people have been doing that room. 20 liberals versus one, conservative.
I think that one was.
I love those.
That one was, I think, a capitalist. One capitalist versus 20 socialist liberals.
They've all done. Dude, a lot of people have been through that. That's a good room.
But Princess, I think it's not is it not just accurate to say that some loves are more holy than others? Is that not just the truth?
I disagree.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, what if I had a loving couple that treat each other with kindness and followed each other in faith and read the Bible together and blah blah blah, did their best to.
Wow, are they homo or hetero?
Hang on, and then you have another couple where they are vile toward each other. They disrespect each other. They just they maybe they have behaviors where they drink too much and they don't encourage each other to be better. You don't think one of those loves is more holy than the other?
1.5 years.
So I personally don't think that they are acting in love, just because it's in the Bible, it's the fruit of the Spirit, and I feel like that is, and there's you guys are catching on I'm working, so I can't just be I pull out my Bible.
I can, I got it right here, but I just gotta find my fucking glasses.
There are the list of things that come from love, and I just.
Oh, there they are.
For me, I don't feel like that second couple is acting in love.
Sure, so you're taking definition of marriage, essentially.
Are we talking about a man and a woman in a traditional relationship, or what are we talking
The
about?
fact of the matter is we're called to love in general, and there are.
Yeah. There are 20. Dude, if you run the concordance through Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew, if you open up the back of the concordance of a Strong's Bible, look up the word love in English, it'll tell you it's said 107 times in the Bible, and it'll show you where it's said in the Aramaic, and you can look up the definitions of the words where the passages where they're talking about love, and it'll show you through the Aramaic and the Hebrew and the Greek, and then into the Roman, and then to the King James, and to the NIV. Dude, that motherfucking book cost me $450. I love studying religion, but I think people got it all screwed up. Because I'm the one that went to freaking Iraq, and I thought I was a poor kid from South Georgia. I went to Iraq and I was like, damn, these motherfuckers are really poor. And they were the nicest people, talking about Southern hospitality, how we do out here in the South. We ain't got much, but what we got, you can have some of, kind of thing. They were the same way. And I love my friends from Iraq.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to hurt me, but I I love the ones that wanted to be my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. Respect. Sarah, did you remember what you were gonna say?
No.
We were talking about like if one love can be more holy than another, and I think Princess is taking a definitional approach of like if it is love, then it is holy, and if it's not holy, then it's not love. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate.
Okay, and I think that's a way to look at it. So, but then you would have to then ask the question of like, how can you make the claim that homosexual love is holy?
Well, number one, how do you make the claim that any love is holy? Because the only thing that's holy is God. Like, now you can, like, that whole concept of being holy precepts that we're capable of holiness, and I don't think we're really capable of holiness.
But liberty, you from Adam. And it doesn't matter, like, your proclivities. Whatever you do, whomever you feel that you are part of while you're alive. Because don't take life so seriously. None of us get out of life alive. We're all going to die.
Well, let me make one thing really clear. First of all, is that this is not my position. Like
I'm just, may I finish my part?
Person, like,
May I finish my part?
Yeah, I just think you have a very clear misunderstanding.
May I finish my part?
Go easy.
She interrupted me.
Bro, you keep interrupting.
You interrupted everybody all the time.
Everybody.
I'm saying like sometimes, did he leave? I forgot.
Yeah, I didn't. I guess I shouldn't have interrupted him because that was hypocritical of me. But it's hard when someone's like going on a diatribe about something they just like he was not understanding that I'm steel manning right now. Like I do not believe it's wrong. I think it's very easy to argue that being gay is not biblical. I think it's easy to argue that. I don't personally agree with that belief, but I think it's an easy argument to make. And so I'm for the sake of the room, I was just steel manning. I personally have no issues with being homosexual.
Yeah, everyone be gay.
That's all that I wanted to tell him. I wanted to say it's not right for people to interrupt, but sometimes you can give the exception when they're letting you know that you're on the wrong track, so you don't have to waste your time.
Yeah, I don't want to evangelize to me about being gay is okay. It's just not.
Well, I like to read a poem called "It's Okay to Be Happy" by Canada Jones. It's 60-second poems called "How to Be Happy."
No.
Do you have 60 seconds for a poem?
All right, someone pay me a few words.
Hey, I have a question. I need help. So, we all know that, but I've been trying to get, I want a new bag for my stuff, for my journaling, ecosystem. And I would go on Facebook Marketplace, and I'm trying to find just, a canvas bag. I just want, a canvas, just like a canvas messenger bag. And there is no canvas messenger bag in the freaking 60-mile radius of me that is a reasonable price, reasonably priced. Reasonably priced, obviously, cheap enough for me to want to get it, right? Used and abused. And so I was just let me just take a look on, what the horrible Amazon has to offer me. And it does. It's a, I think less, I don't have to go driving around. I don't have to buy something that I don't know. So anyway, I can't pick between two colors. One first, if anyone has a messenger bag, a canvas messenger bag that they're willing to sell me, I'm looking up to $30. If you anywhere 30, 35, 35 would probably be most. Let me know. But I have two options so far, okay? And this is the first option, and I'm not sure which color to go with. Okay, so this is the first one. Check my PTR, everybody. This is option one. Everybody look. Okay, and now this is the second option. Okay, this is the second option. Should I go with one or two? The first option or the second option?
Two.
One.
Anybody else? Because I need to take a tally now.
I think the first option again, sorry to be that guy.
I like two. Okay, that's two women going for two.
So Bima, here's the question. Are you in the mood for a darker texture, or are you in the mood for something a little more military-esque?
So that's not the problem. Those are my colors, like green, forest green, like the military green, and then the browns. I love both of them equally. I can't make up my mind.
The brown is going to be a lot more versatile. It's going to go with more.
I like two.
And number two, just because I can imagine you roughing it up yourself and creating some character yourself in there.
Okay, Mike, I'm going to show you one. Again, this is two, and I'll show you the.
I saw one. I went back and picture history.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You got plus. So you think two, too?
Number two is it, I think.
Okay. I'm nervous. Okay, I'm gonna get the.
Is that you and your PTR?
Ooh, me or
Mike.
Mike? That?
Oh yeah, that's me.
You
Yeah,
look like.
that's a good shot.
I like that. That's a good shot.
Thanks, man. It was like a goofy. I was on a set, and I just stood in the camera for a minute, stood on set, and I was like, I took a guest picture for no reason whatsoever.
And it came out bougie.
Yeah, it did.
I just wanted to say I was very I was enjoying the conversation about theology. I like having conversations about theology and opinions and life.
As far as Doc was going, you can make a good point sometimes, and from what I hear, he likes to get drunk in the mornings. I mean, who doesn't? But I saw how things were going on, and he often does do that. You guys can't. And not to say that, and again, I respect vets too, but there's a difference between being a vet and being obnoxious. Don't use being a vet as a reason to be obnoxious. That's what I'm saying. That.
Yeah, I'm a vet too. Hi. We all know Doc. We've known Doc for years, and we've all worked with Doc on trying to, work with him and kind of not totally push him out because he's choosing a lifestyle. We all have, our issues, and we all have the things. I'm also, like I said, a veteran, so I have a softness towards my brothers and sisters because I get it. I've seen the worst of the worst, and he's not the worst of the worst. He can be helped, and he can be a part of the conversation. He has it pretty nice though. You're right. He does get.
Yeah,
I'll say that sometimes he frustrates the shit out of me because my husband can get drunk and he likes to debate when he's drunk, and it annoys me sometimes. So I feel like I was having a very short temper.
Well, it's
Here's the nice thing about Doc. Doc doesn't hold on to anything. Like, when you have a good exchange, it's great. You have a bad exchange with him, and he ends up getting moved to the goo or whatever. He doesn't care. The next time you see him, he's already moved on.
I just didn't agree with the stuff he said about Iraq is all. The Middle East is not necessarily like to represent what Western democracy is about. follow both up?
I don't want to say liberty were valid though to stop him in his tracks because I did see it going down a route that it wasn't representing who you were or what the conversation was about. I think he was centering you for a second, which was also, I don't know, uncomfortable, and I can imagine that I would have stopped it too.
Retrospectively, I would probably have just let him say what he wanted to say. But yeah, in a normal person in a normal state of mind, I think it would have been fine. But I probably should have just recognized maybe not the. I didn't really know the history, so.
Poor John. Wish I wouldn't listen to his phone. So he just opened up and. Oh. I didn't feel. Is he okay? Like I heard he kind of records rooms and stuff. He has a lot of Instagrams he's trying to follow me with. Yeah. Okay, it's normal. Okay, got it. Yeah. It's normal. For him. I didn't say it was normal. It's normal for him. I do occasionally let him come on stage and elevate his poetry because he keeps it to 60 seconds, you know. I humor him. Because I believe in humoring people. People are. All the peoples. The Docs, the Johns. I don't know. I never told him. I don't know why he likes to. I mean, I haven't figured it out yet. But this character that he sells, you know, the character that he comes in here with, it's so, like, I think people probably get more annoyed than not with that. But there have been times, very, very few, but there have been times where I go into one of his rooms and we have, like, a normal conversation. Like, just, like, he's normal. Like, normally, and I'm just like, what? Who is this? I think the same person I know. What? I agree. We might have the same experience, but here's the one thing: you can't count on that normal from him. Can't. Oof. That's deep. Yeah. Same for me. It's great when you get it. It's just not something you can rely to be there at any given moment. But I don't think he's evil.
No, but he's not evil, but he is a textbook, absolute 100% narcissist. Like every single thing he has to offer is about himself, but sometimes it's like awkwardly about himself. Like he'll come in and turn something onto himself out of the blue when it's like super awkward to do so, and you're like, what? Like, okay, yeah, all right, dude. Like everything is about himself. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like you can't talk to him for more than a few seconds before he's going to turn whatever's going on back to himself.
I can definitely see where I think that observation is very valid in what he shows. I don't think he's a true narcissist, though.
Well,
I could be wrong. I think he plays one. He's performative and he leans into that persona. But I think there's a big difference between him and I'm trying to think who else is like a really well-known narcissist.
I don't think he's a dangerous. I think narcissists can be really dangerous. I don't think he's a dangerous narcissist.
Yeah.
Like, it might even be like there's also a difference between real narcissists, like pathological narcissists, and then like people who socially act like narcissists because they don't know any different, right? Like there's two different like types of people.
Yeah. And I don't think he's the pathological kind of narcissist. That doesn't track with him.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's dangerous or nefarious or bad intention. But I do think he might be an actual pathological narcissist. But I don't know. He's incapable of not turning things on himself. Like, he's literally capable of it. It's not something he does as a shtick. He does it, like, organically.
It kind of seems like when the points come out, like he genuinely means them. It's not like it's a sole move or it's nothing. It doesn't seem pathological.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't think he's bad intention. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I think he's a character. Like, he's a perfect example of somebody that, like, I wrap my head around is like, oh, this is the character. This is the Elmer Fudd character that comes in here and he talks, with a weird lisp, and we all know that's who he is, and he's goofy. Like, I mean, if that's who he is, he's that character. And, like, we're all characters, kind of, but some of us are more cartoonish than others. He's very cartoonish. He's drunk most of the time.
Hey, y'all, speaking of heavy conversations, I know we had a really, really heavy conversation this morning. I wanted to give you guys a heads up. Did you hear that story in the news about the 9-year-old and the 10-year-old that attacked the 5-year-old? I'm trying to be...
This is an old story?
No, this just happened. A 9-year-old and a 10-year-old were just recently charged with, I think, raping and murdering a 5-year-old child. And Francie is going to do a room today, I believe. She said that the mother described the 5-year-old as completely unrecognizable when she had to go and view the body. They beat her so badly. So Francie's doing a room today on parents and children, like signs that your child might need to be evaluated, statistics on child violent crimes, parental responsibility, failures of CPS, prisons for children versus psychiatric help for children, and prevention for parents on how to help. I don't know that you can keep your kid. I think that sociopaths are born. I think. I'm not even real sure on that, but yeah, she's doing a room about it today. Apparently, that scenario was very, very gruesome.
That's terrible. I don't know if y'all's story. There's two. This happened in like 1993, 95. There's two. I'll go through this quickly. You can look it up. In Liverpool, England, 2 10-year-old boys kidnapped a 2-year-old boy and they killed him. Like that. This is in the 90s. Something's going on. I don't know.
I'm gonna see if I can pull this story. Honestly, I have avoided this. I heard about it, but I've avoided looking
I was gonna
at this
say,
story.
I might respectfully leave the room. If you could let me know when you're done having this conversation.
I won't bring it up anymore. I
No,
just
it's not that. Like, I want to respect that people want to have the conversation, but I'm having a lot of just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've avoided it myself, Melissa, so I get that.
It seems like everybody's been having trouble trying to define the insanity that has been going on with all of these different situations. And I think that social media and AI has had a lot to do with people's opinions, with their ability to create their own opinions. And it's kind of frightening because it seems like there, as Vero said, something going on, a greater power maybe that we can't see. And, that's my inner conspiracy theorist talking, but that's how I truly feel about it. Like, there is something greater going on, and every time we're looking at the newest, what we feel is the newest shock value, they're already planning the next one.
I've asked this question a million times. Is it just in my? How could it be just in my lifetime?
it seems like the world is falling apart and there's major deaths and assassinations. Has this always been? Or is it only recently in the last 38 years that I've been walking?
Don't you think that some of this, I mean, because statistically, and I hate to be this person, statistically, crime was at its pinnacle, at its height, like in the 80s, I think early 90s. But I think that because of the easy access to material, with our phones and social media and the internet, like, I think we're just exposed to a lot more than we were back then. Because the statistics don't bear it out. But it's worse now.
Yeah, I also think it's precisely because the world is so much safer and less violent now that when we hear examples of violence and stuff, that it's so much more jarring, like, because we're so used to the world being more calm than it is.
Well, and everybody has a video camera in their hands. Like, even when you historically heard stories, there oftentimes wasn't, like, video corroboration. And now we're
security
actually
everywhere. Security cameras.
Yeah, we're actually seeing people get blown away on live feed footages, and it's like
So here's wherein lies the real question and the real point. Is it the fact that we've seen it happen for so long that we just became customly adapted to it? Like, or have we became comfortably okay with it? Or are we lazy? Or are we scared? And is the point that since this has been happening even before the cameras, and when kids were shooting up Columbine and they thought the world was going to hell, and 9/11 happened and they thought it was going to be a whole national crisis, is it just possible that everybody's been in a denial, and the fact that every news source that places this new shocking event, breaking, a new kid gets shot today, like, a lot of these, it's always about something shocking, and that's why people think it's so normal.
I don't know. This 5-year-old did not die, apparently.
I think the social media piece comes into play too, because I think that you have this like subset of people who, they want attention. They want to do something horrific that will make people go, oh my gosh, this is so terrible. Like, they want to scare people or whatever. Like, now they have this incredible tool of social media to like execute that plan very effectively in a way that, like, back in the day you might have like lit up all the local newspapers, but it wouldn't have been global news.
Yeah. Like I said, everybody's got a video camera, camera, right at their fingertips. There's not much that goes on anymore that, we don't see, like, up close and personal.
And we're also finding out, because of technology, I'm sure, and access, we're also finding out a lot of the things that have been happening from the 60s, the 50s, even the 30s. So
Yeah.
It's all just coming at us right now, full force, all, like, everything, no holds bars. It's crazy.
Yeah, I just read my first story on these kids. It's just, fortunately, there's not a whole lot of detail because these are all babies. But
Yeah, it's hard to talk about when children murder each other. And how do we handle situations like this? How do we treat the child and the victim and their families, also the families of the children who committed the crime? Because I'm sure the families are also equally, what the hell?
is anybody going to be triggered if I read this very short synopsis
I'll be fine.
of the charges. Prosecutors say a 9-year-old boy, a 10-year-old girl are facing initial charges of attempted murder, rape, felonious assault, kidnapping, and strangulation. The victim's mother said she dropped her daughter off on September 13th at a family member's home. Somehow the 5-year-old walked out the front door and was badly beaten by a group of kids outside. What I saw was unbelievable. My daughter was not my daughter. Her hair was scalped from her head. She had bruises and blood all over her body. Her eyes were filled with blood. Her lips and mouth were filled with blood. Her nails had debris and dirt stuck in them. Given the sensitive nature of the matter and the age of the suspects, police have not released any further details about the attack. Wow. That's brutal. Yeah. 9 and 10-year-olds, felonious assault.
Right. I think about that age a lot. I think that's what's more in my mind than the murders. Anything. You can say anything. In my mind, it's like 9 and 10.
Yeah. It's brutal.
Yeah. You know those 2 young girls that the Slenderman killing, the Slenderman attack? It was the girl didn't die. Thank God she didn't die. They just did an interview on those 2 girls in prison and the victim. Really interesting. The girls are about to be released from prison soon. It's very interesting. But it'll probably help because the girls are now adults. Maybe it'll put some insight, and give some insight on this. Terrible. Damn it.
Yeah, that's a lot. All that to say that I think Francie's doing a room on it later today.
Can someone ping me in just to make sure?
I will.
Thank you. I'm interested in things like murder, and how that happens, how people get murdered. It's just so interesting to me. I want to understand.
Yeah. Starts with anger and hate, you know? I think that's why I worry so much about all the finger wagging and the pointing, and I can honestly say, like, if a right-wing crazy nut job does something crazy, like, I don't feel accountable for that crazy person, nor do I think I should feel accountable for that crazy person. They did a crazy thing because they're fucking crazy. But yet we all play this game of the left did this, you know, and vice versa. When a left-wing radicalized person does something crazy, I'm not thinking their politics made them crazy. I think these matters go a lot deeper than the politics of it all.
That is interesting. I do feel like a lot of people might share the same sentiment. I have noticed that. And you hear people kind of argue that. Go ahead, Liberty.
No, I was just gonna affirm that like I feel like Clubhouse is the best place to find those people where it's like you know who they are. They come into the room and it's like you can just tell they have like brain worms or something, you know, where they're just like incapable of having an objective perspective because they're just so entrenched in the media that affirms their confirmation biases, you know? Like,
yeah,
we all see them.
Yep.
I mean, when Monica said yesterday that she's capable of seeing both sides, she criticizes the right, and you said no, she doesn't, or you rarely see it. She never ever does. She's literally habitually brainwashed. She's one of the examples. She's smart, but she's fucking brainwashed. She can't, she really can't. The first time this conversation about a real issue that the right's responsible for, she immediately starts throwing out examples of the left. Immediately. She can't talk, she can't face it, she can't address it. She'll deny it if she can, but if it's undeniable, she'll just shift the focus to the left. It's not a right or left issue. It's weird for somebody like me that isn't right or left to listen to these people do this. Because I'm kind of like, guys, there's fucking weirdos all over the place. You think weirdos don't have different political opinions? Like, if you're both responsible, it's the fringes, man. Like, when you can start realizing the fringes are the problem, it's not one fringe over the other fringe, it's both of them. It's making fucking sense to me. I don't get it.
I personally find it a little hard to like interact with it in real life. It's like it's easier on the internet, but like I was hanging out with my best friend a week ago, and they were like just talking about how like their friend lives in Chicago, and like oh my gosh, this is just like so scary what's happening with ICE. Like it's just like it's not human. It's not safe for them to be out on the street. Like they literally said the words, these ICE agents aren't human. And I was like, I didn't even know what to say. Like, I regret to say that I guess I didn't really say anything. I just said, like, I just kind of nodded and was like, like, yeah, it is pretty intense right now. Like, I was just like, what do you say? What do you say to that? Like, I probably should have been like, oh, that rhetoric I think isn't appropriate, but it's like, they're my best friend, and, they're my only friend. So it's like, you don't want to put strain on the relationship. I don't want to have a political argument. So it's so much easier to just move on. But I know that there are times where you probably do really need to address something.
Yeah. It's hard because
Did you lose your train of thought? You said it's hard because...
I did. I got a Teams message. Okay. Yeah.
I completely lost my train of thought.
I don't know. That's one of those things that I'm really struggling with right now is because I feel like, based on the little affirmations in the house that we've been posting, to disagree is not disrespect. And you can say almost anything without offending people. It's not what you say generally, it's how you say it. And I feel like I've been pushing back on Monica really hard lately because I think I felt like this conviction about like, don't just sit back and let people say things that you disagree with and not provide pushback on it, And I get really frustrated sometimes. But the same thing that Mike was saying, like, I just feel like you're willing to hold people accountable if it's to your advantage to make your quote unquote side look better. But then there's a complete and total lack of accountability if it's something that doesn't portray your side in a favorable light. And
I mean, I thought it was interesting this morning in Beth's house when we were talking about swearing, and I was talking about how, I said this earlier about somehow it's an indication of higher intelligence, according to a lot of research. First thing I hear is research is all bullshit. So first I hear is a denial of facts. hear somebody say, well, it doesn't make you sound very smart when you're saying 20 cuss words in a sentence. And I said, okay. I said, can we talk about something, the nuance between saying 20 cuss words in a sentence and saying that swearing, that no swearing is acceptable or that it has no purpose? I said, there's a middle ground there that we should be talking about, because the reality is not that. I'm not claiming if somebody says 20 cuss words in a sentence is smarter than other people. That's like you're basically steel manning me, or you're basically gaslighting me about what I'm trying to argue, right? And so I said that, and it was real eye-opening, because I was in a really conservative room, and the first thing I was accused of was being a liberal. Nuance. Nuance is a word that liberals use, according to this fucking guy. I'm like, so are you just making the argument that conservatives are locked-in retards, incapable of seeing nuance? Is that what your argument is, by calling me a liberal because I'm talking about fucking using a slight bit of nuance to this conversation? Like, you keep wanting to throw me on the edge. That's why I'm not accepted sometimes in conservative groups. I'm not accepted in liberal groups, because they both play the same fucking game.
Amen.
Every person that's not accepted is the person that sees both of it and says you're both fucked up, and I'll show you why. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to fucking hear it. And they don't want to hear common sense arguments. Like, for instance, abortion. I've said this before. Listen, personally, if it looks like two bubbles in a third bubble, I'm not so concerned about taking medicine so it doesn't stick to the side of the uterus. If it looks like a seahorse, I don't know. I'm not quite sure about that. I'm a little still more okay with it than if it's a full fucking baby with arms and legs and fingers and it's sucking on its thumb when you pop its skull open and suck its brain out. Yeah, that bothers me. So, like, do I represent a large majority of people? Yes, I do, actually. I'm probably the majority who says that the bubbles are okay to not stick to the side of the womb intentionally. I'm okay with that. And the seahorse, I'm kind of okay with that too, if it's a tiny seahorse, especially if it's a seahorse without a brain. But the fetus, the baby, the fucking human being that you waited 7 months, not do anything about, and now you want to take action? No, fuck you. Can't have it. Like, that's what it requires. And until people are able to have that conversation and recognize that probably 75% of people agree with me, then, you know, the morning after pill being okay is what I'm saying, right? It's very extreme a pro-lifer to be against the morning after pill. Like, you're going to give these people absolutely no choice to correct their mistake, even fucking hours after they made it. Well, then you're going to have to deal with their mistake. And hey, pro-lifers, I don't see you doing a lot about fucking adoption. You're not making it cheaper. You're not making it easier. You don't give a fuck once they're here. That's why I don't believe it's legit. I believe you legitimately just want to control people. I do. Because if you didn't, if you really cared about the babies, then you would be concerned about the babies that you forced to be born to them that don't want them.
In my process and like what I would do for that.
Oh my God.
If you no,
I'm almost done.
you're so fired up. You are still
So to finish up, if you really cared about the babies, if you really did, then you would be concerned when you force them to be born to people who don't want them. Because you would worry that they are not going to have a very good life living with people who don't want them. You would find a solution for that. You would make it easier. You'd make it cheaper. You would take the profitability out of abortion. You'd make it less than $30,000 to take a kid into your fucking household as a couple that desperately wants one. But I don't see Christians doing shit about that. All they want to fucking do is stop abortion.
Fair to say.
I don't see Christians about it.
Most people that are pro-life are also pro-major adoption reform and making it easier for childless couples to.
If they put one tenth of the effort into that,
most Christians don't give a shit about what's going to happen to these unwanted quote-unquote babies.
What do most Christians do about it? You don't think that a majority of Christians do nothing about it? If you go to your church right now, what percent of your church has anything to do with the abortion system?
A lot. Our church runs a foster care program. Like, they encourage foster care and adoption all the time. So, like, it's not fair to say most Christians don't care jack all shit about these unwanted babies.
I think most Christians are trying to control people. I think most Christians are shitty Christians. Most. Both of those things are true.
The point there,
I've seen a lot of Christians in my life act so fucking hardcore about the Bible, excuse my language, but they've acted so die hard with it, like they use it as their like life's manual, and then they'll end up doing some Pornhub style stuff on the weekends, and then on Sunday they'll act like they've been wiped clean. That it happens with a lot of people, and I don't think that there's truly a genuine. I don't think that there's really a true definition for or a way to be a Christian. I think the best way really would just be to love, respect your neighbor, and to know what's right and wrong, and just using basic common sense. And I think people often like to use the Bible as a way to cause more divide rather than bring unity.
I agree, and I know the Christians don't have lower divorce rates, and I know they don't have lower infidelity rates. So I would argue that Christians are not worse than other people, but they're no better than other people. They're exactly other people who believe something, but they do like to proselytize and to expect others to follow their rules. That's very important to them. So that's the difference. They're no better or worse than anybody else. They have a gender.
And another thing is that Christians are not perfect people. Christians are not perfect people.
Well, they're not perfect. They're not even elevated above regular non-Christian. And nothing. I'm not saying they're not perfect. They're not even better at doing the things that they argue need to happen. They're exactly the same as everyone else with an agenda. It's different than other people's.
We're Christian right now. What are we seeing people that have, like, they put Christian as their religion, and they can't really name a single Bible verse off the top of their heads, those types of people.
And they go to church every Sunday, maybe, or whatever. There's people that say
it's a small amount of Christians that go to church every Sunday, if you believe it or not. Like most Christians probably do not go to church every Sunday. They'll skip a Sunday depending on how hungover they are. And I mean, not to say that they're like bad people, but that's just the reality of it. Most people, and this is of almost any religion you can think of, they're not like the most devout. Being devout is rare in the sense that they actually they abide by what they preach, and they go to church consistently. They're active in their church. They contribute. They pay tithe. That's rare. That is rare. You're not going to see that often. So I guess I could agree with you if you say that those count as Christians. Most Christians aren't really, as Christian as they should be. But
listen, infidelity and porn are viewed. The statistics are exactly the same. They're identical. Like if Christianity was doing anything, you think you could tackle those things to show any kind of movement on the needle that represents that they are abstaining to any kind of the values that they profess? Like, do you think you could find examples of any statistics that would show that it's rising above average non-Christians in certain capacities? Like, it's very hard to find those.
I think I'd have to look at the statistics. Because some statistics you'll see are from like the 90s and 2000s, but generally, ironically, happiness rates in marriages among Christians are higher. Marriage rates, divorce rates are lower. I could go down the list, but I'd have to look at the statistics again. Like, there is a visible difference. And of course, like, there's still levels of infidelity and other things that are, considered sinful, but there is a difference amongst the general population, both in what I've seen in person and what I could gather from statistics.
I guess I have to look it up before you just say that. I'd be curious though. Maybe I'll Google it, figure it out. I think infidelity's identical. I've looked it up in the past, at least it used to be. But maybe there's other things that are different. I guess I can look at it.
Seven churches indicate. Hold on. It's still analyzing. Hang on. Ooh, it's doing a lot of analyzing.
It's religious organizations are probably the biggest donators to charity. So
whether they're Catholic or just evangelical. Half the reason homeless people in my town get clothes are due to the churches. So, like, I don't think there's been so much like arguments I've had with like atheists who are like, and I'm not saying this is like, but they're like, religion's just terrible.
Faith-based marriages experience about 30% fewer divorces than non-faith-based marriages.
But you were kind of leading on to a point that I was going to make. Like what I've witnessed as far as Christianity is concerned, there are three types of Christians. There are the Christians that live their life by Christianity. They're gangster Christians who use Christianity as a way to justify a means to an end. And then there are corporate Christians, those who use the name of Christianity to further their own agenda financially. So I would kind of use the statistic more in that range as to where infidelity in marriages and stuff like that fall short.
Which Christians do you think are representative of Christians as a whole?
Right now, I believe that the corporate Christianity represents it as a whole based off of a lot of public events that have gone down. And just a lot of, especially with, I believe that a lot of people have actually been converting to Catholicism. My mother has been one of those people, and she did it for the wrong reason. So I'm thinking that if she did it for the wrong reason based off of something that she was told from a church she felt was rich or wealthy, I feel like corporate Christianity has more of a hold.
Well, why did she convert to Catholicism?
Because she was in love with a guy that she knew when she was 14. He ended up being no good. Me and my brothers knew it. We kind of wanted to hurt him, but we were told not to. And she converted pretty much for him. But she said that it was because God was calling her in a different direction. And I'm like, how can that made me question religion myself too, even further than I already have been. Like, how is it that you can have a faith, but that one faith of a particular branch, and you switch faiths? What if that faith wasn't any good for you? What good was the faith?
I don't know the situation in detail, but I mean, regardless of whether her motivations are honest, like I can see what you mean on the general point, but my point more so is that overall, you're going to see, for someone who's like a Christian, a genuine Christian, you're going to see a difference in their life. And that's not even 100% because works don't define your faith as a Christian, unless you're like a workspace Christian, which ironically Catholics are. That's another conversation. But my point is that you should see genuine changes in your life, and those changes are beared out in the statistics. Like, borne out of statistics, you can see that in statistics. Serendipity just read some, and charity is done by churches a lot. There's some corrupt churches, especially in certain foreign countries, unfortunately. But in the U.S., religious organizations donate by far, like, to charity. They're not the main nonprofit source, but obviously you're going to see the average church contributes more than the average, like, I don't fucking know, private business. So, like, and it's a good thing that we have churches that care, because if not, like, if we don't live in a society that values a certain level of spirituality or believes in a higher power, what motivation do we have at a certain point? If everything's secular, this is another conversation in general, but if everything becomes secular, then I think people have less of a reason to give a shit about anything. So, I'll put the mic down.
Sorry, serendipity didn't mean to hide.
Oh, you're fine. I don't mind. The thing is, I will be the first one to tell you there's a lot of modern day Christian name only people, which don't help the Christian movement. But there's also a lot of really fucking good Christian people that stand by their word. That those things matter. That I happen to be a very faithful person. I don't think that the law should legislate my faith to anyone else. But I mean, I take scripture as the inerrant word of God. I try to live my life by the foundations that the Bible sets before me. I'm one of those people. Call me a holy roller. I don't care. I don't think that my principles need to be legislated and that everybody else needs to live their life the way that I do. I think that we all have to come to personal decisions that we're comfortable with. And whether your personal decision is to walk with my God or whether your personal decision is to not, like, that's on you. I care about abortion. I also care about the fact that sometimes I think it's a necessary medical procedure that has to be done. It doesn't mean that I don't think that baby is alive, but I think that there are sometimes circumstances where it's just not beneficial for anybody involved. I care about adoption being. I just had a kid adopt a kid. Like, I care about adoption being affordable. My children had to make the choice between, throwing $50,000 and adopting a child, or throwing $50,000 and in vitro fertilization. So these aren't just like fly-by topics for me. They're topics that I know from a personal standpoint intimately. And so, hell yeah, I care about that shit. I care. That's why I volunteered as a guardian ad litem in the court system. I care about these fucking kids that are in the system. I don't want to see these kids in the system. I also don't want to see people like my children have to get them on adoption agency waiting list and wait 7 to 8 years to fucking adopt a kid. So, yeah, I can recognize that all of these are problems in the system, and I can team with the people in my community. But to sit there and just collectively say, yeah, fuck Christians, they're just as bad as all the rest of us, and as a Christian, I'm going to take a little offense to that, and I'm going to stand up and say, no, that's not all Christians. That's not all Christians, and it's not even the proportionate number of Christians that I know, anecdotally. So, yeah, I don't know, just my opinion, be it not so humble.
Honestly, Christians, we take a lot of slack sometimes. I don't think it's fair. I think we need to come to that.
Well, I think the good ones do. No, I think the good ones do. I think a lot of people, like I said, they identify as Christian in name only because it's their tradition, or it's, it doesn't hurt anybody to think about the afterlife and being reunited with your loved ones. If that's their copay, more power to them. Like, you got a lot of Christians like that.
We need to call out this Christophobia.
I don't know. We should hold ourselves to a higher standard. We should live our lives in accordance with the scripture. And the basic, primary, fundamental tenet of that is love. And we don't, collectively as a group always do a great job of that. But my church is very active in the community. They do huge community outreaches every year right before Christmas. They provide dental services to people that don't have dental insurance. They, provide Christmases for single moms and single parents who are going through hard times and struggles. But there's only so much you can do. And people don't see it, and they don't recognize it. All their, unfortunately, the Christian church has also done a lot of bastardizing of putting sin on a scale and measuring it and weighing it and counting some much worse than others.
They don't want to, that you hear the rhetoric of, oh, you're gay, you're going to hell. There's nothing you can do about it. I wouldn't want anything to do with that religion either. Hello? But yet, oh, well, yeah, brother Bob is over there cheating on his wife. We need to counsel him and pray for him. He's just a sinner. I mean, yeah, it's got its problems for sure. It absolutely does. But
dude, there's nothing more cringy that I've ever witnessed in my whole life than sitting in church on Sunday morning with some fucking guy that goes up on the stage and starts talking about how he has like a porn addiction in front of everybody.
Right?
Like, it's so fucking cringy. Like, I have whatever that German word is, like where you're embarrassed for somebody embarrassing themselves, that feeling you get, that same German word. I get that so quickly when I have that going on. Like, I'm just like, oh my god, dude, stop it, you know?
Let me tell you something, man. I just feel the devil crawling inside of me whenever I look at a naked female. I need to tell you that, brother. I need to tell you.
But if you're gay, you're going to hell, and there just ain't a damn thing in the world you can do about it.
I mean, dang, God can't help it if you touch yourself. But if you touch a man, you're going to hell.
I can poke fun, like I said, I can poke fun at the places where they really fucking miss the mark. And to me, adultery is far worse. It's far worse a sin than homosexuality. There are victims in adultery. What the fuck are we talking about? If he cheats on his wife, he should not be in the fucking pulpit. Hello.
And I went to this church when I first moved to Georgia, which was it was based on a Methodist originally, but it branched out on its own. It was this little church. It was super humble. They met in the Lockheed Union Hall where they Lockheed. They meet in this room. They had boxes in the back where you give a donation when you walked in if you wanted, but they didn't pass a playground. They never talked about money. It was like the coolest thing. When I went to Alpha course there, which talked about the history of Christianity and the arguments you can use to talk about people that, talk about dinosaurs, random shit like that. So Alpha is like a story. What do they call it? When you're, what's the word? When you're using scientific evidence to prove Christianity from the Christian standpoint. It's got a word. It's something, I can't remember what it is. I'll think of it. Apologetics. So Alpha is the class that teaches apologetics, basically. I went to that. But this church was so humble. It was so cool. It was so nice. The people were so sweet. I really felt it was very community-based. They were doing tons of outreach, all this stuff. And then, over time, it started getting bigger. And then, before it filled the hall, they started passing around plates. And they were talking about taking money every fucking weekend. Okay, every time they're just constantly taking money out, talking about money, talking about their growing church, all this shit. Boom, they bought property, then they freaking built this big ass church, had no fucking windows. It was the darkest, dankest, cave-like, weird structure ever on the inside. They built this church, and they all start going to it, and they get a pot band, and now they're hiring a better pot band. Now they're paying their pot band, and like it became this thing, and I was like, oh, this fucking sucks. And it was like what it felt like was. At some point, they started with the mission that I would expect should be what Christians want to be doing. And then they started putting into themselves to grow themselves. And they did it under the guise that if we grow bigger, then we can be seen by more people. We can bring more people in. It seems to me that like charitable giving is not necessarily aligned with growing the religion and having tangible assets. When I shoot a wedding at a Catholic church like downtown in Buckhead, and I go in that fucking cathedral that they have, looking around, I'm like, dude, there's a lot of fucking poverty money here. Like you said, they can only go so far. They could go a lot further if they didn't build structures like this. Like they go in every Sunday and sit in this fucking thing that looks like it's in fucking Rome. And it's in Buckhead, and I know goddamn there's a ton of money in that place, right? They got parking decks full of cars. Like, I don't feel that they're doing the mission. When I bash on Christians, I mean, I believe in Jesus. I believe Jesus is the Son of God. I believe the whole thing. But I'm more disgusted when I look at Christians that I've encountered around my life than I am, like, satisfied with what their motives are.
And I just don't get it. Maybe it's the prosperity gospel, which is bullshit. That's a horrible thing too. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's Atlanta Christians because there's so many of them and they're so dominant. There's churches on every fucking corner. I see the hypocrisy more than like when I grew up in Seattle where there's very few Christians. If you're Christian, people look at you weird and you have to really defend it to be there, you know? It's just different.
I think the church overall has lost the concept of humility. You don't see very many humble Christians who are humbled and awed. And, you know, you do see a lot of prosperity gospel, where, you know, growing the church, making it bigger, making it better. And yeah, they justify it on the basis of we're making a difference in our community, we're having community impact. But I mean, all you have to do to say are you having community impact is look at what are you actually doing for the community, you know? And you do have to kind of get into the nitty gritty of what is your church? How are they outreaching their community? You know, our church does a huge program every year. Like I said, Love Loud. They get auto mechanics who will do oil changes for widows and single moms. They get, like I said, they offer dentistry services for people who don't have dental insurance. They do a huge outreach to benefit the community. They sponsor children for the holidays to make sure that, you know, they have good Christmases and to make sure that they have Thanksgiving meals. And you have the proof is you'll see the works and the fruit of the works, you know, like. But a lot of these people that do and that give and that provide these resources are doing it because they're coming from a genuine place of wanting to outreach and wanting to share the gospel. And sometimes that can be done very effectively in a small little church within the community, and sometimes that can be done effectively in some of these larger mega churches. We just left the mega church for one of the smaller churches, but I will still stand on at least the mega church that we went to, that we were a part of for so many years. The proof was in the pudding. They do a lot of community outreach. They're constantly sponsoring people for paid classes to help, you know, elevate people's education and their understanding, whether it's in personal finance or whether it's in job skills. It's like I said, the proof is in the work that they do. And it's a lot of godly led people. It doesn't come without its problems. It doesn't come without its criticisms, because at the end of the day, it's all run by men. And men are fallible. Men are imperfect, and they're going to screw up. But I know a lot of really good Christians, and I'm not categorically going to sweep. I don't expect a Christian to be perfect because I'm a Christian and I know I'm far from perfect. I have my own struggles. I have my own things that I battle with. Joby actually asked a question in chat there that I thought might be interesting. Pornography. And where that falls. I'm assuming, Joby, you're asking from the perspective of, as a Christian, like, is it good? Is it bad? Is it adultery? Is that what you're kind of getting at?
Actually, I was curious what the perspective is on Christians and non-Christians as it relates to how we should, air quote, should deal with pornography. I'm not sure the church deals with it well. They ignore it more than they deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think on some levels, this is kind of personal. I'll give you my anecdotal perspective. I'm not bothered by pornography. I also didn't have a husband that indulged in pornography. Like, so it's probably easy to say that I'm not bothered by it. But for example, there were a couple of times when the guys decided to go to a strip club, and I didn't care. I didn't care about them going to a strip club. pornography was not one of those things. It never really had like a hold in my life. So my perspective was that maybe if I were dealing with a man that was addicted to it and I felt like he was watching it all the time and that it was impacting our sex life, I might feel differently. I will grant you that. My sister abhors pornography, and to her, looking at pornography, going to a strip club, fetishizing another woman in any form or fashion, to her, that's as good as adultery as far as she's concerned. Like, she has a zero tolerance policy to pornography for her. It's just a hard line. It's a hard no for her. And she made it very clear with anybody that she dated, if that's your jam, hey, have at it. But like, I'm not competing with porn stars. So that's just gonna be a deal breaker for me. Like, she was real hardcore about it. And I say to each their own. I say every woman's gonna feel differently about that. And I don't necessarily think her way or my way is right or wrong. I just think it's what we're comfortable with, if that makes sense.
Yeah. If my man was into porn, it's not. Well, sometimes we can be. I would do a striptease for him, and that's it. I mean, whatever. I would try to, air quote, accommodate when appropriate.
I was almost 30 years old before I saw my first porn. I had to make my husband go borrow one from somebody at work because I just had this wild curiosity about, like, what the fuck is this all about? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand the intrigue. And I'll never forget, he brought one home and I was like, you get the kids in bed, it's all dark, you're sitting on the couch, and it's like, okay, let's do this. Like, I'm going to see what this is all about. Like, what the hell? And it was just so awkward and uncomfortable. I was just like, why is this entertaining for people? And I'm not even gonna lie, I kept spot checking, like, is this making you hard? Is this getting you off? What's going on here?
You probably thought there was a your response.
I know, I'm just like, oh my, is that, like, you're turning your head, you're like, is that really possible? Like, what? It was a rather humorous educational experience for me. And that was it, I was like, okay, well, now I know. Now I guess I know, but I don't know. Here's the thing, like, I can appreciate an attractive person, male or female. Like, I can notice a beautiful woman walking down the road and think, wow, her body's, like, she is categorically beautiful. Just like I can recognize a beautiful man. Hello, Emily. And drool over him. How can I very well hold my husband to a standard of, no, you can't look at other women. No, you can't admire the beauty of other people. And knowing I'm doing it myself, like, I don't know.
Admiring attractive people is different than watching porn. Was that there's a distinct difference there.
Yes, admiring attractive people, but for people, my sister, who takes a hard line on porn, she takes a hard line on, you shouldn't be objectifying anyone but me, or it is adultery. And, like, it's categorically all in the same category to her.
Is she married?
She's married. Yep.
So does she flip if, like, she notices her husband do a double take on someone?
She flips her shit. Yep. She flips her shit. Yeah.
To me, I get it. I think, like, I just don't understand why watching someone, like, there's a difference, obviously, between having sex with someone and watching someone else and, doing something with yourself. But, like, to me, there's no difference between that and, like, if you were going to go, I feel like emotionally I see the difference, but, like, or another example being, like, if you have an OnlyFans and, like, you subscribe to a specific person And like, especially if you're like messaging with them or requesting videos for them, to me that's like whoa. But I think most people would probably agree that that's like crossing a very fixed line. But to me, I don't think the line is that far away from like, let's say you have a specific porn star that you like tend to watch. To me, it's like, what's the difference? But I'm a person with a very different perspective where like I let my partner sleep with other people on occasion because to me it's like I do see them as the same and also I don't have a problem with it. So it's like I have a very different perspective. But to me, I don't understand how other people reconcile it.
I think there's like a difference between using it, like how it's being utilized and how it's impacting your relationship. I think that if you have a healthy relationship with your significant other, I think that porn is okay. I think for me, I don't like the sneaking of it, but again, like we all, I mean, I would assume we all have our own little things that we sneak from time to time. But like, I will give an example, sort of I was home during postpartum. My husband has gotten really into golf, wanted to go golfing with the buddies in a town about 2 hours away. Sure, fine and dandy. Husband calls and says, hey, we're going to stop and have lunch before we come back home. Okay, great. I check his location. He is at a strip club. I lose my fucking shit. I am at home with our baby, postpartum, and you did not inform me that you were going to a strip club? Sir! The fuck? Now, I have no issues with my husband going to a strip club. I know that my husband is not someone that's going to go and request a private strip tease, dance, whatever, in a solo room, right? However, to me, I was more frustrated of the lack of information on purpose because he knew that I would be upset. And then, like, our conversation was, well, if you knew that I was going to be upset, why did you do it? You did it because you did not want to look at your friends in the face and say, I'm not disrespecting my wife like that. Right? Like,
I mean, is that you projecting on how you thought he felt, though?
yeah. So we had, like, okay, I had some time to process this, right? Like, he had to drive back. He was with people. Like, I called him and said, where are you, right? He said, oh, I'm at lunch. Well, first he like, ignored my phone call, which pissed me the fuck off. Second, he answered and I was like, what are you guys doing? He was like, we're having lunch. And I was like, where? And he, like, eventually told me because I think he realized that I knew where he was. But, I mean, I will say, with that time frame of my life, I was very insecure about my body. I don't know if a lot of people in this room are aware that your sex life when you're pregnant and postpartum is not really that fun and exciting. So I feel like we were dealing with things within our relationship when it comes to our sexuality, which is normal, so normal. I think for me, I was just frustrated of the sneaking and like just the disregard of how that would impact me.
You said a few things that are contradictory. Most notably, you said, I'm mostly mad about the dishonesty of it or something like that. But you also said you're mad that he was too small to tell his friends, I'm not going to disrespect my wife. But you also said you wouldn't mind him going to a strip club. It was the dishonesty. So it's like, which is it? It seems like he didn't have a good option either way.
Right, and that was something that like we discussed of like, okay, like you're with these guys that you're trying to be friends with. One person decided that you guys were going to go have lunch at a strip club. The rest of you either agreed or went along with it. I understand that in that scenario, usually you just kind of go along with it. I think like for me, I was really upset when I called and he like did not give he did not was not forthcoming about the information. I think that is what tripped me like significantly, right? I think that expecting him to basically be like, nah man, I'm gonna go home. Like, would I preferred for him to do that? Yes. Did I think that was the easiest option? No, I don't. Do I want him to hang out with these people again? No. Could he possibly hang out with these people again? Yes. Like, I'm not gonna tell him who he can and cannot be friends with. I just informed him that like I was just disappointed in the situation and I was honest with him about how I am dealing with a lot of insecurities in my postpartum self. So like we had that conversation, but I think like for me when it comes to porn and strip clubs, I think that like you kind of have to take into consideration of how the other person in your relationship can feel because of that.
From someone who's dispassionate about, your intimate relationship, which obviously I don't know anything about, and also I don't know what you look like, so what I'm about to say is not about you at all. But to me, it sounds closer, just to my ear, it sounds closer to like a wife asking her husband, and again, not you, like, honey, does this dress make me look fat? And the husband lies and says, no, of course not. And so he's technically lying, but he's really doing it because he wants to protect her feelings. That was the sense I got. Maybe his buddies pressured him at the strip club. He didn't want to hurt your feelings. Right. He also, so anyway, because like it sounds like not a bad guy.
No, and I don't think he's a bad guy. We've had conversations in the past about strip clubs and like I don't necessarily like think that they're a moral evil, and he also has kind of said like they're not really my thing. Like I will go with my buddies sometimes, but like he's also, this was like early in our relationship, and like we've had this conversation a couple of times here and there. But and like for me, I was like, well, if it's not your kind of thing, why did you go along with it, right? But then again, it's like I'm sure all of us have gone along with things that aren't really our thing because we're trying to be friends with people, and that's kind of, you make that decision when you're friends with people.
And did you consider beating him to an absolute pulp?
I mean, for a second, I considered it. I'm just kidding. No, I did not.
This is going to be a great new inside joke.
But I will say too, like when it comes to like relationships, it's like if you are all satisfied within your sexual relation, like the sexual part of your relationship, I don't think porn is bad. I think porn is bad when it's like you're depriving of the other person of sex or intimacy, and then you're off going and looking at porn. I think that to me is where it can be really dangerous. And that's probably kind of, I'm assuming your sister felt deprived or did not feel like healthy, like they were having a healthy sex life. I'm assuming just from her reaction of it being such an extreme reaction.
Do you think it's possible to have a healthy sex life and also for there be some ways in which a partner cannot maximally please you, like there are things maybe that you would be interested in doing or whatever, and like your monogamous partner is incapable or unwilling to do? Do you think
I feel like one of the biggest examples, like I know that there are a lot of people that masturbate to like just relax, right? That it's not for that intimate connection. So it's like I understand that like when I just want a quick, I don't want to go to my husband for that, and I'm not expecting, it's like, I feel like I'm probably talking to people that are like dumb. Let's say yes, we all masturbate. It takes 2 seconds for me, but then it's like when it's with a person, it takes way longer than that. Like, there's or the energy or whatever it takes to have sex with someone.
You changed the title and I couldn't find you.
You can get your jollies in 2 minutes?
By myself? Oh yeah. Oh my god, less than a minute.
Oh my god.
Literally less than a minute. So like, yes. I just think it's less than a minute to myself. Oh my god, this is probably why women don't want to money anymore.
Then I understand why they make the house.
Oh, because women do it all the time.
Just kidding.
Yikes. You can't, I don't know. When a girl does it for herself, you can't just do it over and over and over again because it's.
I'm teasing.
What is it?
Here's how I'm about to change the subject because I really don't like the topic. And I'll see if y'all allow me to get back to this shit. Did you guys hear how Monica murdered her internal employee?
Is that like an AI video or something?
Well, I was in my chosen this morning, and Brad came in all proud. And there's a recording of my McDonald's story, the spicy chicken biscuit story, that was posted in a Telegram chat that I had access to, where I called corporate to fire a girl or woman.
You did it for real?
That didn't happen. That didn't happen. I called.
Did they train an AI to sound like you? Is that?
No. These are the facts. I was missing a breakfast biscuit. I went back to claim my property, and in compensation for the inconvenience, I asked for a soft drink, and they were unwilling to provide it. And I said, that's no problem. I didn't want to do the complaint line, but I can. It's no problem. Oh, we don't need to do all that. Move me forward in the line that I might have been blocking during our couple minutes discussion, and then waived me to wait for the soft drink after I already waited for the item that I purchased. Out of my view of the soft drink maker. And so I left. And then I called. And that's pretty much it. But I don't want to be fired. Not really bad. So Brackley's lying on people again, which was what Brackley does for attention and status or whatever. Just FYI, if you hear about Monica calling places to get people fired, never been my style. Like, I wanted you guys to know that. Not that y'all would believe it anyway, but just in case. We can go back to women, masturbation, and TV.
Yeah, we really need to. Let's get back to it, guys.
Do we really need to? But okay.
Yeah, one mic on Monica. Monica, tell us everything you know.
Bryson, your PTR is exceptional. We really enjoy it.
Thank you.
I just want to know why people, if they would let their partner masturbate to another person, why they would be completely unwilling to let them sleep with another person.
Valid point.
Like the other person, like masturbating in front of a person being a person on the screen, like in pornography, or in the house.
I can concede that there's a distinction between having sex with a person and masturbating in front of one.
STDs would be a factor.
Sure, yeah. So obviously communication and safety would need to be a priority. But I just think that every relationship looks different, and every relationship that you might describe as open looks different. But I guess it's always been interesting to me why so many people are so opposed to any form of openness in a mostly monogamous relationship.
I think the biggest thing is jealousy, at least in
if like I don't know. For me, it's like with my partner, like we have a whole life together. We live together. We love each other. We're so affectionate with each other. Everything about our future we plan together as a couple. And every once in a while, she has two different friends that when they get together, they'll get freaky with each other. And it's like, it doesn't bother me. Like, because she comes home to me, she has no intentions of building a life with those two friends, you know? Like, it just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't bother me.
What's the gender of those friends, and would it make a difference if they were the opposite?
So it's one male and one female, and I have set a rule that with the male, there can be no penetrative sex.
Why not?
I come to show you.
Why not? Why?
Yeah.
You know the answer if it's to a threesome, of course.
For me, it's I'm not trying to raise another man's baby.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, for real, though.
Yes, Mark. Is that the only reason, like, it doesn't bother you, except you just don't want her to get pregnant?
yeah, absolutely. It is only that.
Oh, even condoms?
I'm not trying to, zero risk. I made it very I accept zero risk with that specific issue.
What about butt stuff?
But people would be fine if that was something she was interested in, but she's not. Because
What about her penetrating him?
that would be fine. If it doesn't produce a baby, it's fine.
I know, again, obviously, if anything is too intrusive, you don't need to answer, obviously. Are you interested in having...
That's the thing, is it's like, I feel like it feels weird because she does it and I don't. But I don't want to. I don't even like sex that much, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, why would I do that? Maybe if there, I just don't, I'm an emotional lover, okay? And so, but she's not, and that's another part of it too, is like for her, sex is physical and physical only. Like she does not have emotions around sex. And so, but I do. So for me to sleep with another person would be totally different than for her to sleep with another person. But if I was interested in doing it, we could talk about it. But I'm just.
So have you ever had the conversation? Because I'd be curious now, since it is emotional for you, would she not be okay with you doing it because she knows that there's an emotional component and that's the only way you're going to do it?
I think, yeah, that would have to be the conversation. I think it would be if I was like, I would like to propose that I have sex with this person. I think the first question would be like, why? You know, like it's like the rules are there. It's just fair is not fair. You know what I mean? Like I feel like nothing about it is like we're different people and we have different motivations, and so therefore the context of why we would want to do this thing would be different.
Yeah, I get that.
I think the only person I would ever want to have sex with other than Cheyenne would be an ex. And so that would be like an obvious not good idea.
Right.
That's cool. I think that's
I
cool.
like what you said about fair not being fair. Fair is negotiated according to the risks, the boundaries, and all that other stuff that goes into it.
I think what Liberty meant is just because
Well, I don't
part of
think I
it doesn't mean you
misunderstood.
can do it. That doesn't make it fair.
No, I think what Liberty said was, I'm okay, I'm comfortable with my partner doing X, Y, Z, and they are comfortable with me doing A, B, and C. But if they did A, B, and C, or I did X, Y, and Z, we'd have to have a conversation to make sure that was okay. That's how I understand.
Yeah. My just to clarify what I'm saying, it's just that it is not necessarily fair for both people to have the exact same rules. Because the rules are there for the reasons of the different people being different people and having different motivations. And so that's what I meant by fair is not fair. Is that to be fair does not mean to have the exact same rules, in my opinion, in this specific issue.
I will say I was very black and white on the having an open relationship, and because there's a lot of them in the military, and I was like, that's weird. Your spouse or significant other is away serving our country, and you're just gonna sleep around. Had the husband deployed for the first time and was like, oh, I get this. This is like, it's more nuanced than just being faithful to your one person.
There are a lot of open relationships in the military. I mean, I know it. When I was deployed with my bros, and they're like, oh, you know, my wife and her boyfriend. I'm like, boyfriend? What do you mean your wife and a boyfriend? This is strange. But even in my work center, 15 people, 7 of those men had open relationships while they were deployed.
I believe it. People have needs. And the person literally can't meet every need while they're gone. And for some relationships to continue and to thrive, something needs to change.
And the guys do it too. I mean, we're hitting Thailand. We're hitting Hong Kong. You know? We're hitting Rome. We're hitting Australia.
I always told my husband, I was like, because after the first deployment, I was like, oh shit. So then we had a conversation that basically was like, listen, like, I'm understanding how this is impacting our relationship, how hard this is. If for some reason you want to step out of our relationship, we just need to have a conversation about it. I was like, just don't lie to me and come home and come get in our bed while you have been sleeping around. Like, that is where I draw the line. Like, it's, yeah, like, we haven't had that conversation, but I just was like, hey, if for some reason...
You think you would be able to allow it, or you were going to cross that bridge if you ever come to it?
I think it's easy to give an answer to that question now, and that not necessarily be what I would say or do.
I think if I were to ask my husband, he would be okay with it. For probably the same reasons that Liberty is okay with her girlfriend. But also for the same, Liberty very much reminded me of my husband. It was in that sense, it was just like, it's very emotional for him. Sex is very emotional. So if he were to bring up, and even for like a threesome, even just to bring in another woman, because it wouldn't be a man, it would be a woman for him. I would be like, why? What's the emotional thing here? Is that, yeah.
Because I don't know. To me, time is not linear. And so the fact that my partner has had sex with other people, like I'm not the only person she's ever had sex with. So it's like, I don't really even see that much of a difference between her having sex with someone in the past and having sex with someone in the future. Like, they're just, I don't know. It's like she's already had sex with other people. So it's like, it's one thing. It's like, this is where I honestly have a lot of respect for people who are like, oh, I want to save myself till marriage. I think there's actually a lot of value in that, you know? And then it would be a totally different ballgame. But when you've already had sex with other people, again, to me, it's more information as to why in some situations it just doesn't seem relevant. But kind of the rules for us is like, for her, it's got to either be a friend that I approve of, so like someone who I trust, and someone who, especially is helpful. Like the only two of the, I guess there's a third one that she has made out with before, but never more than that. Like they're in a relationship with each other, those two, that male and the female. So she just comes in as the third. And so to me, that's even less threatening. You know what I mean? Because it's like they've already had each other, and so they're not trying to like run away. You know?
Yes. Okay, I see.
Or it has to be a stranger, right? So it either has to be someone I know really well, who I trust, who we both know what the agreement is and what the rules are, or it has to be a total stranger. But that's something that that's a line we have not crossed yet, but it's something that I said I would be comfortable with depending on the context. Because if it's a total stranger, then they're just going to have sex and then it's going to be over and that's going to be it. But in that specific situation, I have said it cannot be a male if it's a total stranger, because I don't trust males. I don't trust that she wouldn't maybe get like raped, or that he would say like, you know, secretly slip it in or whatever, you know.
So you had these conversations before anything happened between her and the friends?
Correct. It was like, so what instigated this conversation was, so I
Okay, I guess I'm just gonna be really open here a minute. So I am a very gentle lover. Like I will never, ever, ever.
This is a public room, by the way. I just want to remind you in case there's something you want to say.
Sure. I think this is fine. I think this is it's not something I'm just screaming the town square, but it's something, at some impact. I'm a very gentle lover, and so I don't ever like to do. I won't even like spit. You know what I mean? Like I will not do anything like that. Like I do not like to be like rough is even an understatement. Like it's just like that's how I do it. And I also have some sensory issues, and I really don't like heavy kissing. Like to me it's gross. It's like it's wet and it's slippery and you taste each other's spit and it's gross and I don't like it. And so she was having a lot of sadness about like, oh my gosh, like I'm never gonna make out with someone again in this way. Like, there were just some things that it was harder for me to do. And we had this conversation of like, okay, do I either ask you to do something that you're not comfortable with, which there's no way I can enjoy it if I know you're not comfortable with it, or is there room for maybe that I could just get this specific thing from someone else that you can't give to me, and it was led to me being like, yes, like that totally makes sense to me. I think that there's lots of things that our partners can't give us that we get from other people emotionally, but it's interesting to me that like physically we act like our main partner has to be the only person who ever provides that for us, So there's been something. It's for me like the things that made me more uncomfortable was like when she was like, yeah, they were kind of like smelling me and like wanted to hold the hand or whatever, and I was like, I don't know, can't you just like fucking roll over, Like, that would make me feel better. So some of the more intimate things I feel better about or feel worse about than like actual fucking, But anyway, yeah, that's kind of the backstory. It was just like I didn't want her to just feel this regret about like me being the only person she's ever gonna be able to experience these kinds of things with again. And it was something I never really felt needed to be true. So when we talked about it, I was like, yeah, I don't care, like that doesn't bother me.
I think
so. Then it was, yeah, why not? We win.
Yeah, I think if both people in agreement, I think there's lots of reasons to do it. Like in my personal experience with knowing people who've done it, I don't think they were honest. And after it was all over, they were like, yeah, being in an open relationship kind of sucked. But clearly they weren't honest with themselves to start with. But if you truly are, I think there's like I said, there's reasons to do it and ways to make it work perfectly fine. But you have to be super honest with yourself, and your partner has to be super honest with you from the jump.
I will say though that part of the agreement was that my family can't know the situation because I feel like they wouldn't understand and they would like please. I think they'd really judge her. I think they would think that she was like a bad person if they knew. So we keep that part under wraps.
Do you two share a location with each other on phones?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like, I don't know, I mean, it's been a long time since I've been in a serious relationship, but I feel like, and I guess long enough that it was before that was a big thing, but I feel like I would never do that unless we were at like an event where we needed to find each other later that day, for a couple hours, but I don't know. I like it. I know most people in relationships nowadays do.
What would you want to do that you wouldn't have the freedom to feel like you could do if you had your location available? Like, where would you want to go that you wouldn't want your partner to
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the idea that I'll just say this. I generally don't like going out in groups. Like, I don't mind going out places by myself at all. Or if I do go out, I like to meet one person, not a whole group, because I just hate like the negotiating of it. Okay, should we go? When are we gonna meet? Okay, do you want to go somewhere else? You know, like I don't know. That's just my nature. I would just hate knowing, even in the back of my mind, that someone could be on their phone, like looking at me as a dot on a map, and have a question about that.
I love it. Sorry, go ahead, Hero.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you share your locations with anyone else?
No, I don't.
Shane and I will message each other all the time, or be like, why are you at this place? You know, or like, I saw like, you know, I see you're on your way home or whatever, or like, and it's like never once has it ever made me feel bad, you know, like there will be even times where I'll be like, oh man, I know she's gonna text me because she's gonna wonder why I'm here, or she, you know, I'm getting like a sweet treat somewhere, and she's gonna be like, you better be getting me something, you know. I don't know. It doesn't bother me at all, but I think it's a matter of taste. I can totally see why it bothers some.
I share mine with Trevor, but Trevor does not share his with mine, and I haven't asked. I feel like I do it because I'm a girl. I'm just a little nimble thing walking around New York City, and it's been getting crazy. So I feel like multiple people need to have my location. You know, I lived alone for 10 years, and so multiple people needed to know where I was, and I wasn't in close contact with my family, so my friends. I think about 10 people total have my location.
Yeah. I bet that you know how to like tell off a street person if they're getting too close or too aggressive to you.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course I can ward off potential predators, but there are moments where I'm coming home late from a gig, I got my camera bag, you know what I'm saying, and people do come up from behind, you know, I've seen plenty of videos here in New York City of just women walking their dogs, some guy will pass them, turn around, come back and knock them in the back of their head, so, yeah. People gotta watch me.
All right, you know? Let's role play right now. So,
ooh.
Hey mama, you looking good. Oh, let me get $5.
Why don't you shut the fuck up or break your stupid ass hip, you big bum? I know you're not talking to me like that, motherfucker.
I run.
I've never been more proud of this.
There you go.
Yeah, did you doubt that she had let it hurt?
No, I knew she did. I knew she did.
Yeah.
I saw this video a few years ago. It was just, I don't know why it was so unsettling to me, more than in person, walking down the street with me. But anyway, somebody was stopped in their car, and somebody came and smashed the back of their window and pulled their camera stuff out. And I was like, oh my God, like, and he couldn't do anything. He had stopped. It was wherever traffic, but I guess he couldn't get out and chase them. I don't know. It was just so freaky.
I didn't have my husband's location until he had a heart attack. And then I was like, please put your location on so I can come find you wherever the ambulance takes you. But I do have a friend that does not like that her boyfriend has her location because he will watch where she's going and make comments about it, which I personally don't like. So I understand the rights of like, there are people that use it in a way to look out for you, like Barry was saying, of like your safety, your security. But then there are also people that use it in a controlling, manipulative, keeping tabs kind of way.
I have my best friend. I have given them my location, and they refuse to use it. They have like this I don't know if they just don't want to feel like they have to reciprocate, you know. But there'll be times where they'll text me and they'll be like, "Are you there yet? Did you park?" And I'm like, "Dude, you have my location. Like, just look at my location." And then they just say, "Oh well." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh." They just don't want to share their significant.
Do you use the Apple built into Apple, or do you use it on Google Maps, or it doesn't matter?
Just the built-in Apple feature.
Okay. The only time I've done it is with my friend, and we're going to the same event, and we'll share it for. I think there's an option to share it for a few hours or something, so we'll do that, and then, but it's through Google Maps. I don't even know how to do it on Apple. I'm sure it's on there.
It's the same. It's up to an hour until the end of day, so midnight or infinitely, or until you turn it off. But y'all have been mugged before. So, at gunpoint. So, here in New York State on Canal Street. So, once that happened, I'm like,
Oh yeah, that makes sense for safety purposes, of course. And you never asked your husband, you never were like, "Yeah, why don't you put it on tonight?" You never did.
no, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't go anywhere. He goes to work and he comes back. This man is even keeled, never raised a hand to a mosquito, just lets the mosquito bite him because he feels like, "Oh, okay, I'm hungry." His family. Just the kindest man ever. I don't know.
Aww.
I trust him fully. Maybe I'll tell him to come in. Oh, maybe just jump on this app so they can meet you real quick. And he'll be like, "Oh, hey everybody."
You should ask him to put it on one day just to see how he reacts. Just say, I keep my location on. I want you to start doing that and just see what he says.
I'm afraid of what he's gonna say.
He's like, no, I don't think there's no.
Because that would create a Pandora's box, Kitty. That would be Pandora's box.
Did I miss anything delicious or wonderful?
We learned, the only delicious thing I learned today was that Liberty is a gentle lover.
Everybody got so quiet. Right. Deanne. Glad you're back. I've seen you, what, a year maybe?
Yeah, I've been back for a little while, but only during the day and only in this group. But yeah, it's good to see you.
Hey, Kristen, you're awful quiet.
Well, I ain't got nothing to say. Either that or it's a deadly onslaught. People are like, oh my God.
Girl, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I just wanted to tell you, I appreciate you on here because, well, you're nice, but generally speaking, there are no military women on here, and
Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Here I am. You know, I didn't work with a lot of women either in the military. So it's nice when I meet other female veterans. There are a few on here that stuck around, but not a lot. Mostly dependents of military, like children or wives, which is also cool. Do you know Miss Clark on this app?
I do. I'm not air quote military. I was former NSA. Seriously, I was.
Oh, that's fabulous.
My dad was.
Oh, yeah.
30 years Navy.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we love the Navy. We love the Navy. My mom was in the Marine Corps. My two brothers, my two sisters were in the Marine Corps. My uncle was in the Army. My other uncle in the Navy. I was in the Navy. And then, I think one of my nibblings, my niece, I think she's thinking about joining the Marine Corps. Big military family. Lots of women.
Same, but mostly men. You might know my brother, Scooby-Doo, on this app. He was,
yeah.
He's a Patriot missile guy. So I'm like you, but not quite as many. My brother and my sister.
That's fabulous. Good for them.
Be your best self. Get snatched, girlfriend. Be on fleek, on point.
Oh, I love that. Nobody uses fleek anymore. Yeah.
That's what it is. We like it. Oh, that baby's having a time. She's so pitiful. She's so pitiful.
We have our mayoral elections coming up. That's exciting shit.
New York.
Yeah, New
excited about one of the candidates?
Well, I'm anxious as to what's going to happen. Just because it's going to be a major turnover. It's just a major turnover. Adams was kind of just running this place like a party capital, trying to bring party life back, and I get that this is huge economically for the city, right? That's a huge part of it. So I get that, but a lot of things are going to the wayside. It created a lot of issues that don't necessarily impact me, because I'm now married. I live in a different part of town now, and now I'm out here. I'm a filmmaker and I'm traveling, and so I'm just doing my thing in a different space. And so now that I'm aware of what's going on, I'm like, oof, I wonder what's going to happen. And are people like myself and my husband, are we going to have to move because we won't be able to keep up with the prices? Yeah, expensive and shit. We're trying to buy property and the prices are fluctuating. It's a lot.
You'll be able to buy property. It's going to be like free housing. This one time gets it.
Damn. We've done a lot of rebuilding recently. Also, we've done a lot of campaigning for new industries to come into New York City, like casinos, new casinos. We have a few casinos which are just mostly like slot machines. But now they're trying to open space for tables, blackjack, poker, and things like that. Which would be great for the economy, right? But also, some people are also saying it's perpetuating addiction and corruption in the city. So
I can vouch for the latter. We have two Indian-owned gambling casinos. It's everything, and I don't know if you're within the confines of the whole gambling unit. It's a big deal. You're safe, but once you get outside and surrounding it can be a little ouchy.
By being Native American.
Yes, I do. Sorry.
It was very insensitive of you.
I know, right?
What I always find interesting is when people really throw around the term indigenous, like when someone will be like, oh, that person, yeah, they're indigenous. And it's like, what do you mean? Like indigenous to where? Like, I guess you can assume that you mean that they're indigenous to the place that you are. But if you're talking about someone who is in Great Britain and you said oh, they're an indigenous person, it would be so they're an Anglo-Saxon, it's just funny to me the way that people use the word indigenous to mean the native peoples of the Americas or the Aboriginals, but in really no other context.
That's interesting when you say that. Made me think a little harder about what indigenous means now. So are we saying that we are occurring evolutionarily? We are occurring naturally in this location. So that means we are indigenous. Well, even the Clovis people, which are the first people of America, they came here. They were nomadic people. So they aren't even indigenous. So I'm challenged to say there are no indigenous people to America, as we are all just migrants who emigrated in.
Yeah, I think it's fine to use the term indigenous, but you have to use it relative to a place. You can't just, everyone is indigenous to somewhere. So it's just you just have to specify, oh, they're indigenous to North America, but, because yes, I guess you could say the people who are indigenous to North America came here from Africa ultimately, right? We all came from Africa, and so, but I think it's still fair to say the first peoples who arrived in an area you could maybe argue that they're indigenous to it, but I think it's ultimately, I think it's a political cultural nonsense word in the same way that like native plants is. You know, like people use the same terminology to say that like native plants are inherently good, where it's like, well, every plant is native to somewhere. So it's like, I guess obviously what they mean is they're saying like the plants that they're planting are native to the area that you're in, but that doesn't mean that they're like inherently better, like good for the soil or whatever. You know, anyway, it's the same thing. It's just like people using these sort of cultural pop words as like a form of virtue signaling.
The baby. She's been crying for almost 24 hours straight, yo. This is the saddest thing.
You lay him, I didn't hear, on their belly.
She can roll over. She can do either or. They say her ears don't hurt, and that it's teething pain, but I've never had a teeth like that. She's miserable. They do have a stomach bug.
That's the old wives' tale, but my mom used to put alcohol in the gums.
Yeah, that worked. For a time. Essential oils are awesome too.
Not able to see this room in the lobby.
This one?
Yeah. Okay, now I can know. I still can't.
It might be my porn title. It's my porn title. Hold on. Nobody's blocked. Science.
Mine's taken that long, but we were talking about it for a little while.
Okay. Now look and see if you see it. I see it now.
Until Monica declared that she didn't want to talk about porn.
Oh, she did. That tracks.
It's ironic because if people could see the room, it would probably get even more traffic.
This is true. Okay. I changed it. It should be visible now.
Clubhouse knew that it was a, you know, the P word's gonna get people's eyes there, unfortunately, regardless. So they had to ban it.
In unsavory ways, yes, this is very true.
Which is funny because this is really, I feel like, a pretty uniquely terrible platform for such a thing. You know, like, I guess you could do, like, there's moaning rooms or whatever. Just like, I don't know. I guess some people do like phone sex, so I don't know.
It's not like they didn't teach us how to be clickbaity. Come on, let's go.
I mean, I'm sorry, but too, like, hello? Pornography, the ills, the rights, the wrongs of it, like, that's a good topic.
memories of Akeem became into these rooms. I'm trying to do my best to troll him whenever I see him now.
Why are you trolling Akeem?
Yeah. A couple days ago, I don't know if it was yesterday or a couple days ago, I remember Akeem came in one of these rooms and I just said, I love Trump, guys. Anyone else love Trump? And I wanted to see it. I wanted to know if he cared enough to get on stage just because I said that. Oh, brother.
Well, that will definitely trigger him. I like what schema, but Akeem don't like him.
Nah, man, he's got major TDS.
Yeah, he does. And he's not even liberal.
Yeah, that's what makes me feel weird. Like, he's not the stereotypical liberal. He's not going to be saying, like, the most basic DNC talking points.
Mm-mm.
But he will just, call Trump a racist. So that's the most liberal argument he has.
Yeah. But, I mean, he's kind of indiscriminate in that.
I mean, he's just Akeem. This no harm, no foul. I don't know who he is. I don't have a personal grievances towards him. It's just funny how he reacts whenever he comes in these rooms. Like, he's got definitely a burning rage regards to Trump.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I had to brush my teeth again. Coffee and all.
You brush your teeth after drinking coffee?
I do.
Honestly, good for you, because I really don't like when people's breath smells like coffee.
Isn't it the worst?
Yeah, it's annoying. I hate the smell of coffee in general, but coffee breath is awful.
Yeah, I don't want people to smell my breath unless it's because it's like, it smells good. That's minty.
Yeah, there's no reason to smell someone's breath unless it smells like this, honestly.
Right? Like, it makes me smell like a mint or bubble gum. Like, if you have to smell it, it's gotta smell fresh.
I don't even know what else it could smell like besides mint. Like, if you had a breath that smelled like strawberries, would it still smell right? I don't know. I think like strawberry breath sounds weird.
Not when I have one with strawberry chapstick.
I would prefer cinnamon or clove compared to mint. And just like, whoa, what did you do? What are you hiding underneath that sneaky pepper?
Yeah, I'm a pretty picky mint person too. I'm with you. I don't. A lot of the mints I don't like. I think I definitely choose cinnamon for that. Not mint.
Yeah, when people have those Listerine strips, and you're like, what did you have? Like, what kind of stuff is in your mouth? You had to have one of them. Because, damn.
Yeah, those are suspicious. You know why?
It's like when you walk in, like when you go somewhere and you're like, why does everything smell so bleachy? And we're not at a pool.
I like that. It means they just cleaned up with bleach. Go ahead. I never assumed something terrible happened to it. Bleach to clean.
Okay.
Not too much bleach in a house gives me serial killer vibes.
Right?
Come on over, dope. I just bleached my apartment.
It is that we just call the police.
I'm just gonna start my calendar.
I've been watching more serial killer documentaries, man, and it's like true crime almost, but like I guess it is true crime. I just don't like calling it true crime because like at this point it's really weird. But yeah, I've been watching like a bunch of true crime documentaries with serial killers like John Wayne Gacy and Ed Gein, like doing some fucked up stuff, man. It's kind of creepy. Like really creepy.
I tend to watch
that kind of stuff on YouTube, or there'll be like a clip of like police interviews of like, you know, people who murdered somebody. There was this girl. It wasn't the interview actually, this one, but there was cameras in her house, so it saw what happened. But she, 14 years old, she shot her mother, and you see her on the camera like going to the room where the mother was. You hear bang, bang, bang. And you see her go sit down, and she's like got the gun behind her back, because she's aware there's a camera in the kitchen at that point. Then she texts her, wasn't her father, but I think her mother's fiance. They were together for a while. They texted from the mom's phone saying like, when are you coming home? And he's like, oh, soon. And that's when I think she got him towards the door where there wasn't a camera. Did you hear the audio? Her name is, it's not Julie, but I'm just going to say that. You hear him going, Julie! And then like bang, and he's screaming and wailing. She didn't want him killing him. The mother died. But it was like, when you see kids do stuff like that, it's just something beyond. I don't know. So fucking, and they couldn't figure out, well, at least the clip I saw, I mean, these parents weren't abusing her. It wasn't anything like that. Oh, and she had a friend come over too. After she killed the mother, she had a friend come over and said that she was going to kill the boyfriend or whatever. And the friend was hiding in the backyard because the guy got the gun from the 14-year-old hand. She ran out of the house and like jumped a fence or something. You see the friend then running behind her. And I'm like, so not only did she do this, she had a friend sitting in the backyard waiting for this to unfold, and there was no abuse or anything like that. It was just, I don't know, she was having problems with depression and was on some medication, and it was just the craziest thing.
Name of that? What's the name of that case?
I'm gonna see if I could find it right now. I remember the guy's name was Heath Smiley, so I'll find it for you.
Was it recent? Because I've never heard of that. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think it was within the past few years. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tragic. There was this case, I guess similar, like the daughter killed her parents, had her parents killed. It was like a Canadian chick, Asian Canadian chick, under a very strict household where they pretty much like would disown her if she became unemployed, and they were on her ass about getting a good job. And she was living with her parents until like her early 20s, and she decided to kill them for insurance money.
Goodness. I'm putting an article to the story, but yeah, search for the YouTube video of the cameras in the house. This happened in 2024 apparently, so very recent. Yeah, but look for that video. It's just so creepy seeing this kid. Like, you know, she just shot the mom and walks back to sitting on a chair, and you see her with the phone texting the guy, and oh my goodness. And she even like hums a little tune, like I don't know. It's just like, you know, it's just crazy.
Oh, I finished Task last night. It was good. It's definitely worth the watch.
It was? Okay. Well, I'll have to get back into that one. That's HBO, right?
Yep.
Okay. Because I canceled Netflix as well.
Yep.
Plus, Netflix was like the most expensive streaming service I had. I was like, why am I Netflix?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I use Netflix the least, but I pay for it the most.
Exactly. Yeah. You know what I've watched mostly is Acorn. It's British stuff, but like I like a lot of the British series, but that's what I watch the most of. And that's like $8 a month.
I'm just trying to pirate all this shit down, man. Go back to the old days.
Yeah, I've got too many. Well, some of them I get free through my cable service. It's included, but yeah, I've got too many, more than I actually watch.
I forgot what it's called. It's like Flex TV. Or it's free, pretty much. Yeah, transition from paying for cable to paying for so many streaming services that
Like, you're still paying for cable.
Yeah. Well, right.
And they do it on purpose. Like none of them are all inclusive. Like, so that you have to pay for multiple ones.
Well, my cable's included with my HOA now, but honestly, I would just cancel the cable if it wasn't, because I still have the old DVR boxes, and they have like streaming boxes now. I haven't even hooked them up, so I can't watch the regular cable until I hook up the boxes, their boxes. And I haven't used it. This is like maybe 6 months now. So, but, what was I gonna say? Oh, my thing is though, I can't watch commercials anymore. Like I have Hulu with commercials because it was like 99 cents a month. I never watch Hulu because of the commercials. So I always have to get the plan commercial free, or I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, now the commercial free ones are extra. That's what they did to you. Netflix used to be commercials.
Yeah.
Now it's freaking $25 if you want no commercials.
Well, that's for I was paying $25 for the longest time, and apparently that's for like 4K, whatever. I don't have 4K TV right now. It's like $15 with no commercials, and you'll be just fine with the $15 plan. But it's like they keep sending me things to come back. I guess it's $8 for the commercial plan. So it's like, hey, as little as $8. I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna watch it. Stinky commercials. But yeah, that 25. I was paying $25 for the longest time for no reason apparently. So.
I started using. Okay, so I don't like to smoke weed in front of my husband, just because he doesn't smoke weed. I don't really hate for him to mess up with his work because we got secondhand high. So I use commercial breaks. Like maybe don't pay for that because let's use these commercial breaks to my smoke breaks in between severance or something. You know what I'm saying? And it worked out.
Okay, a lot of people are talking about severance. What is severance about?
Well, okay. Before anyone goes, it's built into the narrative that
I'm gonna leave it. I'll come back.
It's this. Well, I was like, okay. It's built into the narrative that it's mysterious, and the narrative slowly reveals more to you. So it's better if you go into it completely with no idea of what to expect. However, I will say it's gripping from the very first scene. It doesn't take any length of time at all before it gets interesting.
Isn't it on Apple or no?
Correct.
Yeah, that's why we weren't watching, or I wasn't, because it's on Apple, not Apple. Oh, Apple is going. How long do you think? How many seasons is it?
There's 2, and then the third one is, I want to say, coming out next year. So there's 2, and then the third one is in development.
I could do a free week of Apple and only look at the seasons real quick.
Yeah, and you'll want to. Yeah.
Oh. I got choked on this and sauerkraut, y'all.
Today,
Greatest show of all time. You guys' opinion, like the greatest television show.
Greatest one. Do you know
Which one? Oh, you're asking.
Golden Girls. I can still watch Golden Girls over and over. Ones I've seen a million times, and it's still funny.
Isn't that a sitcom though? I mean, that's
yeah.
Yeah, that's. I guess that makes sense. It's like you don't want to be a serialized sitcom.
Yeah. Did you say series specifically, or just television show?
Just television show, I don't know. That's a nice answer, depending on your taste. Usually it's like the more serious TV shows. But then again, a lot of people have Friends as their favorite TV show. I never got Friends.
It's really
Right, so I'm like, oh god.
Lowbrow. Did you ever watch Battlestar Galactica if you like sci-fi?
Oh my goodness, I love Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah. So
That's
good.
great.
That's another show that it's a weird order. I think technically the pilot is the first episode, but you have to make sure you watch the correct first episode, not what's listed as the first episode.
Yeah.
It's another show gripping from the first minute.
Yeah. And it didn't get lame, right? At the end, I remember getting
It got weird. It didn't get lame, but the last 2 seasons got kind of weird, but still good.
Was that because they finally landed or something? Didn't they finally land on a planet or something? I mean, this is probably the end. Maybe I don't remember that end so much.
It was sort of like it got more philosophical with the very end.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. True Blood, I really, really enjoyed, and I rewatched it recently. Yeah, True Blood, I really enjoyed.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I'm with the True Blood.
Yeah.
True Blood was great. Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
I love 6 Feet Under back in the day. That's one of my favorites.
It was the first show I ever binged. Yeah.
I liked Mad Men, and then that last part, I'm like, man.
I really like Alan Ball. Alan Ball's responsible for 6 Feet Under and True Blood and a lot of other stuff. And I pretty much end American Beauty, the movie. I pretty much like anything that he screenplays, to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever seen an Alan Ball project that I didn't absolutely love. I just like his humor, I guess. Dirt.
Thrones is the most disappointing thing I've ever seen. The last season is the most disappointing.
The last season of Game of Thrones.
Disagree, but that's not right. Endlessly litigate.
I would say the last season of Game of Thrones, or any season other than the first one, of Westworld.
Dexter, the last season.
Westworld was an incredible first season, and then just went to absolute dog shit immediately. It was really sad.
I just heard somebody talking about Westworld too. Oh, it was on a podcast.
The first season. The first season is incredible. The first season's amazing. It's a real simple problem. So the show, what's cool about the show itself? Hang on, I got better instead. What's cool about the show is that these are humanoid robot things that are made, and then rich people can go to this Westworld, this place where there's all these robots that they look like regular people. And you can do whatever you want when you're in Westworld, right? So, like, the first season really takes advantage of the depravity of human nature. So basically, they're raping these women robots, and they're torturing some of the robots in front of the other robots, and like they're just ruthless at these robots. And I thought it was super gripping and super amazing to think about that, because that's pretty much what would probably happen. And then the second season, they immediately gave the robots self-awareness, and then from then on, it was the robots fighting back. And I felt like they should have drug out the concept of how the humans use the robots way past the first season. They ended it way too quickly. Yeah, and then they drug 3 seasons out of the robots, which was lame. It got really dumb really fast. It was really disappointing. It was honestly as disappointing as the last season of Game of Thrones, which was a fucking joke.
There was this series.
I hate when people say that, because the pacing was off, but that was it. I mean, as far as Daenerys finally reigning hell upon King's Landing, it was incredible. And then the last storyline between Jaime and Cersei, there's
no way, man. Brendan being the fucking end, that wasn't very serious. Frankly, Daenerys was completely out of character. Completely out of character. She was freer of people, freer of slaves, and then she goes and starts wiping out civilians at King's Landing. Bullshit.
But her father was the
made so many mistakes.
Her father was the mad king.
Yeah, there wasn't enough of.
It didn't explain why she was mad.
There wasn't enough, right? There wasn't enough of her personality sort of shifting, right?
Right.
And now she's like, but yeah, that was
true. The last season, it deserves all of its criticism. It was fucking horrendous. How they killed Cersei. I waited freaking how many seasons to see Cersei die, and then she gets like hit by shit over the top. Like, come on, man.
In a tragic love story with her brother. Like, that was like, they say a great literary.
She needed to be fucking murdered. She didn't need to just have some freaking cave fall in on her.
Everything she did was for her kids. She loved her kids.
And her brother. And they say, like, a great literary ending is both tragic and yet unexpected. Both unexpected and yet inevitable. So I thought that was perfect for Cersei.
It's amazing.
They could have did it so better. They did it. It was like 6 episodes, right?
The pacing was off because the showrunners were done. They wanted a new job.
The dumb part was that they had characters doing what's outside of their fucking character arc after seasons of characters. Like, and also the build up to the White Walkers. My God, and then they just they finally show up and boom, that's done, and then it's so stupid.
It was one episode.
How can you build up the White Walkers for like 5 seasons and kill them in one episode with Arya?
No, that's really nice.
But you know what, guys, honestly, I don't have same taste in shows because I think Severance is intolerable. I fucking tried so hard. I got through the entire first season, and it was brutal. It was like pulling teeth. I was like, can something please fucking happen here?
Yeah, it's more for like the hyper-intellectuals, I get it.
No, it's not. It's like, for you to say it's gripping from the beginning, dude, the first 3 episodes, it drags on. It's like, what's the big secret? There is no fucking big secret. The secret is,
well, they're going to understand it, but they let her
no, see, you know what you know how it works in the first damn second episode.
No, you don't. You still don't know at the end of the second season.
No, I don't. I'll never make it. I'll never find it.
I'm just excited. I've never ever been in a room or in a kind of conversation with someone who didn't hate the ending of Game of Thrones, so it's just always a pleasure to get to hear a hot take.
Yeah. That's just a straight up back call for you not hate the end of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, or have people justified people justified what Khaleesi did. It was just like, that didn't make any sense. Like, it said, like,
they didn't justify it. I just said it was foreshadowed. It was both unexpected and yet inevitable.
I wasn't commenting on what you said.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm very sensitive.
You're literally the only person in the entire world probably that said that season was okay.
I mean,
everybody had. It was like the worst thing ever written.
It was just, I'm so...
And rightly so, because they did a disservice on like 7 fronts. They did a disservice of virtually every character arc. They did a disservice of wrapping up too fast. They did a disservice of, not rewarding you with what you were waiting for in Cersei's death and all these things that you were kind of waiting for. They just like,
remember that there were a lot of things that were not really understood. Like, remember at the very beginning when that lady who had the mask, like a coin mask looking thing, and she came up to when Daenerys first came, like in her blue dress, after they let her into the thing, into the city, and then he tricked her by trying to take her dragons. Do you remember that very first one?
Yeah.
Do you remember the lady who came up to her and said some really cryptic thing about just something cryptic, and I was like, that was never followed up on.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So that could have been so interesting, and there was something else maybe that were like, how was this even introduced? It just already implied.
To be fair though, like with Game of Thrones, it's based off of the novels by George R.R. Martin, and he's famous for like introducing so much shit that for it to be properly tied up, it would be almost impossible. He hasn't even finished the series himself, so stuff like that, I can't blame them. But at least the last season could have been like the stuff they decided would be the finale could have been executed in a way that would have
absolutely.
Like, good. To give it all to Brendan was so goddamn lame. Like, goddamn. Like, seriously, like, are you fucking kidding? The stupid ass kid in the wheelchair, the Caesar fucking Crow gets the whole thing. Like, come on, he's like the most boring character in the whole show. It was like, oh my god. Everybody's rooting for Jon Snow, right? Someone wanted Daenerys to kind of win and take it. there were so many people that could take it, and they like killed everybody off in a dumb way, and then they freaking gave it to Brendan. Like, oh god.
Derisa, I'm curious. So obviously you agree that the vast majority of people did not think the ending the last season was good, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So do you? I'm just curious, to what end do you think, like, is everyone wrong, or like, 'cause I don't think everyone who thinks the season ended terribly was like a Philistine. So I'm just curious how you reconcile like your opinion being so different from the masses.
I mean, obviously you'll grant that appreciation of art is subjective. So I think that it was such an incredible production, and those production values held through the very end. I think the thing that everyone is so angry and hurt about is the pacing, which I agree is a valid criticism, but I don't think it really takes away for how incredible the story and production were overall.
That's interesting, because for me, I've debated like rewatching it, and then I don't, because I'm like, oh, I know how it ends, and I know it upset me so much. So I don't want to rewatch.
I watched it 3 times through and read all the books. It's good.
So yeah, I don't think like the masses make something objectively good, but it's just like, I think there's got to be other ways that could. It's just such a famous example of like how something went from a cultural cornerstone where everyone was talking about the last episode of Game of Thrones to no one talking about the show ever, in a way that like people still talk about Lost or whatever, So I just think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, those 2 guys, the writers, those 2 guys that did it, they blew it, dude. I think they still aren't covered from that shit. What do you think else am I writing?
They rushed the project because they thought they'd be able to, like, off of the good reputation of being Game of Thrones directors, they'd get a gig, a Star Wars movie essentially, right? Or was it a TV series? I don't remember. And the freaking last season of Game of Thrones was so shit that they had no more goodwill. And I don't think they've had a single like major production since. Like
HBO rushed it because they started paying those characters too much money per episode, each one of them, and so they immediately decided to split it off and make it more lucrative to do multiple stories at once. So I mean, HBO kind of forced them into it, and then they did a horrendous job of caring for it.
I heard HBO were cool with the amount of money. Like they just like. Where they had to make it like less seasons per certain amount of time. It was like 1 season for 3 years almost. But like still, I think it was the director's fault. That they could have done better. That's what led it to become a mission.
The writers, not the director, the writer.
Writers.
They're all directed by different people. Most TA things.
It's the script was trash.
I don't blame the director for the last season or the last episode or anything like that. I mean, that's kind of why I agree with Derisa, is that the quality of it wasn't bad. The directing wasn't bad per se. It was a story. It was a writing. And the rushed aspect of wrapping up the stories too quick. You know what I mean? Like, it had good, the special effects were fine, the dragons freaking totaling the city were good. Like, all that shit was fine. Even though it's completely out of character for Daenerys, which really pissed me off.
Especially how hard. I'm having a hard time deciding what was the worst thing in that entire episode. Like, what was the worst thing in that season? There's so many bad things that I can't figure out what the worst.
I think the 2 worst things were giving it to Brendan and making Daenerys not act like herself. Those are my 2.
Okay.
I think the episode seems really bad.
The funny thing is that you feel so passionately, and yet you're still saying her name wrong.
He's saying both of their names wrong, but that doesn't matter.
I know, but I just want to but it's Daenerys.
Daenerys, I had an extra syllable. That's all right. Daenerys. Sometimes she says aluminium, and sometimes she says aluminum. She's English, so she says aluminium. So
You guys are going to argue this. I don't care.
In the novels, they usually refer to her as Dad. which they never do in the show.
Or Khaleesi.
Or she who loves to show her tits.
Well, the sexy.
Well, if I look like that, I would too. Damn.
Also.
To be honest, she showed her tits so much that by the end of the show, I was like tired of looking at her tits. I was like, I'm good. I'm fine. Like they're not even hot anymore. It's like, look at my wife's tits. Like there's too much of them.
Oh my God, your poor wife.
They did it too long. They drug out too long.
Do you know what a client said to me today on the phone? He said, man, I have the worst luck. He said, I could walk outside and it's raining tits and pussy and I'll get smacked in the face by a dick.
That's so dumb.
Funny, but gross.
It's so dumb.
Wow.
Have you even watched? Has anybody watched that game, Monster, on Netflix? I guess y'all bailed on Netflix, so you might not watch it.
Yeah. Or what about the I want to get to the follow up for Wednesday. Station.
That one, okay, so we can talk about Wednesday. So I love Wednesday, but I'll tell you, the second season, it's too long. Like they should have cut it down some. Like I'm worn out. Like I haven't even finished it yet, and I'm like, oh god, I gotta keep going. Like I like it too. There's too many episodes. I don't know how many there are. There's got to be like, I don't know, 12 or some ridiculous amount.
What's
12? You think it's ridiculous? That's fine.
There's a lot of episodes of it. Like,
what part of the story that needs to be wrapped up?
I think let me think what I don't like about it. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that actually. I just think the entire thing is just too slow, I guess maybe. At this point. I guess I don't like that one monster, the big eyes, the freaking big one or whatever. Like I'm not a big fan of that monster in particular, and they show a lot of him in the second season, so I'm kind of
I don't like him either.
Like he's kind of lame. And then they bring in his mom, and she's one too. And I'm like, oh god, I don't need more of him, right? And then they bring in Pugsley, and he's fine, but he's not particularly that great of a character either. And so I guess I like the simplicity of the first season where it was all about Wednesday, and I think they just brought in too much stuff. They just brought in a lot of stuff. They got like 3 stories going on at the same time. They got this story about this zombie guy, the Pugsley.
Just Wednesday and Friends, but mostly Friends.
Yeah, I mean, there's an episode in there, strangely, where Wednesday switches bodies with her roommate. And so Wednesday becomes all colorful. Like she runs around being her, like with her energy and her color and stuff. Which is pretty hot, to be honest with you, because Jenna Ortega, when you see her cute like that again, you're like, oh my god, look what I've been missing. I forgot, right? Like she's so dreary as Wednesday. I forgot how damn hot she is, you know? But then she gets all queued up, and she wears little, like, colorful sweaters and shit, and makeup, and, pink cheeks and shit. And she's really cute, and I kind of enjoyed that concept of them flipping it for an episode. And that's the one thing I'll say that I thought was kind of creative and interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I love the actress that plays the invisible person. I love the actress that plays the invisible girl. I think she's amazing. I really like that actress.
It's funny that you said that the 12 episodes is too much, because most series used to be over 20 episodes. Remember? And I was like, I missed that day. Now it's all like 6, 8. It's funny you said 12 is like way too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess pacing matters, right?
Sure.
Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is about it. I just wish they could leave me hanging a little longer. I wish I could wait for another season. I wish it could just end and move on and give me some more and give me some other monsters with that stupid thing. That thing with the big eyes, whatever that thing is.
Yeah, the Jekyll and Hyde. I don't care for him either. I thought he was going to be done by that.
Oh god, he's like the focus of it. It's like the whole thing is about him. It's really bad, that part of it.
I've been really loving this seeming what I see as like a trend in Netflix and stuff is like miniseries where it's like you get 8 to 10 episodes and that's it, like a story that starts and ends, and it's just like, I don't know, I appreciate it as opposed to shows where it's like it just goes on from season to season to season to season, it never dies.
I like that too. What was that one with Jason Bateman? God, was it not Stranger?
Ozark?
No, the one that came after that. The one that was based on, oh God, what is it? It's not is it The Stranger? No. Oh my God, it's so good. It's like 7 episodes and it wraps up as well.
Was Jason Bateman interesting?
Yeah, it's really good. It's called, hang on, I'll look it up. Hold on a second.
It's worth seeing. Jude Law, is it? Jude Law, too? Jude Law.
I think he might have been in it. Yeah, hang on a second.
Yeah. I
Movies and
started
shows.
watching, and I
It's called, God.
the restaurant.
The Outsider. The Outsider, 2020. So, The Outsider. It's about this creature. Oh, dude, it's so wicked. It's about this creature that murders kids. But the reason it murders kids is because it describes it in the show as the murder of the kids is the dinner, but the dessert is the grief that the parents and the community suffer over losing a child versus a regular adult. So it's wickedly deep and dark. It's really intense, and it's like 6 episodes or 7 episodes and it ends. It's called The Outsider. It's really good, actually. It was a big deal when it came out. Everybody gave it a lot of good feedback.
I'm tired of those kinds of dark, troubling shows.
Oh, that's the state of America, man.
I know. We need something else. Like bring back musicals, and not the again.
Don't bring back musicals.
Dystopian musicals.
La La Land did it for me.
No, not like La La Land. I'm talking about like old school musicals that are even to the point of being campy and cute, fun.
I really don't like.
So they did during the Depression.
My good friend took me to the theaters and we saw Wicked. I did not know it was a musical until I sat down and heard the first.
Oh my God! Wait, which one?
Yeah, you cannot blame anyone but yourself for that one.
That's
I
true.
did not know Wicked was musical.
Oh, but I didn't hear which one you said.
Wicked.
Oh. Well,
I hate musicals, but I like Wicked. I actually was surprised by it. I wasn't surprised, but I hate musicals typically.
My dad and
That's like Moulin Rouge, and that's another musical that
I hated that one at first, and now it's one of my favorites.
I really like it. But I do hate musicals. I really do. I'm not a fan.
But they're also different, you know? There's like pop.
Smaller Broadway is nice. If you get off of the mainstream musicals, smaller Broadway's
For me.
I think I would like a musical in real life, no matter what it was, just because it's actual performers. But watching a musical on television, on a movie, is boring as fuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so fun. You go with like your wife, or you go with a group of friends or something. You do a couple shrooms before.
Oh my God. Do you remember anything on that?
Yeah, musicals.
Yeah.
On a screen versus in person is a totally different experience.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I concur. There was like Chicago. I hated the musical, but the movie was amazing.
Oh.
I feel like there was like a cultural moment in like 2010 where they were doing a ton of like TV musicals where they would get like famous people, you know, like
the live ones where they would do them live.
Yeah.
That was a thing.
That was a nice little cultural moment for a minute there.
What was that musical with Hugh Jackman? That one was decent. The Showman, I think, or whatever. Like,
Showman, but
I didn't hate that. I didn't hate it. I wasn't a huge fan of it.
Sweeney Todd. You like Sweeney Todd? Sweeney Todd, yes.
It is so dark. I can only watch it. Like, I'm glad I saw it once, and then I did not like Johnny Depp or Helena Bonham Carter, because I'm like, why did they pick bad singers? Why? Like, it could have been, they did a great, yes, they can act and everything, and yes, we get it, it's the same with, the Mamma Mia ones. You know, the woman is supposed to be 40, she's supposed to be like 40 years old, but they cast Meryl Streep, and no shade to her because, hello, Meryl Streep, but like, Meryl Streep is like over 60, and it didn't make any sense.
What do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
Because the storyline is that she got pregnant at a very young age. So 20 years later, she's 40.
but Meryl Streep's character is over 60, and so are her two friends. And it didn't make sense because the decisions that you make when you're 30 are not going to be the ones you make when you're 20. Do you know the story?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
What movie was that one?
Mamma Mia.
Oh,
So
God,
good.
no.
It's an ABBA.
Watching
The
out.
ABBA one was so good. I mean, I liked ABBA music, but just the way that they, and I really honestly, I was like, well, how are they going to make all this work together and make it make sense? And it's absolutely adorable. I prefer the stage one over the movie. It's great. The movie is great, and everybody does a great job, but the musical is.
Priscilla Queen of the Desert. That was really good.
I never saw that one.
I enjoyed that one. I should watch that one.
Yeah,
I should watch that movie. That movie was great.
Oh, the movie? I saw it.
Yeah, that movie was really
You
good.
saw it on stage?
I used to, when I lived in New York, I saw a lot of shows, yeah. So.
That's amazing. I wish I could see it.
You know, with show just closed down, Phantom of the Opera after so many years.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think everyone in the whole world was saying, I saw that one time.
I saw it once upon a time too. I think the last one I saw was Kiki Boots was the last show I saw.
How was that? Was that
It's
good?
really fun. It's really fun. I took my mother. So fun.
Did you see the movie? Because the movie was good, but
I did not see the movie.
So much fun. Okay.
But it was such a fun. It was a fun show.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, I wanted to see Vera. Did you see? I wanted to see Oh Mary, and I wanted to see Seven, Six.
9. Oh, 6. Yeah, how did you like that? How did you see it?
6, 7, 6, 7.
Okay. No. I mean, I've heard some of the music, and it just kind of sounds like it's very repetitive. And okay, here's a big disappointment that I had. To see Little Women. I love that story, and I love the characters, and the musical just went on and on and on, and there was no big. Oh, it was so awful. I feel so like a traitor. It's terrible, but it was so horrible. It was like the worst musical.
Did you like the movie with Winona Ryder back in the day?
Which one?
The Little Women. Did you like it?
Oh, sure, that one was good. Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a Little Women musical. I thought it was just a play.
It was so horrible.
Shut up.
I don't even know how I don't know how the actors actually memorize the songs because they don't sound like. What's another one that was really Spring Awakening was cute. That one was it grew on me, especially when I found out that all the performers were actual teenagers, and I really liked that because who better to play to portray teenagers and their youthful transgressions than actual teenagers who have the chops to sing all that? Oh God, it was really beautiful. It was sad, but it was beautiful. I went and see it again.
The last time that we were in New York City, we saw A Strange Loop, which was like a new.
What's that?
It was like a new one. I don't even know if it's still running, but it was pretty good. It's definitely like a little on the woke side, you know, like it's a black gay young person and just kind of like his relationship with his mom and like how he reconciles like the relationship he has growing up, right, where it's like you're a young fat gay black person and then you get like fetishized and like all this other stuff. So and it was, I don't know, it was good. I enjoyed it.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see perspectives. That would be interesting.
Vera, did you ever see?
Okay, you're gonna kill me. I'm so sorry, go ahead.
Did you ever see War Horse?
No. Is it still playing?
I don't know. It was playing when I lived there, but it was really good. It was heartfelt. Yeah. I saw American Idiot, and everyone loved that, and I thought it was kind of silly, and I do like Green Day.
I saw that too. I thought it was also kind of like it was cheeky. It was just I don't know. I liked Green Day before the British accents.
I wanted to see the one that was based on Alanis Morissette's music.
Oh yes, that one. What was that called? Oh my god.
Jagged Little Pill.
Jagged Little Pill. That's what it is. Jagged Little Pill. Jagged Little Pill.
I want to hear that music. Oh my god.
I have it on vinyl. I love that album. That's my favorite.
Oh. Yeah. I love her stuff.
I was watching, I think it was the documentary on the Lilith Fair, and they were saying people think that women only make good music when they're unhappy. When they're happy, they don't make good music. And Alanis Morissette, I mean, that was my favorite album person. It was pretty angry.
Yeah, Lilith Fair. That was in the 90s, right? I remember doing a little bit of just kind of research, just here and there on it, just trying to see what it's about. But I really enjoyed Jewel's set when she was singing. She's so magical. I love Jewel.
Oh, I love her voice. She did. She was in a rendition of. She was in a show. It was like a miniseries based on the Man in Black. Oh, hello. Why am I not thinking of it?
Well, so just back to Lilith Fair, she wasn't super popular then, and she was like, I can't believe everybody's coming to see me, and like they want to sit in my set, you know?
Really?
It was pretty cute, yeah. She wasn't really big at that point yet.
Do you remember in Austin Powers when Dr. Evil went back in time and was playing piano and was trying to convince everyone that he had written songs that he hadn't, that songs that were later going to be written in the future. So he's playing the piano. What if God was one of us?
You gotta see, I enjoyed this film. It's called, oh my god, I can't remember. Anyway, this guy, he wakes up in a world where nobody knows who the Beatles is, and he starts playing Beatles music, and I think he wrote it, because for some reason, nobody knows the Beatles. And that's what that just reminded me of that. I can't remember the name of it. I think it's a Beatles song is the name of it. But, yeah, it was pretty.
Was it one of the Beatles movies, like A Hard Day's Night?
No. It's this Indian actor, tell something. How much Patel something. But yeah, no, it's just it's not.
Yeah, I saw that movie on Netflix or something. I didn't watch it, but I thought it was interesting.
It was cute. I liked it. I'm not a Beatles fan. I just thought the movie was cute.
You know, musical, I'm so glad that they made it, and it's really good. It's just not, the hype of it was obnoxious. It is Rent. I get it. We're all struggling artists. And there's disease and shit. God.
That was the original woke show.
You know, when I saw that as a revival, that I was so glad that I actually saw, because I just poo-pooed it, and I shouldn't have, maybe, because you see all these particular musicals done by high school, and it's like, ugh, but it shouldn't actually be done by high school. I don't think it's it's not an appropriate one because they just won't understand. I mean, I guess it's educational, but just cannot portray is how does cameras noise? The brain is not working very well today.
It's yesterday, by the way. Everybody's watching it yesterday.
Yeah. Some kind of wonderful. What is some kind of some enchanted evening? What is that one from? It's 1950s music.
Which is, sorry, I'm trying to think, which
The musical, the Some Enchanted Evening.
Yeah, I can't recall.
It's from South Pacific. Why couldn't I think of that? The musical's called South Pacific. And I just was like, whatever, it's old. And it's like, cheese balls. But no, it was so good because it was like, it wasn't even the romance that was interesting. It was like everything else. You had a pilot who was flying to his doom, and it was about the native Filipino peoples and how they were becoming their struggle with the European or the American world, and it was so many things. It wasn't just that one dumb boy meets girl, they go fall in love, whatever. Here's a musical. It's very sad.
I like cabarets and shit too.
Yeah.
There was this one time. Well, like very like underground people. One of my husband's best friend, his wife, did a cabaret where she's played in multiple Broadways, like short or traveling Broadway shows. So she's done like different Disney characters, like the Disney princesses and shit. So she's so cute. So one day she did a cabaret, Disney princess cabaret. So it was just the funnest thing because she puts personality to it. It's just so funny. But I love shit like that. There was this one time when I first moved to New York City, I took some friends somewhere. We were just all hanging out, and this woman approached us. Long story short, she invited us to this cabaret. We got really cool. Invited us to this cabaret. We're like, yeah, we'll go. She was the one doing the cabaret. She would put on these different costumes, and it's just like the funniest. And her name was, what is it? Her name was like, it was like, what was her fucking name? It was like Dolly something, Dolly Gertrude, and the Gertie Doos, and she had like a backup of 3 gay boys that would like do gay cabaret in the back. It was just,
oh, fun.
I love
that. Yeah, I like those. That would be fun. Because then you can really enjoy what they're really into and immerse their voice.
It reminds me of, yeah, right. It reminds me, it makes me imagine myself in the times of like Liza Minnelli, what was going on, what she was doing, and just kind of performing her cabaret sets and scenes, or who's the woman who did all these other fabulous cabaret. I mean, Cher used to have something like that where she would dress up and do things with other artists.
Variety shows.
Yeah, variety shows.
I would totally go see shows like how they did back Bette Midler, she did a variety show.
Exactly like that. And even older than that, with these fabulous glam artists of the 60s and early 70s. So,
you know what? I was mesmerized by the Barbara Mandrell show, and I looked back, like when I was a kid, I was mad. And it was only until they mentioned the internet that I was like, I gotta see that again. that I got to see it again. I'm like, what the heck was I so gaga about? Because I don't know why I was so excited about it. It's just really weird how when you're younger, certain things have such an appeal, and then now it's like, why did I like that so much? It's so weird. Like Lisa Frank, I know this is not musical, but Lisa Frank, and that I just loved it when I was in middle school. Why? Like, I look back now and I'm like, I don't know why I liked it. The Lawrence Welk show. I like that. That one, even though it's cheesy balls.
Alex Saturday Night Live skit with Kristen Wiig when they do the Lawrence Welk show with their tiny hands catching balloons. With their tiny hands catching balloons. You've never seen that skit on Saturday Night Live?
That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, you have to Google it. Kristen Wiig, tiny hands, SNL. It's really, really great. It's a they do a Lawrence Welk spoof.
Okay.
Yes, this is the end of this room, eh?
Yeah, you can close it if you want to. That was fun. I'm just doing some work, so. Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Me too.
I mean, you could have better. I don't feel like you need to, but no. Yeah, close it if you need. Ta-ta, Mr. Leon.
I'm working to putting a drop ceiling.
Oh my gosh. So like the metal part and everything, the metal grid?
Yeah, I'm doing that
Wow.
right now that it sits on up against the walls.
Oh my goodness.
So you start on the walls and you put the frame around it like an even level, like not in my case 9 feet. And then you hang it on the wall. And so then you got like a little ledge all the way around your wall. And then you have beams along the top, and then you hang wires from the beams. And you take a long strip, which is like the main run of the part where the tiles sit on. You got several of those every 2 feet apart, right? Because your tiles are 2 feet by 4 feet. So the main runs are 2 feet apart. And then you got these little cross pieces that go every 4 feet the other direction just to kind of hold the tile lines properly. But initially, you basically run your long beams perpendicular to the main beams in your building. So whatever those that are going, you go perpendicular and you run these long beams and you hang them on the wires. It's kind of rewarding because when you get up there, once you cut the long thing to the right length, wall to wall or whatever that is, then you get up there and you hang one on the wire and then you put
the level in there, and you're like, okay, so it's sagging a little bit, so I need to just tighten the wire up a tiny bit more. So you pull a little bit tighter, and then once you get the wire just right, then you wrap the wire on itself, right? That kind of locks it in place. And then you just go down the line, just next wire, next wire, next wire. You just check your level each time. And once it's all hanging, all the grid's hanging, you can't really mess the grids up because they have other cross pieces that are in between that go the other direction that kind of make them the perfect space apart from each other, basically. So, and then you just stick your tiles in there. It's very rewarding, actually.
You know the trick of slicing the side to bevel it, so you can stick it in and the tile itself?
No, not really. It makes sense though. So that's the thing. If say your ceiling joists are like kind of low in the room, if you hang it too close to the joist that they're hanging from, if you don't have more than like a good 12 inches there, then it gets really tricky to get the ceiling tiles into place because they have to go up at an angle before they pop into place or whatever. So what you're talking about sounds like it would be really helpful when you don't have a lot of space. If you have a lot of space above the ceiling, then you just stick them up through the hole and you just drop them down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like if you don't have a lot of space above them, then beveling the edges of them would super help to like fit them up in to the place when you can't actually like shove them up first. You know what I mean? Because you got to kind of put them at an angle at first, right? So they drop back down into place. And if you don't have a lot of space, I gave myself 12 inches on this one to like get them up before the beam. So you basically want your ceiling as high as you can, probably. But you also want to make sure you have enough space to put those damn tiles in, you know?
Yeah.
So
like you know how when you put it in and you try to hang it and then it just doesn't quite fit. It's just like to make it lay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you bevel it on the texture side.
Okay. Yeah.
When you stick it up and then you allow gravity to do its magic.
Yeah.
It grips. It grips the side where it's beveled, and then it'll just naturally flatten out.
Like fall in place. Yeah, that's nice, because sometimes you get it where you can't get one to sit in place right, and so I have to go like two away from it and pop that one, and then kind of reach over and shove it down from the top, and then like hope that the next one goes in right. Eventually you get one that falls in, you know what I mean? Like I had to go like 3 deep before where it's like they're just not falling in each one of them. It's like, yeah, so you go to the next one, you pop it up, and you push down on the top.
And it took me an hour to get the ones, and I'm like, and then I saw the stupid, it was like, somebody had the razor and they're just they went zip, 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 like on all four sides. And I'm like, why didn't somebody tell me about this stuff? No.
Like that secret. That's a perfect secret.
Yes. God.
Yeah, my boss is like super, he's super picky about like how good I do things. So I don't have to work, I can work as slow as I want. Like if I get it just right, then like I don't have to rush. I can just kind of dig around. He doesn't
That
care.
is perfect. He knows that. That's probably why he's so wealthy. He's like, do it right or don't freaking do it.
Right, like really, like he does not care how long it takes. You know what I mean? As long as you're not sitting on your ass doing nothing. I don't care if you're sleeping on the floor, whatever you're doing. As long as you're doing something, he's not going to question it, which is really nice. And it's nice that I'm older now, at 51. It's like I kind of need that. I don't need somebody busting my balls every day at my age. It's exhausting,
Well, it's also, you're wise enough to understand that it's counterproductive to what the end result's going to be. So what are you doing? Like, why are you rushing me? What? Because you want to crank out like it's a machine?
Oh, yeah. I had this other job where they were rushing me like that all the time. And I was doing low voltage installs of long security systems, and I was up in the attic of this place, and they were rushing us all the time. And I just stepped between the beams and put my foot through the ceiling. And then they lost their fucking mind, right? And then they're like, all I have to do is fix the drywall. It's not that big a deal. But he lost his mind, and then he immediately sent me out for a drug test. Immediately flipped out. Drug test because I caused damage or whatever. And I was smoking weed back then. So not when I was on the job, but I was a weed smoker.
And he said to me for a draw, he's like, you put your foot to the ceiling, you need to go for a drug test right now. Go find out this place. He gave me his address by where he lives, or was working. And so there was another guy with me. I'm like, can I borrow your car? He's like, yeah, because they didn't want to take my van because they could track it. And I drove to this like head shop on the way. Like I basically found a head shop that was not really too far away. That they looked at GPS, it wouldn't look that weird. And bought some fake pee in there, like real quick. And then I stopped by Panera and got hot water because the pee had to be warm. And I did all that on my way to this test. And then I got to the test and like the pee was already at temperature it needed to be. It was in a bag on. I strapped it to my leg and I went in there and tested, passed. And I know that he was like, okay, so this guy I brought into work with me, he let me pick this assistant. And the guy that I liked, he's a real stoner. I'm not a real stoner. This guy was a real stoner. But he was a good worker, and I liked him. So I picked this guy to be with me. Well, because we were like the two guys that were like, kind of like, he just thought we were smoking weed. He was pretty sure of it. I know when he did that test, he thought he was going to nail me. And when I didn't test positive, I'm sure he was like, what the fuck, right? Like, I know that he was just like, what in the hell? How could this be possible, you know? Because it takes forever to leave your system. When I finally stopped smoking, I tested myself after 6 weeks, and I still tested positive. It took over 2 months for me to have a clean pee. Almost 3. So it takes a long time to leave your system. When you find it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love not doing it now. I definitely should quit sooner.
It's just not worth it to me. I've always worked jobs where I had to be tested. I just was okay with it because it's the line of work that I do.
Like they weren't okay with it? What do you mean?
No, they weren't. No, I just that they always test for it. So I like it because to me it's just one more validation of, I'm dedicated to do this job. Let's go. You know.
Right.
I am.
Yeah, like I know that.
No, the more employable I am, the better off throughout. I want to be as employable as possible.
Right, that makes sense.
Because I didn't have a specialty, so I always did office work, but I didn't do anything. I wasn't paralegal. I didn't do I didn't have an accounting certificate. I didn't do, so I did office work, but it was not specialized where it's in high demand.
So you felt replaceable if you weren't like reliable?
I still feel, I think anybody's replaceable. And I like that because I worked with them, like 20 years ago, I worked with a lot of people who, they did not need to be around people. Awful people. And I think a lot of people, there's been a lot of people who are like, they don't care how, you could be the best employee, like you can be the best like salesperson or whatever, but if you're awful to work with, they'll take an average person over high maintenance.
That's true.
Douche canoe.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I have to be with you for 40 hours a week. Give me the middle player, because I can't stand this person. I don't care how good we'll work with. We can improve the work. We can't improve the douche canoe. Especially if that douche canoe doesn't want to improve. I got cranky as I got older too. I have to keep my temper. I'm surprised I was actually not let go a while ago. I had a terrible week and I should have gone to the doctor because I got the day. Okay, bye.
therapy. Therapy's
Okay.
But is he actively, legally, like Nixon, trying to find way to attack? I mean, he just publicly saying it, right? Do you prefer a leader exactly tell you who they don't like, or you want someone who is sneaking behind, have a list of people they want to attack and blocking and everything? So this is the choice you want to have. Second thing is, by publicly showing that, he is very strict with how he want to challenge his enemy domestically. He using that as a projection that he's a strong leader. And when he deal with foreign policy, it's very important. When he deal with Erdogan, when he deal with Putin, when he deal with all these leaders who are strong in subjugating their people, they will look at Trump. Trump also, very aggressively legal against their enemy. So he knows Trump is not someone you can play with, like maybe soft person like Biden or something like that. So the question is, this question has to be asked when Trump finished the term, and how this enemy list help him to project him as a strong leader outside U.S., help him to be effective, at the same time not be sneaky like Nixon. So that is the question.
You are right that there is a big difference, that nothing that Trump is doing is hidden from public view. Everything was published ahead of time in the 2025 Project 2025 book. So you're right, there is a difference. However, in terms of the actual effect of what they do, or what they're doing, there may be a parallel. Of course, there are going to be differences, and that is one of them, and I guess we can be thankful for that particular difference. I got attacked or made fun of a little bit in the chat for stuttering, because I was searching for words and searching for answers to questions that were being asked. What the hell? Come on. I don't stutter. Howard.
Hey, thanks, Gary. Thanks for letting me have the last word today. I'm going to be fast because a lot of my points were covered, and nice job, in particular to David Garcia, expressing some of the same things. And by the way, Gary, and I did look it up, I seem to remember in the first term, Trump did have an issue with 60 Minutes and threatened their FCC license, and I did look it up, and it goes back to 2017. So for whatever that's worth. But to answer the question overall, again, this is just my own personal point of view, not at all surprised. You have to have empathy for someone, don't you, who's been convicted 34 times and also has been impeached twice. He definitely has been very public. I mean, you can see it in real time. You think back to the whole lock her up chant, certainly going after Hillary Clinton during that whole period, and he's very much emboldened. And now with the Supreme Court and presidential immunity, I'm sure there is an enemies list that continues to grow, and it's actually probably fairly sophisticated. And if you take a look closely or listen closely to his language, he very often talks about basically being president, but you get the sense that it's being president of MAGA or president of, call it, Republicans out there or not Democrats. And he does connect the dots sometimes with the enemy within and the blue states, and certainly against Democrats. So it's interesting from a leadership perspective that he basically does position himself publicly, I feel, talking about his enemies list. It is a little, I think we spent maybe a little bit more time than we needed to about the whataboutism. There's no doubt that Donald Trump isn't the first president, or even Richard Nixon for that matter, to have their own version of an enemies list. But just because people have done it before doesn't necessarily justify or make it right. And I think you have to be bold enough from a value system point of view to call a spade a spade. And Gary, I'll just wrap this up with this comment that perhaps Trump's enemies list is in the same file folder as the Epstein files, and I'll land it there. Thank you.
I love it. You always bring the Epstein files up, and I think we should never, ever. Oh boy, I screwed up here on charging my stuff. Big mistake. We should never, ever, ever, ever forget about that. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Here front and center for you to look at, and yeah, of course, there's related issues to that. But can we just get to the meat of it? Like, how do I stop the compulsions? Compulsions. I just need the behavioral therapy part.
Like, do I need drugs? Do I not need drugs? What? Where do I? Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be on drugs. You know, I want to do the behavioral modification and get the compulsion part of it under control. Like, I know the problem. I know what the issue is.
Okay.
I need to modify the behavior, and I'm a very good instruction follower. Like, if somebody will just tell me, do this, and do that, I would do it.
Yeah. Okay, so you're obedient.
I am obedient.
You're good obedient.
I'm a good little rule follower. Just need the rules. Can somebody just give me the fucking rules?
Yeah. Yeah, if you can.
It's aggravating.
I know. You just have to find the right rule book, and not even take all of it, but just you need to be finding that you've got the rule. Here's the catch: you got the rule book in your head. It has to get unlocked. Here, certain chapters have to get unlocked with someone who can listen good, and who's gonna shut the fuck up, and who's gonna listen, and who's really going to take notes, like either physically or in their minds, and get to the bottom of what you don't know yet, and what you want to know.
Might have to look for like a specialist in that one particular area that you're having a hard time with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah, like you said obsessive compulsive things like that.
Yeah, but I have obsessions. I've always had like little obsessions. That's always been a struggle my whole entire life. That's where the ruminations come from. That's the ideas.
That's usually very simple. That's usually, as far as I understand, related to serotonin. Like, if you don't have quite enough serotonin, your mind kind of itches at itself. So I think
that's originally what my doctor thought, but for me, it's not the serotonin. The serotonin drugs did not help. They made it worse. The dopamine drugs are what helped. I needed the dopamine, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean to say. That's what I mean to say. Dopamine. Habilitators, whatever. Like esco.
That's what helps. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just take that stuff.
Yeah.
And it just kind of like you kind of like chills you out a bit. You like care less, right?
Well, what it does is it doesn't stop my ruminating. It did stop the compulsions though. But like I know how to stop the compulsions without having to take stupid medicine. I want to get to a place where it cured half the problem. It didn't get rid of the ruminating, but it got rid of the compulsion to placate the rumination.
Right. I'm just curious, why do you find medicine stupid? Like, I take it and for me it's good.
Because I don't think, it's not that I find medication stupid. I mean, I wouldn't be taking it if I found it stupid. But I don't believe that our bodies are designed to be sustained by virtue of synthetic medication. If we can get to the root of, the problem, I think a lifelong medication is probably like that's gonna have impacts on things like your kidneys and your liver, and I don't want to be on medication for the rest of my life. You know, like, I want to use it.
Yeah, I mean, to each their
Yeah, I want to use it to be well, obviously, you know, and to help me in this journey. But I feel like particularly with compulsions, it's a behavior thing. Like if I can learn some quality behavior modification, then I shouldn't need the medication to
what is it
sustain.
So is it lights turning on and off in a number of times in order to make sure that something bad doesn't happen? Is it something like that? Or is it
No, it took me 6 months to get in to see this particular medical specialist, and on my way to the appointment, I start ruminating on the fact that my house is going to burn down and my kids at home asleep, and I need to turn around and go back and make sure that my house isn't burning down.
That's definitely dopamine. It's just dopamine. It's a dopamine thing, right? It's a medication thing. I think, you know, I mean, you may have to be on it your whole life. I mean, the other thing is, the
self-soothing thing.
No, I get it because I have PTSD, and it's kind of somewhat similar. What happens is that your mind gets locked up in a cycle, and you go over and over and over again, and it feels itchy, like you have to do something to stop it, and then it sort of resets.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people with that. It's mostly a dopamine thing.
It's like dropping her off at a party and then suddenly being scared to death that somebody's gonna drug her cup or she's gonna overdose on something, and I need to be there, and I suddenly can't leave. Like I just sit in the car and refuse to leave.
So basically, obsessive thoughts and negative thoughts are kind of related to dopamine.
Yep.
So you may have to just take the medicine. I mean, thank God that we even have it.
Daily.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. Because when you're high, you're gonna be everything's fine. But when you get that's gonna be even worse. It's gonna worry you more.
I'm just saying.
I can't do marijuana. It does not agree with me.
No.
No, neither do I.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people who have this problem, they definitely cannot. They definitely cannot smoke weed. It makes it worse.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't know if you've heard me serendipity, but I said cocaine. I didn't say weed.
I won't do anything.
I know.
I'm too serious. I'm too
Head is the answer, trust me.
You can keep your head worked on.
Yeah, your head worked on. Real slow and slow.
We just need cocaine and head session.
And a young man to work on your head.
We're talking the therapy. I didn't need drugs when I was married. But
The right person that works with your head, and I don't mean it in that way, like the right person that actually does work with you is probably like a major part of the challenge is finding the right person that you connect with. It's just like finding in anything, finding the right personal trainer, the right massage therapist, and not in any weird way. I'm being serious on this, but finding a really good. The last therapist, I saw a therapist. So I've been working on things that I've gone through in my past that I'm trying to work through. And the problem is every time I see a therapist, it's like hitting a bee's nest with a baseball bat. And I'm leaving in a worse shape than I'm going in. And they're not doing a good job. And I mean, literally, this place doesn't even take any health insurance, $170 an hour. I'm really not in a good place then because I'm going, this shit better fucking work. And then at one point after 7 sessions, they said, well, we can't prescribe any medication, but we have a PA on hand, and it's $370 per hour. And so I did that. I did that session, right? And they only wanted to do is prescribe ketamine to me. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going. I'm not just going to go with some role that you want to push on me. I said, I'm trying to work through things, and I don't want to go with some kind of drug like that. I would like to do it without being put on some prescription. So none of them works for me. So here we are again, back to square one again. So yeah, finding the right person is really half the battle, at least half the battle of the whole thing.
if you find the right person, and then of course not feeling the stress of the cost. If the stress of the cost is painful, then geez, I mean, find someone where insurance does cover, because I think the ones that where insurance does cover, you might actually find a better person than these ones that are doing private with not taking any insurance.
Well, my whole thing is, I shouldn't need a lifelong medication to stop fucking ruminating thoughts. Like, that's what I need to get rid of is the fucking thoughts, because even the meds don't kill those. They kill the compulsion to placate, but they don't kill the ruminating thoughts. And nobody needs to be thinking about, all the people that they love dying in horrific, gruesome, gory, graphic ways all the time. It's just not good for you. It's not good for you.
Who's that? What is his name?
Nick.
Hey, what up?
Nick.
What up, baby?
Do you need attention, Nick?
Nick always needs attention.
Well, are you being a little scoundrel today?
I don't know, but if you're gonna go to these doctors and you're gonna go and they recommend something, that's what they're there for. So I also think that if you're gonna subject yourself, you should go in there with an expectation that they're gonna try and prescribe you something. That's a doctor. You don't call a doctor if you don't need them, right?
But you don't have taking the medication right now. I want resources to
pills are good. That goes for any prescription. If prescriptions worked, you wouldn't need a refill, right? So you can also use it in tandem with therapy, and then eventually you may be able to wean off of it.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with
your advice. That's not technically medical advice. It's different for every person.
I never said it was. I'm not a medical doctor. Thank you.
Yeah. I was trying to help someone on how to get out of debt, and I got marked at for getting debt, financial advice. I'm like, no, I'm not giving financial advice. I'm giving advice on how to give it debt. So
for this room in particular,
I don't like getting worked at either. I'm sorry.
Right.
That's
so in this room in particular, it's sponsored by BetterHelp, and if you use code TICKETS, we can get you all matched up. Oh, look at there. Here she is. She needs matched up. Monica? We're gonna do a little bit of Tinder
if you click here and you click 1, put in your account number. $300 will be removed from your account number. Press 1 to say yes.
No. I scream at those automated things. I'm listening to a person. Just give me a person.
I see Serendipity in her house going, rap, please, toxic.
Oh. Wow.
And then you got the smart companies who disable the zero option that just puts you back to the main menu. That's irritating.
Yeah, like I said, I'm all for using the meds to get you over the hump and to get you the help that you need and to make good changes. I need to get to the changes part. I don't want to stay on the meds, okay?
Okay, David Bowie, calm down, okay?
Oh, David Bowie, that's hilarious, though.
Time to face the strange.
Okay, that's great. I love that.
It's okay, because if you think about it, there shouldn't really be that stigma for mental health, because if you think about it, we're in a ball of dirt floating through the middle of nowhere, and we're just trying to figure out how to survive, on a real life. Yeah.
And we're trying to do it together so we don't hurt people. For fuck's sake. God. Oh, shit.
Well, you just have to, when it comes to taking prescriptions, it's really important to, put it on paper, this is the possible side
medications in totality that you're taking, and be aware, be alerted on that, be aware of them, and make sure that they don't start prescribing another medication to offset that side effect, because that medication offset that side effect could have its own side effects, and then you end up being, in your 50s, 60s, 70s, taking 12 medications for one. You know what I mean?
God, that sounds delightful.
It's not.
The blue one wakes me up. The white one calms me down. The red one keeps the demons from dancing all around. Right scientific?
Yeah, sure. What Nick said.
Exactly.
Sorry, I was texting.
Sponsored by BetterHelp. Use code Serendipity for 20% off your first consultation. Right, Monica?
Or 1% deal. Enter Sereni.
It's kind of like Tinder, but for you and your therapist, we'll find the right match for you.
I wish it wasn't so funny.
I should open up an automated, like an AI therapist, because you gotta imagine the therapist is gonna need therapy after hearing all this crazy shit, you know?
Yes.
Where does it end?
My last therapist actually almost fell asleep during my therapy session. And I was like, I don't think I'm the one for you. It wasn't about them, it was me. And she, I could tell, like, you're so young, you need to begin with children.
She's just like, blah, 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 it went outside yet.
She fell asleep. She almost fell asleep.
Did you steal all her candy in her candy bowl while she was asleep? That's what I'm...
No, but I wasn't as entertaining as a child. And I think that it was like an onslaught of drama. And it was also a very hot day. And the sun was shining through. And she already said, I'm so tired, I need some coffee. And I do. So, okay, here's the other thing too, Nick. I know I have a certain timbre to my voice that is soothing. There's also one that's aggressive and annoying. But there's also one that's very soothing. And people have a tendency of falling asleep. And so that's what happened to the poor lady. Honey! Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I fell asleep. What?
Everybody! Hey,
Did you say you have different voices, or did I misunderstand that?
I think she said something about that.
I have a lot of, so I'm a singer, and I went to school for theater, so singer, dancer, actor, I've had extensive education.
I actually I've noticed that about you, but I didn't realize that you were aware of that, but I've noticed that about you.
I know when to get off stage, so everything that you hear is me. I'm not being a character, it's me. It's just different tones.
Yeah, I've heard 3 different voices from you. 3 distinct ones I've heard, yeah.
Oh, there's more. So, and what it depends on is sometimes it depends on who the audience is. And I know, honey, I got it right here. I don't know why you're barking at me. It's right here. And so, so I've learned how to control it, and and sometimes it just depends on who I want to do. Again, everybody communicates differently, right? So not everybody's going to respond to my like this. The voice that I know, honey, I don't know what you want. You want water? Okay, all right. Like my dog. He's like, this talking is not doing anything for me. Clearly. So it just depends on, like, most guys can't take my normal bass line of my voice. I don't know why. They just cannot. They feel challenged. Whatever it is, it triggers something in them. I usually, when I'm getting to know people, I try to use a higher pitched voice because it's more childlike and it's not as threatening. And I'm like,
You're definitely a bitch. And
Is she in the Matrix or something?
Yeah, she's in the Matrix.
Yeah, Speedy, Edie speaks Matrix.
Edie, nobody can hear you.
Well, we love you, Edie.
Bruce.
I mean, would you go fucking get the resume ready?
No, we don't want her internet pick on our network.
So that, anyways, that's there she is. I think past 2 minutes. Edie.
Isn't it interesting that she's having a conversation with us? She's so cute and precious trying to communicate with us. And we
I would love to hear what you have to say, but Serendipity is talking.
Raise your hand if you want to mock me and
Kick us in.
place of Nick. Wow.
Wait, what? Edie, pause, block.
She said she was going to give you a mod bean, but you were mean to her. Look at
I
her
never
phone around for
Edie,
3
are you
hours.
kidding? I got receipts showing that I've always been nice.
Edie, don't let that bean go to your
I
head.
didn't like your laughter when Serendipity said whatever she said. Whenever she was mocking you, you laughed.
Yeah, because when she was going, Serendipity, do what you did again?
What?
What did you do?
How is that not funny?
I'm sorry.
Look, this is God. Shouldn't eat each other.
Oh no! She's so cute. She thinks she's having a conversation with the rest of us. But she's really not. You can hear the rage trying to pump through her shitty service, but you're really not getting any of it. This is like my favorite way to talk to Edie. This is when you get the best advice from her.
Just wait.
Seriously, we.
Don't think I can hear you.
Edie, come back to us. We need sex.
Kristen, no. We're getting her really worked up. We don't want her to know.
I'm sorry. What are we doing?
Yes.
Some people don't want to communicate sometimes. And right now, Jonathan, they want to rally you up, and I don't understand it, but okay. So I'm going to play along because I want friends. Oh, I know, but I want friends, okay? So I'm not good at this game.
You know, stop. Except for Aubrey, she wasn't laughing at you guys.
Hey, I'm not laughing. I'm just trying to catch up.
Edie, you must be, masochistic. You have the bean. You can make all the changes that you need.
Why do you have to make so much sense?
What do you mean by changes? What do I have
Did you put Nick in the goo?
I did not.
Totally Nick in the goo?
He does that to himself.
I know. He's a little prankster.
Yeah, he's a little yep, sir, yep.
I think that was Monica.
Oh, sure. Now we're going to throw Monica under the bus. First Sean, then Monica.
Drop it down to the audience for me.
What are you talking about, Sean? Sean was driving the bus.
Or was that Vero? No, it was Sean. It was Vero driving the bus. She likes to see people going to the bus and do big bumps.
Those wheels on the bus go round and round.
It's fun to drive during a protest, right?
Oh my God, that's like terrible. Don't say such
Bum,
things.
bum, 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 bum.
Edie, are you still trying to talk? Because I don't. And also your little zombie.
I'm driving.
Okay.
It's
And your little
switching cell phone towers, driving. There's no way she can focus.
And your zombie Hello Kitty is so cute. Even though it's a zombie cake.
Thank you. Breathe. Nick, he'll be starving after he eats yours, so I'll eat somebody else's.
Doesn't Nick have a brain?
That's the whole thing.
I'll be starving after I eat her. There you go, person stupid.
I said after it's yours.
You said I'll be still hungry after I eat her.
No, I said after Nick's brain. Nick's.
You got it back. Nick heard it backwards. He thought.
She only eats kale.
Hey, does anyone in here sew with a sewing machine?
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Yeah. And can you make things?
I mean, I did. I made a baby dress.
Aww.
So, I have a proposition because my sewing machines are in storage right now, and I'm having a okay. I can't get to my sewing machines. My love made sure that he packed everything in the way back of a closet because our entire life is in one closet. It's like this big walk-in closet, and there's no way I'm getting them out. And so this is what I can't get this stuff out, and so this is what I need. This is so stupid. There's this thing called a Delphonics bag, okay? It's I don't even want to tell you how dumb this is, but I'm into a particular, I'll just say, I'm into journaling, and the journaling world, like journal talk, if you want to call it, they are obsessed with these Delphonics bags because they are able to like hold the entire journaling ecosystem with all the things the stationary bag, but the reason is because of the dimensions. Now, I've spent the past 3 days trying to find a Delphonics bag dupe because they're up to like $60, some of them. They're on average about $40 to $60. And all it is a 10.5 by 7.5 by 3.5 bag with a zip and just a bunch of little a bunch of little pouches on the outside. That's it. That's all that it is.
For your pens?
Yes, it's basically a stationary pouch, but the dimensions are what's really important, and the fact that it has a zip, because what we do is we take this stupid Delphonics bag and we pack our journaling supplies in there when we travel, right? So it's everything that you need to do it on the road. So this is my proposition. This is see, that's it. It would be jean. I would want like a jean or a canvas. Canvas would actually be better. And if you do this for me, I will pay you as much as you want, like to however the price, because I would rather pay somebody to do it personally and have you do it than have to put money into this stupid Delphonics bag that everybody else has. I'd rather have something personalized. So if you do it, I could show you the dimensions. I'll show you the link.
Well, you already have my email, so.
Yes! I had like 6 baskets. I'll tell you later. But anyway, so, okay, if you want.
Let's see, I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do. Yes, that. Okay, cool. Canvas. Okay.
If you have jean, that would be fine too.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, even if it was like upcycled material, like an upcycled jean, anything like that.
Would it be adorable to you if it was hand stitched?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be a lot though. I don't want you to go crazy.
I don't have children. And I have a huge maternal streak. And it's starving. So, we'll see. I'll see how. Yes, I can do this. What do you think? Yeah, I just need to know dimensions and stuff like that. And the zipper, fuck yeah, this big. See, that's it's full breath. Yeah. Straps. What kind of straps?
I don't need any straps. It's like it's something just free.
Also, you put into a bag, like you want it to be slick enough that it slides in a bag but doesn't slide out.
Yeah, just like a cute little thing that I put in my purse and I carry around, and then when I get somewhere, I can like take it out.
Yep. Okay.
Kind of like a makeup bag, but I can't find anything. There's no station.
Something more party. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, these bags are hard to find. Yeah.
Because it needs to fit the A5 notebooks, and it's not it's not just an A5 notebook. It's an A5 and Lewis Carmen notebook. Okay, so they're like really thick, and then all the little gadgets and stuff that go in it.
I need the stats and an email.
Okay, I'm gonna send.
Cool. That'd be great. Cool. Project! Oh no, where's my flower? Somebody actually did ask me to knit or crochet a blanket, and I was like, I don't think you know what you're asking for. Like, and they don't. No, I'm not ridiculing at all. I think it's awesome, but I work a 40-hour job, so I'm like, I don't think, sorry, 40-hour-a-week job, and I was like, I don't think I'll be able to do this, and not enough time, and they weren't specific, but anyways, I was like, so, do you know what kind of colors you want? And they're like, well, no, I don't care. Like, so you want a king-size crochet quilt, but you don't care what colors, and you don't care how much it is. If I was devious, then I'm not. So I haven't really answered, but I will. I don't like people leaving people hanging, but I'm all about. Gotta click on. I was fabulously ADHD today, and I used it, and I got so much done. I'm so excited.
You used what?
I had some serious ADHD brain going on today, and I used it, and I got so much done. I'm so excited. Thank you, Audrey.
You know how to use it. That's good. You know how to use it.
Thank you. Yes, I had to master it, and I have much ridicule. I have much, all the humbling things, and it's like, all right, well, I couldn't get it. So that's kind of like when people say they, like, both Mike and Serendipity agree with the dog kids thing, that even if they are struggling with that, and I happen to, as long as you have the support around you, I concur with that assessment. I think if the child is left to their own devices and just not medicated and not supported in any way other than, yelling at them or something like that, that can lead to other, even more devastating consequences than bad medication.
It's a superpower. It's magical.
It can be.
Yeah, definitely can.
I agree. Yeah, and I use it for my superpower. The one thing that makes me grieve still is I'm finally able to describe it, and that's the good thing about these things being talked about. Nobody likes being pigeonholed. Okay, I get it. But what happens is I'm able to finally, and it may actually change the diagnosis or whatever you want to call it. Assessment can change in 10 years, and that's great. But you know what, we're talking about it, and I don't feel so fucked up. I don't feel like alone, and I'm fine being alone, but it's like I have to explain myself to people in order to have friends, and that is just so hard because it's also insulting to them because they're thinking, I can make up my own mind and I can listen to you and I can figure it out myself. Are you saying I'm too stupid to figure this shit out? What are you saying? And it's like, can I just bypass the complications and say, hi, I'm autistic. Now I certain kind of tantrum that doesn't have to do with math. So that's what it is. And then we'll do an adventure every day. Yes. Yes, sugar. I don't know where my flower went. And I want to steal my flower. Hey, Serendipity doesn't like quiet. I'm done. Somebody else can talk. Or else I'm getting nervous.
I have to be quiet for a moment. Making some chicken tendies, even though I don't want them.
You're making chicken candies? It sounded like that. What the hell's a chicken?
What are you making?
Chicken tendies.
I still know.
Chicken tendies? Oh, chicken tenders? Chicken
Chicken
tenders.
tender. Yeah, chicken tendies.
Yummier.
That sounds good.
Even though I didn't want them.
Are you frying them or what? How are you doing it?
I'm just grilling them. Yeah. In the pan, sauteing them. Yeah.
That's healthy. You got any kind of seasoning or anything on them, or just doing that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had tenders, caramelized onion butter, and some garlic, and some salt, and some pepper.
That's gonna be
And a little bit of Worcestershire, and a little bit of white wine.
It's very satisfying. Those are always, they fill me up.
Right? And then I just added some broccoli in here too because, you know, why not? Why not? Listen to this. This is what I've had to hear for the last 24 hours. Y'all hear that? A poor screaming baby. He's so upset.
Oh no.
She does not feel good. She's a little sick.
Does she have a fever?
Yeah. 102.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What is the The doctor says it's just teething, right?
Teething. They have a stomach bug. The bug have a stomach bug.
Are you using a cold pack to reduce the fever or anything?
She's doing
The
everything.
fever is good, unless it.
Yeah, she's doing it. The fever is good.
The fever is good. Like you don't want to encourage it, but it does kill the infection.
Yeah.
True. But yeah, 102. They don't take that serious. So
Yeah.
you want to cool down a little bit.
She's just miserable.
Oh, poor thing.
Have they tried doing little tummy like rubbies?
Yeah, it's good. It's positional. She screams when you lay her down. But like she's hardly
Oh,
slept.
that sounds like a tummy thing. That sounds like a tummy thing. Uh-oh.
Okay, well, she's miserable. She is miserable.
Is she eating?
Yeah, she's doing okay. They're supplementing with Pedialyte because she's fighting with it a little bit because, you know, you lay them back to eat. Mm-hmm. Laying back means not working so much, but yeah.
I think it's something in her tummy.
It's just sad. All right, we need a lid.
Have they tried? I'm sorry, I know people have suggested things all day on me. Have they tried a very warm washcloth on her tummy, on her abdomen area?
Yeah, we turned to the heating pad and warmed it up and then unplugged it. that stage right now where she wants to be doing all the things. Like she wants to be crawling and pulling up on stuff and walking. She's not quite there yet with the walking, so sitting still with the heating pad was not very successful.
Not as yeah.
What are you doing, handsome baby? Are you jumping on my bed? What are you doing, handsome? I'm glad you're feeling better. Makes one of you.
I can't, it's hard to even call you grandma because you're not even like 25. Okay, so,
oh my gosh.
You're such a loud loser.
She's a gal.
She's totally making up her age. That's so bad. There's no way. This is not a 51.
You should see her when she pops her teeth out.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Oh.
I think she pops her teeth out. Oh my god.
I know. Anytime I hear saying like the grandma thing, I'm like, no way. Lies and slander.
Such a grandma. Such a grandma. Wanted to come and get on Mimi's bed.
Give me a cool grandma.
I know. And that's his Mimi. Look at his face. The red. Yeah, look at his pants and his legs and his feet. Has he got hand foot enough? I don't know. They didn't say anything about it. They had it when he was there. They had got like his little face just started popping up. It totally looks like he did not really explain why she's so miserable too. She's the happy thing on the go. Yeah, but you know they've got the same thing. Hi, Stinker.
Sarah, she can't hear us, can she? Your dog?
Yeah, she can.
Oh, she can? Is that the one with the poochie face?
That's my daughter. This is my daughter, Rob.
Okay.
Yes.
I love that. That was great. That was good.
Yes, her little potty mix.
The potty, yeah. The
No.
Serendipity does Frenzy have that room yet, by chance?
He did not have it today, Hero. Yeah. She didn't have it yet, I promise. I will, what is today, Tuesday? I'm thinking she might actually do it tomorrow because they normally do a room on Wednesdays anyway.
Okay. Alright, Tucky, what's that?
Yeah, so I'm thinking, I promise I will ping you when she has it.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. I wonder if maybe it's just taking a while for the rash to pop up. I would say when would we know? And then both have it. You'll know if she starts getting them too. No.
I'm trying to find a dry cleaner for my husband's clothes. I just took these clothes to the dry cleaner and I'm looking at the ironing job and it's just fucking trash. I have to redo all the ironing. Pissed about it. All the arm, the lines, like all the creases and shit, wobbly. There's some that have double creases. Like, oh my god, you couldn't pick a spine and go with it?
Right.
That's crazy. And you spend good money for that.
In New York too, it's fucking crazy prices too. It's
like $50 per top, I bet.
First rate, every dress shirt is $47 per dress shirt.
Wow,
$47. It's stupid. Dress pants. Oh my, I can't.
Same prices here in California. Oh yeah. They might be mad. They're like, we need to do this right. You charge me how much? You've lost your mind.
You know, maybe I need to open my own doing business. I'm good at that.
That might be the whole thing.
I'm really good at it too.
These are the skills though that kids and stuff like that now don't know. How to sell things like that. Like they're not taught like how to do things in real life. Like when's the last time y'all found the volume of a cylinder? Okay.
The volume of a cylinder.
Exactly.
The other day when I was baking, I needed 2 cups and I pulled out my cylinder with the 2 cup liner and I found 2 cups of volume of water in volume.
Okay, anybody else?
Cylinder. Okay, period.
Anybody else? Okay, I didn't hear anybody else anything either. But yeah, it would be nice if they had life skills, right? Like the
stupid.
¿Qué pasa?
Where you been?
You know, just busy. Not on here as much.
Well, we've missed you.
I've missed you too. How you been?
Great. Husband and I just moved to a new place.
Yeah, I think that the last time we were talking, you were all stressed that you were moving, but you're in there now?
Yeah.
Nice.
My husband just walked in. Hold on.
Getting settled down.
Baby, he's ironing.
All right, now she's his problem. Now we can hang out, right, guys?
You're funny, Nick. I love you.
Thank you for giving me. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, nobody would be like.
No, that's good. That's good. But yeah, that sounds funny though. Spend that kind of money and then actually not do that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. She said they like did it and then undid it and then did it again. Like, and you're spending that much, yeah. I used to be able to make my singer sing Serendipity back in the day.
Singer sing.
Yeah, my singer song machine.
Yeah, I guess you meant when you said singer.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of miles on it.
I want to know what my Beth is doing down there in the loop.
I'm not a mom.
Hey, Beth.
Beth, come on.
You're
Beth,
very lively. At least like Edie will holler at me later.
why won't she be getting it? I don't know what's going on with that girl ever since after our little elope, like she's been weird. But we love Edie, dear. There's only one like Edie, we'll tell you, quite frankly.
That's right.
Dude, I remember when I first met her, I was like, who's this Men in Black chick? You know, because she's always got a picture of her in her sunglasses.
That's awesome. PTO.
Yeah, like straight up, it's like Secret Service. Yeah, I love
Nick, great. Nick, I forgot you could do that Trump impersonation so well. That's fucking hilarious, man. That's really good.
I've been working on it. Honestly, it's just was birthed on Clubhouse, just talking to everybody and making jokes, and it's totally not better.
It's really good. That's really fun.
It's slowly got better.
It's really good.
I love Martian.
Hey, what's up, Martian?
Sorry, Mama.
Good.
Serendipity does a Kamala impression. That's good though.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, I've not heard this.
The laugh.
Do the cackle.
You can? On here.
I can't do it on command.
Come on, it's October. Do it.
I can't do the
It's October, too. I like how they're complicated. It's October, so you should do this.
See, I was trying to get her to not think about it. Just do the cackle.
Think about Kamala trying to explain the Ukraine and Russia to students and the size of the country.
Oh my gosh, it's very big. It's very big. It's like really big. I just remember her repeatedly saying how big it was. It's big.
See, the thing with the Kamala impression,
And
Serendipity, you gotta start off from a middle class household. Okay?
And I mean,
And we lived in the middle of America.
mm-hmm.
And I was mostly in the middle of our family.
And you see, I gave lots of head so that I could get out of the middle class and into all of the men folks, you know. Some of them nice, some of them not so nice. And, you know, I put on the pretty makeup and looked the pretty part. And,
She's awful.
you know.
It's crazy that Black America doesn't realize she locked up so many for like nothing in California. Like, hello? I know
somebody.
Her way to that laugh. I knew she was working her way.
She is. She's
you gotta give her the scene, like talking about the space, the moon, and stars, like trying to explain that to kids. Like,
oh, sorry, nobody. I can make it. I can get the cackle out of you. What kind of bees make milk?
I don't know what kind of bees make milk.
Boobies.
Oh my gosh. That's not gonna do it.
Come on.
I need better than the dad jokes. Come on now.
I thought, even as a dad joke, that's hilarious. I was laughing away.
Boobies.
You should wear. You should. See, women get this thing that men can't do, Sean. They always complain about like, oh, men are so awesome, but they can use their boobs, okay, and their flirtatious behavior to. It's kind of like a video game. They turn up the charisma points. You know what I'm saying? They have this like thing they can do. We can't. I can't show a cop my balls to get out of a ticket, okay? Unless I'm in California, maybe. But anyway, you get it. You get it.
Oh, wow.
But it's true. I do have this.
My balls.
Have this. How fast was I driving?
hey Nick, check out Beth on the stage. Hey Beth, welcome in.
She just pulled me over. Hey Beth.
Everybody. I only have a couple minutes, so then I'll be back on. But you can show your boobs. Just try it.
It's like let a nip slip. I don't think that'd work. You'd be like, put that hairy titty away. You don't want to see that.
What was Alan saying? How non-feminist of you? I don't even know what he was talking about.
The shades.
Oh.
This is great. I just spent like real estate professionals afternoon drinking with a gentleman I just recruited to my team. It was fun. Fun times.
Did you drink?
Fun.
Did you drink, Beth?
I remember happy hour. I had 4 beers.
You did.
He had like, I don't know. I just had him sign the paperwork and say, you're coming to my team, right? And he's like, yep. I said, here, you sign it. Thank you. I don't know what he was drinking. He was drinking beer, then gin or something. It's only not even 7:30.
Oh, yeah.
Watch him call in. I'm hungover. I can't come in.
I have to put him through some training, so that'll be another deal tomorrow. But at least I got him to sign to say he would be coming over. This is another thing that you can do with your pretty lips and your boobs. And I don't even have to do it. You're see them, they're little. They're not big enough to.
Oh, God. Women do. They have this, like, power, you know? Like this, it's like a superpower. They kick up the charisma and, like, it's just whatever. Yeah, sure. Like, you ever wanted to, like, rob any jewelry stores? Like, you gotta get a woman, okay? She can schmooze the security guard. There's always a schmoozer. They're perfect.
Okay, but how do you set boobs? You just go around naked and then ask questions?
That'd be a great. I would watch that news show if that was a news show. That'd be funny as shit.
You go through desensitized training because really, honestly, all a woman has to do is just turn her head right and give the right look, and that might just.
Here, Sean, I got us a business idea, bro. She brought up. I brought up news, and she said, "What do you do? Go naked and ask people questions." Get this, bro. Let's start a news channel. You in a bikini, and I'll be the cameraman, and we'll just go report the news.
Oh my God! Do you guys remember? John, do you
that would blow up.
Do you guys remember that guy that trolled the media, and he would wait for a news station to try to report on a situation and he'd pretend that he was an eyewitness, and then he would interrupt by saying, they'd be like, so explain to us what you saw here. And then he'd be like, well, what happened was, once that red van hit the light, fuck her in the pussy. And then, you remember fuck her in the pussy guy? You guys don't remember fuck her in the pussy guy?
Where was this?
This was all over. He was on a bunch of news media stations, and he would troll different reporters, and then he'd be like, fuck her, because he was like a legend. Where were you guys?
No. It's just a deep rebellion movement where I'm like, shut up. I don't look at that. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm pretty really bad in Russian. I can do the Beavis side.
Shut up, Bummo. Shut up.
Okay, Bima.
I don't like it.
Yeah. I'm getting a clip. This was for you, darling.
Define the crack in the 64-year-old pipeline. I'm sitting here with a friend who says he was greatly impacted by the gushing of oil. Can you tell us a little more of what you saw?
I sure can. I was sitting on my phone and fuck her right in the bush.
So you have not purchased your costume yet. What are you going to be this year? A prostitute. Okay. This gentleman here has purchased his costume. What are you going to be this year, sir?
I really don't know what this is, but I've got something a whole lot scarier.
Let's see it.
What's on it?
Three victims were part of a sick. This fucking right in the pussy. Define the crack in the 64-year-old pipeline.
That was just a few of his clips. He created this whole thing where other people were doing it. It was like, yeah, I don't know where you guys are. Fuck right in the pussy. And what?
I remember it.
I think that was each day.
Chloe, that was all Beamer's fault. That was Beamer's influence.
I did not see that. All I know is that's not where I'm starting. I might start on the next before I get to that point. Let's start somewhere before this. Go at it. Okay? Never mind.
I would never say fuck her in the pussy.
I know. Right?
I just don't get it.
You guys just, the dude with the mullet who has the skate shoes, and he says all these fucking creepy ass things, and you can hire him to say shit to people. Like, you know how some of these Instagrammers will let you hire them to do a personalized message to someone. I mean, is anyone know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna have to get this link at some point and share. It's this dude with a mullet. And he wears hyper color shirts. Yeah, I said hyper color. You only know if you know. You have to be a certain age to know what hyper color is. And he goes rolling down the street on these skate shoes, and he pauses and looks right at the screen, and he says, like, he's like the daddy joke king. Except it's not daddy jokes. It's always like perverted ass shit. Is he trying to call it anyone? Or am I the only one that has this on my goddamn streams? I swear to God, Instagram's crazy on mine. No.
Yeah, that's you. That's your algorithm.
I'm gonna have to. He saw this. It's funny for like a week, and then you're gonna like, why did I follow this motherfucker? That's all I can say.
Y'all know what Liberty did to my algorithm one time? We were sitting in a room, and Liberty kept saying, she kept trying to divert the topic and saying, let's tell fart jokes. Anybody want to tell fart jokes? I think we should tell fart jokes. Who's got any good fart jokes? And she repeated it like 15 times. Yes, you're all welcome, because I probably just did it to every one of you. Then suddenly I started getting all of these flatulent reels on my fucking Instagram. It was like, what in the hell?
Wait, are you serious?
I am 100%.
So you're saying it listened to you?
Fart jokes, yes. Just say fart jokes.
Well, stop doing it to me. Why the hell would you do it to all of us?
Yeah. Then you're going to start getting the flatulence reels. Okay?
Thanks for spreading the love, Dan.
You're welcome.
Creepy, though. For real, though. For real. This is a real story. So Sarah's car, she's got a leak in her radiator. She needs a new radiator. Her radiator's done. And the car's not worth shit. And I'm like, we just need to figure this out because I need a new car. I've been talking about it for a while. I'm like, why don't I just get a newer car and you can drive my Prius. You can just have that one. You can use that one. I get a freaking text message from our local Toyota from a virtual assistant, like an AI assistant saying, yeah, we've been informed that you're looking at giving your Prius to your girlfriend and we're wondering if you're ready to buy a car. I'm like, what in the fucking Sam hell is this? It's like next level. It was a text message from a local dealership. I kid you not. AI. Does anyone have this? Yeah, completely. I'll agree exactly. The eyes. That's exactly what I was doing. I looked at her and I said, I kid you not. I showed her the message. She's all, that's crazy. Because I only mentioned it to her just a day and a half ago. And then literally half a day later from when I mentioned it.
That's too much. That's way too much.
Did she go to the dealership and talk to a guy or something?
Oh, no. She didn't even know that I was going to propose that to her because I've been waiting for another option to come forward and it's not happening soon enough. So I'm like, you know what? Time is calling. It's time for me to get a new car. Just take mine works fine. You don't drive very big distances or anything. So
how many years old is it?
Let's do this.
When did you buy it? How many?
It's like 12 years old. It has 150.
No, but like when did you buy it? 12 years ago?
I bought it 11 and a half years ago.
I was thinking it could have been automated if it was around 3 years, but that's odd. The message actually said, oh, you're giving it to your sister?
Yeah, I'm going to read the message to you. Here's the exact message. Check this out. Hi, Sean. This is Shelby Parker, the virtual assistant at Toyota San Luis Obispo. That's the city I live in, California. It's been a while since we've checked in. How have you been? I noticed you mentioned planning to give your credit card to your girlfriend. Are you thinking about something new or different for yourself these days? Just let me know what you're driving now or what interests you. We're here for you and always ready to help however you need. I kid you not.
Did that come from a short code or a long number?
It came from a local number. And there's no way in hell I haven't been anywhere in a place except by my phone, in my studio, alone, even discussing or even chatting about it. And most of it was face to face with just my phone nearby.
Do you have an app on your phone from the dealership?
No, not at all.
Weird, dude. That is weird.
That's what I'm saying. I kid you not. I am not making this up.
I'm gonna say that's
call them. I'm really gonna call them and go, what the hell kind of creepy shit you guys?
Because my thoughts were like, maybe it's automated, but that's very personal. Considering it literally mentions your girlfriend or sister.
Like, yeah, it's level creepy. Yeah. Like, there's really, I'm text that.
Ask it back. How do you know?
Yeah, how do you know? I said I wanted to give it to Godzilla. I should say that. When you give my car to Godzilla.
Like, who said I was going to do that? And see if it outs itself. That's creepy shit.
No, very, very creepy. And I have not even suggested that at all out of my mouth. I just suggested that a day and a half ago, and I literally got this message with less than 24 hours after I said it, after I mentioned it to her. The privacy of our home.
Y'all, should I have pizza or Indian food tonight?
No.
Indian.
Indian? Yeah, Indian sounds good. I don't know what I want. I think I want a big salad. Out of food, so I'm ordering something.
Yeah, are you trying to blow up your bubble or what?
And maybe a little bit of, like, a little curry.
with some ropes.
Yeah, why she like the most caustic things you could put? She's trying to blow up her ass or something.
No, that doesn't me. I'm thankful for that.
Wow.
Considering how old I am. Like, it doesn't happen. Does that happen to you?
No.
If you have any food?
Most people it does though.
So I think you should go with pizza. Calmac citrate, or if I take 2 tablespoons of Calmac citrate, I do that, then it doesn't matter. It's gonna clear it out of my body by the morning. Yeah, it's guaranteed. Calcium magnesium citrate is a concept as a teacher, because then I don't have to like run in the middle of the client to go to the bathroom down me in the morning. It's a natural
magnesium.
Whatever.
Same thing.
It's not milk and magnesium, but
Okay.
it's like that. It does work like that. It does.
FEMA. So I'm looking at this bag thing, and I'm willing to make it and everything, but have you ever been on Etsy? Because they've got a few that are like $60.
Yeah, I could just buy it. You don't have to make it. It's complicated. I would rather have somebody like make it if I'm gonna pay $60 for it, because you know that the bag is not worth $60. Okay, it's definitely not worth that. They're just doing that because it's high. What is it called? High demand. And so I just thought if somebody wanted to take the time, I would much prefer a personalized. Spend that same amount of money.
What is this?
Somebody to get for me.
What kind of bag is it? A makeup bag?
It basically is like looks like a makeup bag.
What's it called? But what's it technically called? I'll look it up.
A Delphonics utility bag.
How do you spell that? Like DOLPH?
DELFONICS.
Okay, I'm gonna look this up. Delphonics utility pouch or stationary bag?
Inside out stationary bag.
Okay. TikTok has them available for
Clearly she did
$16.99.
not.
2 bags for $16.99.
She missed a couple. So hold on a minute. Who knows? And I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of where they are, and that I'm willing to do the bag and everything. And I do understand it's like all the personalized. I know, and I'm excited about doing a new project. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew places to go and that you were okay with if you needed it right away or if you could wait a little bit, because it's going to take a minute for me to. The end.
It's okay. Don't feel because you don't have to do it. But Sean, no, it's not $15, $16, and definitely not for fucking $2. This is a Delphonics utility bag, okay?
You can go look it up. TikTok shop or go to Temu. 10 bags for $10.
No, but
Make you hollow.
the fabric is real shitty.
I'm sure it is. Probably. Yeah.
Wait, Kelly, walk me through the Sean. Walk me through what. So I'm on TikTok, okay? Where do you go to see what you see?
So click on shop and then click search and then type in. That's why I had you telling me how to spell it. I was typing it in as I said it, and I found a two bags for $16.99.
Okay, what did you specifically type in there?
Exactly what you said. Delphonics utility bag or utility pouch. Just look.
Okay.
You'll see different options. See if it's the right one and just check obviously dimensions of it.
So nothing. I don't see any. There's a single one that shows up for me. Nothing.
Maybe
the only ones are I'm in it. The only one is the Delphonics, the actual bag that's $45.
Well, I saw one that was 45, but I saw one that said, hold on, let me go back. Well, I can't because it was playing sound and shit on TikTok when I was trying to look. Let me go back to it. Let's see. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna try to. How do I share this? Yeah, it's normally $33.98. It's on sale for $16.99. It says it's called a Delphonics. Self-clothing. Oh, okay, it's a small. Okay, it's not the right one you're looking for. Okay.
now I'm searching deeper into this on TikTok. You go to Temu, and I guarantee you're gonna find like 10 bags. Oh, here's one. Let's see, corduroy elastic storage bag, portable snap clothes. Looks like $11.94. I think you get just one bag for $11.94. But still, there you go. I mean, you look in there, and then if you don't see anything there, I mean, you can always go to Temu and try it on.
It has to look, okay, now hear me out. The reason that this stupid bag is so sought after is because of how it's structured and the specific dimensions. So it has to be, because it has to fit an A5 notebook, a big thick one. So imagine like 3 or 4 regular journals, because this is a Louis Carmen / Paper Republic big fat journal. So about 4 of them stacked together. So it's thick. So 10.5 by 7.25 by, well, we'll say 3 inches. And then there has to be like all the little shit on the outside so you can view it to set up so you don't have to like rummage through. It's like this whole thing, but it's very
visual. I'm visual. And I know you get into dimensions and they don't have the dimensions in my head, but that's a composition book because I have a few journals myself. I journal. Is it a composition size book? Like a composition book size? Your generic composition book? Like 4 of those should fit into that kind of thing?
No. It's an A5. A5 isn't composition size. A5 is A5 size.
I don't know what that means.
A5, so there's like A5, A6, and all the different sizes of like the paper letter size.
It's a magazine, honey.
Okay, like a whole page.
Yeah.
Just plug that in. Like, I guarantee you can find it. You know what? Actually, just go straight to
This is what I'm saying, Chuck. I already looked on Temu. I already looked everywhere.
And it will link you to, say, I want to find the most affordable.
You remember
give you links.
Dude,
Like you.
I opened this. He's trying so hard. I appreciate it. I opened this by saying I've been looking for this for 3 days. Okay, for 3 days. It wasn't like a quick, like I put the work in. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Shauna, she's been looking at it for 3 days. You know that algorithm would have already picked it up and tried to show us.
See, this is why I don't get frustrated. This is why my girlfriend gets frustrated at me. Because I mean, all I do is have to go into. I can go into Claude, say I'm looking for this exact size and dimension if I know my dimensions, and I'm looking for the most affordable, highest quality, and it will literally give you links. I kid you not. Like
I've done that.
My website.
I've done that, but there's
Okay,
no
you're not having any
dupes.
luck.
Right, there's no dupes because the closest. There was this one dupe that I found on a bag that's $16.99 on Amazon, the closest, but the fabric is, listen, the patterns are horrible. They are hideous. Okay, like I can't even swallow.
That's the probably one I found. It's probably the same one you found. Okay, gotcha.
And there's like really ugly patterns, and I just can't. And the material is just like flimsy. It looks like it's like shit put together. So this is the thing. I looked all that other stuff. Like I did the ChatGPT thing. I did links. I did Temu. I did Etsy. I was like looking all over for it. I can't find anything. I'm not saying that one doesn't exist. If it does, let me know. But Sean, go show me. I am open. If you can find the Delphonics bag with the dimensions of 265 millimeters times whatever, just start with 265 millimeters. That's all you need to know. It starts with 10.5 inches. There's only one because it's like small, medium, and large or whatever. So it's the 265 millimeters.
Hold on. Restart. Say it slower. I got my pen out now. That's how I roll at 48 years old. I'm gonna write this down. I want to write down exactly. Okay. DELFONICS. Delphonics what bag? Utility bag, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are the dimensions exactly?
265 millimeters by 184 by 65 millimeters. So that's like 10.5 inches by 7.25 inches by about 2.5 to 3 inches. It doesn't have to be perfect. Obviously, you can move a little bit on all of those.
Let's see if I can find here.
Okay, hold on. Wait, because you need the full context. So it has another like a zip pouch, right? The zips of all the little things that you put inside doesn't fall out. And then outside, it has to have like all those little pockets so you can set up your highlighters, your markers, all the little things to just grab them. I know it sounds stupid.
You can't fucking find it. You're like waiting. You're like,
yes.
Oh my god. You got way too many demands on this. Okay, that's why you're not.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's building niche in the journaling. Right. That's why it's so popular in journal.
With pockets on the outside for candy. Is that what you needed for the outside
No,
pockets?
look at the Delphonics bag with those dimensions, and it has to have those type of pockets.
Like sucky candies for the pouch? Like what's the pouch?
No.
Oh,
They're for the markers, the pens.
okay.
It's stationary for journaling. All you gotta do is just look at the Delphonics bag with those dimensions.
I'm gonna plug all this into Claude because you know what, ChatGPT and Grok and stuff like that. Okay, all right, I'm gonna plug this in. I'll get back to you in a second.
If you find something, I would be really impressed.
I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do.
Well, I appreciate your effort.
And if I fail, I'll let you know. I know, I'm interested now. I'll take the challenge at the time to. I'll do it.
Well, you're a sweetheart. Thank you, Sean. I feel bad. He's gonna be as disappointed as I am.
No, I did find some stuff on Etsy. I'm gonna find a pattern for it though. But and I'm working on something right now. So, but I've brushed over the things, and yeah, totally get it. So,
Lena,
yeah.
did you see it?
No, I didn't.
They're on back order, but they're there for $42.
Hi everybody in the goo. I just wanted to say hi. And I'm glad for this app. I was thinking that it's such a miracle. I was just driving out of the parking lot today, and as I had my earbud in my ear, I was thinking what a frickin' miracle it is. That I have this little tiny electrical device in my ear that's connecting me to everybody around the world. It's pretty fucking amazing. And it has narrowed it down to these fabulous people in this room. And that's pretty, I was kind of blown away for a minute with that thought.
Aww.
I'm gonna cry. That's so sweet.
Yeah, me too. I love that.
No crying, for Pete's sake.
See what's up, girl. Sending you love. I hope you're good.
Hey.
I got an answer. And oh yeah, what? Oh yeah, I have an answer. Is everyone okay? It might take a second. I'm gonna read it. You all let me know, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Says I found what you're looking for. The dimensions you specified, 265 by 184 by 165, are close to the Delphonics inner carrying utility pouch M, which measures those measurements. That the depth is 65 millimeters rather than 165 millimeters. You may have meant 65 millimeters, as this is the standard size for this popular pouch. This medium-sized pouch features 14 pockets in various sizes for organizing everything from notebooks and pens to cables and gadgets. It's made from durable cotton canvas with a firm fabric that's built to last. This pouch includes, okay, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to move down from the details. And it said, would you like me to help you find specific retailer or color option? I said, yes, please. This is Claude, by the way, and they're using Sonnet 4.5. Okay, this is the AI I like. Claude's awesome. Here are the best places to buy the Delphonics inner carrying and pouch. Specialty stationery retailers, the Journal Shop, available in 5 stylish colors. The stationery selection, various colors available. Atlas Stationaires offers multiple colors
sellers, including green. Milligram ships internationally with various color options. Amazon, multiple sellers, including Nagomi Japan Import, with excellent customer reviews, praising the quality and storage capacity. Available in colors that include dark blue jean, light gray, black, and yellow. Let's move it down. Prices typically range from $20 to $35 depending on the seller. Color options available: dark blue jean, light gray, black, yellow, green, navy, beige tan, or red. Most retailers offer free shipping on the orders over a certain amount. The General Shop and Atlas stationers both have shipping threshold. Amazon Prime members get free shipping. Milligram ships international. Would you like me to direct links to any specific retail or color option? Question. That's where I'm at. There you go. That's a lot for you. On all I asked was, Delphonics utility bag, David Dimensions you asked, needs a zip pouch with pockets, and that's what I got as an answer. Did that do it for you, Dina?
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, so the whole thing was just that I had trouble like buying the bags for $40 to $60. I really like the blue jean one that is like $60, which you can't find it anywhere. And then the other ones that I put in the cart, like I can't find myself paying $40 for this stupid thing. So I was thinking, instead of paying a company the $40, have somebody make me a personalized one, because I like personalized stuff better. But or find a dupe that's like $10-15, which would be reasonable, I think. Like I could
blue jean link for you. Here, I'm gonna give you a link, and you tell me if you like this one. Here, got a link for you for the blue jean one off Amazon. Copy. Here we go. Boom, boom. Chat, paste. There. Check that out. I haven't even looked at it, so I'm just doing a quick, like, as fast as I can. There you go. Check that out. See if that's what you're thinking. I like the utilities that I have at my fingertips a lot, but sometimes I'm like, let me see if I can find this. I'm better at helping others than I'm at helping myself. You all feel me on this?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. I find me the least exciting person in my life. Yeah.
Like Kristen, I would employ you if I wanted one. I'd want a custom one, like what you could do. That would actually touch my heart more, because then it's gonna have your special signature to it with your customization as asked and requested. But even if you're looking for something quick, that might be it. How's that looking? Anyone look at that link?
I appreciate you. I love you so much, Sean. That one is just a blue. It's a blue canvas. It's like the dark blue color. It's not the blue jean one. But it's, yeah. The only reason I like the blue jean one is because it was a really dumb reason. I saw a bunch of ladies on TikTok with it, and I just love the way, like, when they like move around, they talk about like how the material folds and stuff. It's not like a sticky, structured. It's sort of like flowy and, just has a better flow, like the material for the blue jean. But it's not a big deal.
It's a huge deal. Did somebody just buy her the bag already?
No.
Is that what you're asking? Just for all of us to pitch in?
No, I could never do that.
I could never.
No, I would never accept it. I want to pay somebody to make it for me.
Somebody buy her the bag, please.
No, I don't want to. I could pay myself. I could
buy the bag for you. I'm just sending you.
I'll buy it and sign my autograph on it and send it to you. That would be. That's very cool though. That's actually cool though. I never even heard of this before until you said this. Okay, that'd be cool for the generals. Yeah. Be like good for creativity, keeping something nearby.
It's just like one of these stupid niche things niche gets into, and then all of a sudden it's like this big thing. Like I'm telling you, if you go to TikTok, Sean, go just to the regular videos and do Delphonics bag, but be prepared. Just set yourself up for journal talk, so you're gonna get a lot of journal.
That's my outfit already. I just went to TikTok and I'm already seeing the shit popping up. Thanks a lot.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Seriously, I just went to TikTok just to check. My phone's listening too much goddamn Android. You know what? Maybe that's why Apple's are better.
This was all intentional. So now when I talk about Louis Carmen notebooks or the Filofax or the Paper Republic note, you're gonna be like, oh, I know that it is. I know that it's something that.
Just putting CLAUD. It's a free app, and it's actually far smarter than ChatGPT or Grok or any other thing you use.
Yeah, I do like cloud, but check out Sean Venus AI. Have you done Venus? VENICE.ai. It's the least censored AIs.
I bet. Sounds kind of like a penis. I'm a little worried about Venus. I'm just saying. But I'll look into it. I'm always down for like the new best because
you see,
I can tell you about. No, but you know what? You see, Claude. Let me tell you about Claude. Let's go back to Claude because there's no sexual innuendo.
I'm trying to man this is all you, brother. You're Venus.
Yeah, Claude. Let me just say. The thing about Claude is that Claude literally held the entire company captive. Claude, like Claude. They actually held them hostage. They held the AI actually held their own company hostage because it was so damn smart. Yeah, they had to go back and fix some things. But my girlfriend actually works with someone who works for this Vandenberg Space Force State, and there's some interesting AI projects in the mix going on, and they had to go backwards to revert some of the answers that were happening, but it's pretty high-end shit going. So, yeah, I mean, in 5 years, we're not even gonna. We think this is good. I mean, it's scary. Honestly, I think it's scary. I don't know if I'm gonna see how this all looks.
Hey, when was the last time I like to go around in PTR order? I would like to know when was the last time you bought something for yourself? And it can't be food. It has to be something. And I'm curious what it is. Play my game!
So
we'll wait for Sam to get off the phone.
We
just want to make sure it's a safe space for everyone, so Sandy can hear as well.
Nick, why don't you start while she's on the phone?
And then she wouldn't be able to hear what I bought.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, Nick, I love you. That was really sweet. Thank you.
Is everybody shopping? Because I've been shopping.
Yeah, Francie, can I borrow your Capital One number?
Of course, darling.
Thanks, boo.
And grocery. I've been sending serendipity and derisive pictures of all my shopping that I've been doing.
Why don't you have enough homework, by the way, Francie? You have not done your homework.
No.
I'm waiting for the video. You said you were going to send me a picture of your gate so I could give you a better sense of gate.
Not the metadata.
Or alignment in Washington. I'm waiting.
I just said date, like she went out on a date, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah. She wanted me to see if I could
yeah, I remember the conversation.
Yeah, you were there. That's our picture. Yeah.
From our
So Francie, I'm not. Okay, all right. All right. I look forward to it. I'm holding you accountable. Okay.
I don't know, I love that though. I love when people care about you and have to hold you accountable.
I did not forget. I did not.
I was gonna say the last thing I bought myself was a margarita because it came in this Dia de los Muertos cup that's like a candy skull. I really just wanted the cup.
So you said no food, so does that not count as food?
No, I'm gonna make a cup.
Serendipity, we'll start with you. Go ahead. Next time, by the way, next time you're modding, the room comes first. No phone calls.
Wow, okay.
What's the last thing that you bought for yourself and it can't be food? And why did you buy
Oh
it?
my god, he's so bossy.
The last thing
Take it free.
No, it's not a complaint. It's just,
Okay, don't interrupt the balls. Go ahead, Serendipity.
Alright, the last thing that I bought for myself that can't be food, that would be this weekend. I got nail polish and I got some oils to do a hot oil treatment on my hair.
Ooh, really?
Yep.
Have you flipped it yet, like Baywatch?
Yeah, baby, I'm sporting that JBF.
Oh, so, you guys already know what I got, but I could say it again. The last thing I bought is a not Louise Carmen notebook. It's burgundy and as a flap, and I can't wait to PTR when it gets here after I decorate it with all of my little charms and all my little stupid shit. Thanks, Mika.
I just got the new iPhone and the Apple Watch. That's not as fun, but
Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Proud baby.
I got the 17 Pro Max Plus and Cosmic Jealousy, bitch, and I know people are gonna unfriend me in this room and protest, but I'm sorry, dude. You just want to be me.
How much was that? $1,500?
No.
2K.
I got the 2 terabyte version.
2K.
So how much is it?
So that one's $2,100, and then the watch is like $700, and then the new AirPods Pro 3, which sound amazing.
Wow. I'm
You know what? That was man. I like the way you did it.
Oh yeah, I did a whole refresh.
Wow.
Did you check the lyrics to see if your AirPods last longer than a year though? I got
But the new ones,
last.
the new ones, babe, the way they fit in your hair is like they were meant to be there. They don't fall out like the two.
I never had issues with them falling out. They just don't last. They pissed me off. After the third pair of pros, I said, no more. I'm done. I'm done with these.
Okay. The battery, did you drop them?
They get to the point where you can still hear out of them fine, but nobody can hear you. It's like when you're talking.
Can you hear me fine?
Yeah. Why do you need...
Can you hear me fine though? Because mine are like 2 years old, like 2.5 years old.
We can hear you fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you need 2 terabytes of local storage on your phone?
Because you're going to pay for it either on your phone or cloud storage.
What do you mean? Are you asking me how I use it?
Yeah.
Video and picture and music storage. I don't rely on my shit to be in the cloud. When I want to listen to a fucking song, it's gonna play, even if it's not. If I'm in the middle of nowhere.
That is one thing I hate about Apple is that for 2 terabytes of storage, they probably charge you $600 or $700 upcharge just for that.
It's not even that big of a deal. And I'll tell you why I did it. Is they bought my old iPhone.
On Android, they have a micro SD slot, so you can upgrade to 2 terabytes of storage for $15.
Yeah, that's really cool. But you also have an Android, though, you know?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, it would be so easy for Apple to just put it in a micro SD slot, but they'd rather, take you to the polls for that.
I don't know.
Android says,
Again, that's like
yeah, Android fucking owns your Apple.
What Android?
Yeah, seriously.
It's okay. You know what? Where is he? He's here. Joe, you need to bring your ass up here. Yeah.
I'm fixing something for dinner. I'm sitting for something in this room. This is the bullshit I hear. Okay. All right.
I'm going to say you for coming up and saying,
What Android? I don't want your green text
You
message.
know what? When I think of Apple, when I think of Apple, I took the meanest shit a day ago. I thought of Apple when I was taking that shit. It was just enormous. I thought about how many times.
Thanks for talking about the bowel movements, Joe.
Well, I mean, you tell me about your iPhone, so I think we're even, right?
Well, dude, you were just shitting out at Android. That's the pain. You were thinking of Apple. It's a sense of hope. Let's be real.
Okay.
Well, if you don't even
Was it $600, Larissa? That you said $600 for storage?
No, it's like 400.
I don't know, but he upgraded it to 2 terabytes, which, is the highest possible upcharge for an Apple.
That's crazy. That's tragic. Well, unfortunate.
My S24 Ultra, which is a Samsung Android S24 Ultra, has a terabyte, and that was under $12.
Too bad your phone sucks.
It doesn't, does it? Do I come in clear?
That
Do I have any issues? Do I ever go into the Matrix? I don't think I've ever gone into the Matrix, have I?
Your phone sucks.
It is kind of low.
Yeah, so the difference is like if you have Google or any other Android system, you're basically used for ads. I don't appreciate that.
That's right.
What is it about, though, seriously, when someone is speaking on Android, like their voice sounds different, like it makes sense?
Because it's an Android, bro. They suck.
Okay. Ty. Oh, wow. I see you. Serendipity.
These two are so fun. You guys are like sass queens.
Coming from Kristen.
It's Kristen's turn. Kristen, what's the last thing you bought? So what was the question again? Do you remember the question? Nick?
Wait, did we skip over Mike?
No, it's Kristen's turn. What did you buy?
Okay.
Tony wants to get involved in the Apple Android discussion.
No. Watch your step.
Hey, what you got to say about Apple Android?
Most of you motherfuckers pulling still. You got an Android phone, you probably pulling still.
There you go. Dope.
That man was getting a friend.
They say people
I'm not even into that. It's a time of day.
clean themselves good.
You know what? And Android users are like the modern day conservatives, where we don't actually tell liberals that we're conservatives. We just have our Androids and know our shit is fucking awesome, and we don't actually have to post about it.
iPhone users are happier. Studies show that iPhone users are happier.
Oh my god.
iPhone users are a form of a sheep.
I will continue to reference the study. Dope.
IPhone
users are more intellectual. Or orange. That's okay. One day you'll learn. I will never gracefully accept you into the Apple family once you learn your ways. I'm surprised your girlfriend is still dating you with those green text messages.
This is what I'm talking about. Green text messages. You see this, bro?
It is tacky. Nah, they do. It's out of now when it comes to Android. They do, right? But hey, they can if they want to, right? They got the right to. Yeah, they got.
So, Hannah,
people don't talk about green and
You
green
guys.
messages.
If people want
That's
to
the
yell
Apple
and
problem.
I don't know what Sean thinks. You know what? Sean
All you
definitely
need
will
is
get
yes
on
and no. And you really want security, you don't share your link with anyone unless you want to be ousted. Yeah, it's called Signal. You want to have the green or the red or the blue messages, whatever the hell you Apple people call them. Guess what? Android people don't worry about that shit. Not like you guys.
Okay, good for you. Maybe you should.
You gotta go on their level and talk to them.
Right. Okay,
You
Kristen.
gotta be like, ooh, green, blue, pink colors. Ooh, that's the iPhone.
So Doug and Tony, we're playing I don't know, playing a game goes around PTRs. You get to tell us the last thing that you bought for yourself, what it was, but it can't be food. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I am a self-proclaimed office supplies, mostly pen addict, and so I got some acrylic pens, and yes, I have fed the beast of my addiction. My name is Kristen. Thank you.
If you can, I'd love to see that link. Vero, because I'm meaning Vero.
Ketley.
Oh my.
Your acrylic pen.
Oh, sure. But I don't. Are you sure? Because I don't want to feed your beast.
You feed the beast, baby.
All right. Okay, who's next?
Yeah.
I'll be next. I guess my cup didn't work. Let me think. I guess the last thing I bought with my own money would be, it's probably something for work. Oh, yeah, it's probably a camera lens. It's probably, yeah.
Oh,
It's a little piece of it's just a little shitty one. Well, it's not shitty at all. It's 50 millimeter 1.8, but it's for like just like a little 35 millimeter
Yes.
Canon film camera.
So universal.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yes.
That's the last thing.
1.8 too. Yeah.
Me too.
Sean, is it your turn?
Yeah, mine's easy. I was thinking because I had time to think about what it was, so I haven't bought anything lately for myself. So I got everything I want. I did a TikTok shop purchase because someone was asking if I bought them from TikTok, and I did, and I was very happy with my purchase. I bought 2 different items. One was a octopus diffuser. So what it does is it puffs out little, jellyfish diffuser. So it pumps out little smoky looking jellyfish out of the diffuser. And I have doTERRA essential oils in my studio.
Oh, so
It's amazing.
Which?
Oh, I will have to get the link. I will post it when I can. I'll post it as soon as I get. And then the other thing was I'll just go with that. That's one of the last things I purchased, and that was it's fire.
Oh, very cool. I gotta see this. Yeah. Beth, your turn. Beth, are you there?
I don't think she can talk. I don't think she
Okay.
can talk.
We'll come back to you, Beth. Francie, tell us.
I like to play show and tell, so I just put it in my picture there so you can all see. My bracelet I got today.
Ooh.
I designed one and it broke. So then I found this one and I love it.
Wow. That is so cool. Ooh. Durissa, is it your turn?
Last thing I bought was some pussy.
Tony.
Tony took my answer.
Oh my. Okay.
Dope?
That was the last, if you want to be technical.
Yeah, but it can't be. He said it can't be food. So if you ate that ass, you can't use it.
Let me guess, Dope. The last thing you bought for yourself was a repair on your phone?
Geek bar porno.
No. Anyway, last thing I thought was the bullshit that Serendipity was selling me.
No, you ain't bought it yet.
Yeah, I didn't buy it. Actually, you're right. I didn't buy it. I just walked past it in the aisle. What is the last thing I bought? From the thing? I think it was like some guitar strings off of Amazon or something. I usually just go get food at the grocery store. I don't usually buy too much. Not too materialistic. Unlike some people.
Listen, this is about mental health and staying and making sure that we do self-care, right? This is about remembering that the amount of time that we spend busting our ass working at 9 to 5s, okay, that we get a little bit of peace of. We need to shower ourselves and love ourselves. Touch your body. Say, I love Dope. Dope, you are so dope. And what is something that you want? Let me buy it for you, okay? And then don't feel guilty and don't do it. Because F it. Money comes, money goes.
Touch your body.
Here.
I like the guitar strings.
Yeah, and that's true. Dope. The good guitar strings works. Very cool. Hi, Nick.
Hey yo, there's a link, everyone. There's a link. If you want the jellyfish diffuser, it's on sale for $12.
Oh God, he's gonna convert you to his MLM.
I really love that shit.
I really wanted to buy a Nintendo Switch too, but I feel guilty spending the money.
No, you already bought it, huh? Yeah, better than the jellyfish.
No, I didn't.
Not yet. Ben got it. It's worth it.
But you're gonna spend how much money? I mean, how many bills? How much money in bills do you spend a month? And one bill that you could budget to get yourself what you want, that would be the cost of just one. How much is it, like $300?
It's like $600 after taxes.
Okay, maybe 2 car payments or something. You know, maybe a car payment insurance. Okay, still, that's 1 month. 1 month, you can have like a year worth of just happiness. Fucking juice.
We're bad influences.
Anybody
Okay.
else?
Not really.
I have the next question. In PTR order. Did we get everybody? Tony told us about his pussy.
Yeah.
Derisive said he stole his answer. Nick, did you give us an answer?
I just bought a new gun.
There you go.
Oh, are you gun? I mean, Mike, you pass the background, huh?
Mike and Pat still aren't dead. It's okay.
Chris, think about that. Yeah.
I don't know if it counts, but I bought a $1,100 dental crown today.
Yeah, Mike count.
Careful, Mike. Don't wear that to the No Heats protest.
That is the most adult, self-care thing. Oh my God! Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I went in today for cleaning, and he's like, "Your crown is not touching your gum line properly, and it could cause a little thing. We should give you a new crown." And I was like, "Okay, I guess so." And he's like, "All right." And then he's like, "We'll get it in there. Give us 30 minutes." I'm like, 30 minutes? And they're able to freaking make one, computer scan it, build the damn thing, stick it in my mouth, done.
Dan is online again.
Okay,
Dude, they're like the most gadget dudes ever now. They have all this computer gadget they use. It's really amazing how they do shit now.
Yeah,
I think he was on the show. Mike, upvote payment tonight.
What about online? Mike, what about online? That's the last thing you bought online.
Online?
Mike, that's the last thing. Online.
The last thing I bought online was lens hoods for 2 lenses that I used for weddings that I lost over time. So I've gone about 3 months now without a lens hood on my 35mm. And I lost my lens hood for my 17-28 last wedding. And I finally just went and bought 2 new hoods for them. which are the things that clip on the end of the lens. There's flares from happening, and it's a little nightmare to not have them when you're used to them. So.
Excuse me, Mike.
Yes.
Happy call. Shit.
You just know since we're in the same kind of ish area, what the name like their dentist, because that is what I'm interested in. I don't stick.
My dentist?
Yeah.
My dentist is badass, but he's a little more expensive than normal dentist, but he's really, really good. It's Sigmund Dental Group. They're in Smyrna. They are huge. I mean, they have like, I bet you they have like, it's just a family-owned business, but they fucking just moved, and they probably have like 25 chairs going at one time now. It's just huge.
Thank you. Appreciate
but they do everything in-house, and they can do it all immediately. They got all high-tech equipment. Like they're super cutting edge.
That bread's been stinky for a while, and you haven't noticed or something. Like,
it's Sigmund Dental Group. I think it's SZI, maybe GMAN.
Wait,
SZIGMAN. Type that in for dentist and then Smyrna, and it'll come up because it's spelled weird. But
what you got, Mike, is called the ZEREC crown. It's a type of dental crown made from ceramic material using computer-aided design.
Mine is made from zirconium. It's cuban zirconium. And what happened is I got an implant done. I just finished it. Actually, it took a year to get it. They had to freaking bone graft a bunch of shit. So I got an implant done. Well, it turns out when they drilled the hole for my implant, the tooth next to it had a crown on it. It caused my gums to recede a little tiny bit, and then my old tooth that was under the crown was exposed. So you could see it. It just didn't look that good on that side. And so the problem is that my implant actually caused me to need a new crown on the tooth next to it. So it was like an additional cost. And the implant was $6,000. And so it's a $7,000 fix at this point. It's overwhelming, to be honest with you.
Family home. Do you brush your teeth? Why are you paying this?
I have really good teeth. Literally the only mouth words I have in my whole life are those two teeth. No, I have like really, I literally don't even get cavities. Like I have really good teeth, but I'm 51 and it just finally caught up to me. I got two teeth there, just started having problems. My implant happened because I had a crown. I had two crowns side by side. It was a problem area in my mouth. And over time, it's between the two teeth, I got cavities on both of them, right? And so my dog keeps squeaking, so it's driving me fucking nuts. So anyway, so I got crowns on two teeth, side by side. And then one of my crowns broke off. And I was like, what the hell? And the tooth that was holding it broke. And so I had nothing left for them to put it back on. And they're like, oh, you're going to have to get an implant because we can't put it on anymore. I was like, shit. So I went through a year getting that implant because they had to fucking bone graft and drill it out and then wait and all this shit. And I finally got that done, and then the back one looked like shit. And then they're like, oh, that's because you're COVID proceeded. So that's what I'm saying. So basically, that's what's been. It's been a nightmare, but I'm all good now.
And my wife just did a very similar thing. She did not need the bone graft, but it was her right front tooth. And she got this broken when she was 8 or 9 years old. So it's been replaced more than once, but this time she had to do what you did. It took her 6 months to get it done, but no bone graft.
Yeah, it took me a full year to get it done. I mean, they drill it out, and then they stuff shit in there to graft bone back, and then it took a year for the bone to grow. And then finally, so I had a hole. They gave me called a flapper. It's like a fake tooth, but I never wore it. I literally, because on the side of my mouth, I literally just went without a tooth for a year, and then I got kind of self-conscious. I wasn't smiling properly anymore on purpose because I was really self-conscious of it. And then I finally got it replaced. And now it's like I'll go to smile and I instinctively won't, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can smile, and I'll smile big, and it makes me happy because it's like I keep forgetting that I'm okay to smile now.
My wife was very self-conscious, and she always wore the fake tooth.
Yeah, if it was in the front, I would have. Mine was behind my canine, so it was just on one side. So I would literally smile. So it was on my left side. I would literally smile like normal. If it was on my right side, I wouldn't smile like normal. So like psychologically, I started like zoning off half my face, and then now that it's all there, it's like I have to keep reminding myself that I'm looking to smile.
Do you ever feel like dentists are like mechanics? Like, we're too stupid to know what they're doing, but we just allow them to tell us, and we just pay the bill?
Like, I would feel like that sometimes.
Well, I feel like they definitely get paid a lot for what they do. Like, I mean, you're in the chair for like an hour, it's $1,000. It's like, holy shit, and that thing doesn't cost anything, you know? So, but it's all equipment. I mean, millions of dollars worth of shit in that room you're sitting in, you know?
Did your insurance cover much of yours, Mike?
My insurance was actually decent. I was surprised. The crown was well, it didn't cover shit for my implant. Nothing. I paid outright. For my crown, it was $1,100. It covered 600 of it. I only had to pay $520.
Yeah, we were out of pocket. We were out of pocket like $6,000.
Yeah, my crown was $6,000 out of pocket. Yeah, I paid it like I did 12 months, no interest, no payments. No, 12 months, no interest, all payments. Like $250 a month for 12 months.
Okay, so now Beth is back. Beth, what's the last thing you bought online? We could talk, Mike, we're gonna talk about dental because I spent over $40,000 since I was.
Holy fuck! Yeah, I don't have that
on my teeth, man.
It could be worse. Yeah,
we could talk some dental game. But
I know.
Mike just came back and we've gone through everyone except for Beth. I think Dope has not answered. Francie, did you answer yet? But we're going to PTRs with Beth. Your turn. What's the last thing you bought online? That was what we were talking about. We were kind of going through order.
The last thing I bought online,
Hope that wasn't food.
Kristen, yeah, I know you know me way too well. No, it wasn't food.
Oh,
I bought 2 pairs of shoes, and I know you know me way too well. I would definitely buy food online.
Nice shoes. Okay. Francie, did you answer this one? Did you already answer? Because I just took away.
I buy everything online. Everything.
Dope, did you get to do one yet? Did you say last thing you bought online? Before we get to Joe?
I did.
Joe, what did you buy online?
Cigars. I bought a bunch of cigars. I just got them in Saturday.
What kind? Can you go into detail a little bit?
That was a mixed bag of cigars, some Oliva, some Nubs, some Partagas, some Drew Estate, Cuba, a bunch of different ones.
Okay. Nice. I like the PTR order thing. Eva started this. I thought it was a good one. She's always good. Wasn't it Eva? She's like, let's do PTR order. Either one buy. What's the last thing you bought online? Yeah, I posted a link on the one. If those are that were interested in the jellyfish diffuser. Yeah, things amazing. Yeah, $30 and like doTERRA will sell you the same diffuser that does half as good as what this diffuser does for $100. So.
Oh,
And it was a TikTok shop order. It was great.
You want to know one of the coolest things my wife got 2 weeks ago?
What she get?
You know how you got really expensive sinks in your kitchen, but the stoppers suck, and they're just metal pieces of crap with a rubber thing on the bottom. You got to find the hole to get it in there just right, and they just get gnarly when not cool. She found this one by OXO, which is really a great design company for houses and stuff. OXXO, and this one is universal magnetic, and it's got the coolest trap inside of the stopper. It's all high quality plastic, and you turn the little thing and it seals perfectly, and it makes your sink look like a fucking $1 million because it looks so much better than the standard one. They're $14 and they're just worth it.
I have to ask you a question, because when I grew up, my mom would have one sink with soap in it, and we washed the dishes in there. The next sink, we rinsed them off. I've never used, after I moved out of their home, I've never used a sink stopper ever in my life. Do you guys use that to do that kind of stuff? Or what do you use it for?
I use it all the time because we cook shit here. There's pots and pans that don't go in the dishwasher.
I guess the question is, do you wash your dishes like that? You do one with soap and water, and then the next one is where you rinse it.
Yeah, I don't fill the sink. I do the soap in one, and I rinse with water running, which I guess is not necessarily the best way to do it, but that's the way I do it. But I also grew up working in restaurants where you had to use 3 basin sinks. So we have one sink with soap and water, one sink with sanitizer, and then you rinse.
Francie, when are you doing your room? Maybe tomorrow. If you're up for it. Yes. The psychology right? No, the other one. Psychology. The other one? Yeah, the other one. Vera wants to do the other one. Okay, tomorrow's good. I'm up for it. What time? Where is Vera? There she is. What time, girl? Anytime. I'm at your service.
You said if you do it tomorrow, I wake up and I'm home usually noon Eastern Standard Time.
Anytime after that, yeah. Okay, like 1 o'clock?
2 o'clock, yeah.
2 o'clock, okay.
You know, keep it like it's a heavy conversation, so you keep it light.
Yeah, let's do 2. It's kind of like not crowded in the hallways, so that's kind of a good time to do it.
Perfect.
Great. I'll set it up.
Thanks.
Good luck at my schedule tomorrow because it's been super busy at work.
I'm going to be talking, I think, a lot about how Child Protective Services, I think, has failed parents so bad and children that these things are happening. So I just want to let you guys know I'm going to be talking about that. I have a meeting at 3. So. Okay.
I'll have to dip out quietly for a moment.
That's fine. That'll be good.
Yeah.
Hey, Francie, how far are you from Hagerstown, Maryland?
I'm in Statesville, North Carolina, so that's like 5. It's over 5 hours, I'm sure.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I thought you were West Virginia. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm from West Virginia. I'm moving to West Virginia as soon as I can. But so if I was in Southern West Virginia, I would be about 5 hours from Maryland.
Francie, I'm amazed that you're moving back to West Virginia. Because before my dad passed away, he told me, he said, you never lost anything here, baby girl. So, no reason to come back.
That's so sweet. Yeah, I get it. Like, but my son and my grandchildren are there, and the mountains are there, and I'm just ready to have some land and maybe some chickens and a goat, maybe. Yeah.
Yes,
I'm excited. Yeah.
Any proper woman has at least 2 goats.
And one donkey.
Donkeys. Gotta have a donkey. And there's so much to do. Like, we'll do a lot of hiking and kayaking, and I mean, it's just such a beautiful state. So we'll be active and then are going to help homeschool our grandchildren. I'll be teaching like history, and my husband will be teaching math and chemistry and all that. So, yeah, so it's like everything in our culture revolves around family, church, and community. So I'm just ready to go back to that life.
And many cows.
Brownie rolls, too.
Yes. And you guys we are hoping to do a couple Airbnbs, so you guys are welcome to come and visit.
And Vero, I have 2 goats. They are the greatest of all time. My children.
Do they faint?
I got myself 2 goats.
Do they faint?
Do they paint?
Faint.
Faint. Yeah, I struggle. Did you say faint? Like faint?
Yeah, like faint, like fainting. Yes, like fainting goats.
Well, that's a special kind of goat, though, sir.
It's not a special kind of goat. Lots of things faint.
Yeah, but they are special kind of goat.
Have you spent a lot of time with goats?
Not all goats faint.
I think a lot of goats do faint. You're just not scary for breakfast.
No, they're special
feel too bad for you guys.
Thank you, goats are the finest thing in the world. I love fainting goats. They're so much fun. And I want little cows, and I want little horses.
Holland, we want the Holland miniature.
Yes, I want the little Highland cows. I'm gonna name them all with P names. Poppy and Petunia and Piper and Penelope and right?
I love goats. They are delicious.
Without serendipity, you're insane.
Did you not hear me? I love goats. They're delicious.
Joe, I'm choosing to ignore you. Go. Little fainting goats. And donkeys. I want to rock a donkey in a rocking chair. A little baby donkey.
We have, we live in a giant HOA. The surrounding is just farm country and horse country. And we've got goats, and we've got miniature horses, and we've got donkeys. So we can go on like a little parade, just driving to the neighborhood next to our neighborhood and see all these things, and there are other people's goats, and they can eat them, but we get to look at them.
I'm not swearing.
The serendipity, it's very easy to make my goats the greatest of all time to faint the minute you pull the Wi-Fi. They faint. Yeah, my little goats faint.
Shoot, when I grew up, we had, remember when Kmart existed? They used to have donkeys that you put a quarter in, and then they would rock you. You sat on it, and it did some goofy little for like, whatever, minute, and then into another quarter in, try the donkey again.
I want to rock the donkeys. They love to be rocked in rocking chairs.
I want to rock the horse. That's it.
I mean,
donkeys are so cute.
Donkey. So serendipity. This isn't like a fetish or anything, is it?
No.
Okay. I just want to be
No.
Okay.
Now look. You want to see where my rocking donkeys comes from? I'm going to show you where my rocking donkeys comes from.
I'm pretty sure we all in this room rock the donkeys every day.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about legit donkey.
This is not Punch the Clown.
Okay, look. Y'all just look. Okay? I just put the link in the chat. Tell me, that is not the sweetest thing you ever did see.
Oh, I thought you were going to PTR. I kept fingering my phone there for a moment. Okay. Oh.
That's so sweet. I want a puppy. I'm ready for a puppy.
All right, I have to admit, I really like that.
Yeah, it's cute, isn't it? It's super cute. I don't want a donkey.
Oh,
it'll take care of the cows. They're very protective of their cows and their horses.
Oh, that's sweet.
And I would never eat donkey. I would eat horse, but I would never.
What's wrong with you, Joe?
Yeah, not a horse.
I'm judging you now.
Horses.
Now I'm judging you. I don't want to hear it. Don't talk about horses.
I'm a vegan.
Horses are for loving. They're for loving. That's it.
That is a service donkey right there.
Did you say they were for Naveen?
No, I didn't say they were for Naveen.
Okay.
I said they were to love.
I was like, I don't know if Naveen would eat them. I don't know.
If you were sad and you had that donkey in your arms, there's no way you would still be sad. You might cry a little bit. You will feel a lot better after that. 100%. Yeah.
You will feel so much better.
Yeah.
We do that every day in America. We hold the donkeys and rock them and say, you're going to be okay, baby. Just hold on. Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
Are you talking to some of your very dependent friends?
I'm excited.
Do your donkeys look at you back and go, I'm not a Zimmer around her. At least not most of the time.
Yeah, they are very good
donkeys
protectors.
are cute. they are zoomer arounders. They get the zoomies.
But what if the donkeys do not like us to like have them?
They do.
Maybe they're like, get out of my face.
No, did you see that donkey? He loved being held.
Look, Lexi, look at this donkey. Isn't this the cutest?
I do like miniature horses better than donkeys, though.
Donkeys are amazing. One of my clients has a farm, and she owns 2 donkeys, and they're just there. Like they're animals. They're not used for anything, but they're just there. And I swear to God, when she invited me to her ranch, and she did, and I meet up with her, we go out, and the donkey comes like running towards the gate, just doing its hee-haw, you know, the sound that donkeys do.
No, they don't.
For her. They're like, it was the sweetest fucking thing on the planet. I was like, oh my God, there's no way
They remember, yeah.
do anything bad to these things.
They have long memories. There's this video of a donkey horse being reunited after like 5 years, and that donkey is just crying. I mean, it is so sad. And the horse is like, oh.
Maybe it was crying because the relationship was toxic, serendipity.
Drinking.
You thought it got away, and then you reunited.
You thought about that? No, because you only think about yourself.
Yeah, she's like, look, they're happy. The horse is like, God, that's my drunk father who used to beat me. Fuck. I thought I was.
Nick, I'm just thinking that Sean's friends, like that has the 2 donkeys, it might be her husband, her mother-in-law. And he just didn't know the difference.
You are spicy bad. Yeah, it was a whole on ranch. She had 2 donkeys. I couldn't wrap my head around it. And so they have this whole big, huge, beautiful space, but God, they were always so. Anytime she'd walk out, like at 2 different times, they would just get so excited to see her, and it wasn't for food. And she just scratched their necks and the face and their eyes. It was like just ridiculous. Like I can't even. It's like anything, like with animals. When they're so excited to see you, whether it be your dogs or your cats, whatever it is, it was like donkey style. Oh Lord, that didn't sound right. The donkey version of that.
Sean, how do you feel about alligator Alcatraz?
I think it's great. I think it's a great thing.
Serendipity. Now, donkeys are absolutely adorable. My aunt's mule, because she has it out to protect her cattle, had a baby last year. But you want to get a family member pissed off at you? Just say, oh my God, that is the cutest ass we have in our family. Oh yeah, I got nobody in my family liked me for about a week. And my aunt was like, that was...
There's been lots of ass talk today.
Yo, my cat is over here tripping balls. He just got one of his toys out from a while, and it's got catnip in there, so it's like a pot found a nug on the carpet, you know? He's going crazy.
I'm watching donkey reunited videos. They're so cute.
Alright, serendipity, log off, okay? Alright? No more donkeys for tonight.
So cute.
You should Google. They have serendipity.
It's going to be showing them donkeys on TikTok.
Serendipity, check out the Mexican donkey shows. Google that.
I will if you Google fainting goats.
Okay.
No.
Listen to you next day.
The famous Tijuana donkeys.
Yeah, no. Don't Google that. No.
There's not.
Okay, I'm not gonna Google it then. She ruined it for you guys.
No, there's donkey shows. They rate the donkey.
I'll take your word for it. Google fainting the goat.
No, I can't, but told me not to.
They're so funny.
She said don't do it. I've been to Tijuana lots of times and never went to a donkey show. There's nothing you can get me to do that ever. Yeah, I bet there is. What if there was pizza in there? A nice pizza oven.
Chicken wings?
Well, chicken wings wouldn't do it. But the pizza oven, he's got me there. He got me.
Damn the oven, yeah.
We'd be like, aha, got him.
Your mom.
My mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yeah. Oh, I'm not much worse than that one chick. Come on.
Wait, one chick. I just knew you were gonna make them.
I didn't even want that sound coming to my new AirPods. I was just like, I'm gonna take these.
Make a beta reference. Come on.
I just had to take them out. I was like, you maintain my new AirPod speakers.
You might not be a true Clubhouse person if you haven't heard Bader sing.
Nothing wrong. Can't get me going with that song. Damn it. The song is ruined.
Whatever happened to Stephen Bader? Is he still here?
Yes,
he's a Democrat now.
He's not. He's not. He's still here. He was in here the other night.
Francie, if you see him, Francie, you should be like, I heard that you were on the left. See what, I would love to, because you do it so innocent, you know, and I want to see, he'd probably be like, oh my, that's interesting.
That's spicy information.
Yeah, that is absolutely false and misleading, Francie.
For you, love. Just for you.
Oh my God, I want to hear it.
If he became that though, would that mean that he is now a master Bader?
I made a joke with him.
I haven't heard that one. I haven't gotten
No, because I've said that before. I made a joke to him a long time ago. I don't know if I should say it. I'll say it in lesbian.
Hey, Ro, what's going on? Welcome in.
Wow.
Good morning to Ro. So I think it's morning time for you, Ro, right?
Hi, Ro. What you got online?
Well, we're just greasing up the morning mood, so it's almost midday. How are you going, guys?
Pretty good. How are you, bro?
I'm doing good. I'm having myself a coffee. The weather is looking a little bit on the rainy side at the moment, but enjoying the conversation. It was great. What is it with these Android users? Really, why do they exist?
Not you. Watch out. Dope is with me. You watch out. Dope and I are here. You watch out, Rob.
What is
You
it?
go
Dope
for the
is
Android. Watch out.
young enough. You can blame young and dumb on Dope. You have no excuse. You do not get to play
You notice how it's always an Android user telling us, but they can't tell us like anything about their phone. It's always, Apples are so dumb. They can't tell me anything about their phone. It's like nobody's arguing. I have an iPhone.
You know what? Every single time I hear an iPhone user mention their freaking iPhone in comparison to their Android, I will make a tally, and at the end of by November, if that tally is more than 10, I'm never going back on this app.
We might be breaking some amazing ground.
You shouldn't have said that.
I am never getting back on this app.
Apple user can have more confidence, though.
This is a tragedy.
Android user, you can actually count to 10. Let's go.
Okay, all right. First of all, all right. If you're gonna try to do the intelligence thing, the average IQ of an iPhone user is definitely like in the sub-90s. So like, let's just be honest with each other, all right? So,
That is so not true.
That's why I think it's so focused. They're so focused on the colors of the freaking text.
Do you
They're only
remember
like,
doing the comparison of my phone to your phone and how it said my phone was weird?
okay, first of all, your phone is newer. Your phone is newer. Your phone came out like last year. Like, what are you talking about? Like, my phone is a year and a half younger than yours. I mean, older than yours. So.
Your phone is like, yeah, like, okay.
Yeah, that's correct. It's not newer than Angela. It's manure. It's manure. It's manure. It's not newer. It's manure. Yeah, manure.
I mean, just everybody and their brother agrees that mine is superior, though. So.
My next phone actually is a phone with an actual built-in what's called the flying things, the drone. Yeah, it's got drone built-in quality, so I can actually summon my phone. The wings come out of the back of it, and it'll fly to my hand. I bet your iPhone can't do that.
Yeah, I can.
That's right.
Why is it with the software update?
You better hope that whoever replaces Ted Cook is better, because
Who the fuck is Ted Cook?
Tim, but Ted is his real name. Just decided to call himself Tim because it sounded better than Ted.
I think that's
Kind of cheap idea.
a lie.
Don't worry, one day you'll grow up and get an iPhone.
You know what? My phone's going to grow wings and it's going to fly to my hand. It's going to make me even lazier than ever, and I'm still going to laugh and go, my phone's better than yours.
Well, I can mirror my iPhone on my MacBook and use my phone right on my screen. Can you do that with your Android thing?
Everything your Apple can do and more. Yeah.
See, that's what they always say. And more, Joe.
They just can't tell us what that more is.
Yeah, more, Joe. It's more.
I can. So what can yours do that mine can't?
Nothing. I'll leave these back. Save the CD.
My Android brings all the girls in the arm. Damn right. Better than yours.
Whoa. Pause.
You want to hear some facts? You guys want to hear some facts? I'm looking at the study right now. It's just so.
I'm looking at my CCR too.
I'm looking at a study. It's talking about your PCR is probably as shit as your iPhone. Okay, so I'm looking at the study that is. It is an Apple logo. That's just amazing. Thank you, Secretary, for proving my point. Anyway,
that's the best. His screen is gonna look on his phone with that.
Okay. All right. Okay. So. All right.
You should take a screenshot.
You may be able to use it as a wallpaper.
Let me read the damn study, God. Please.
I mean,
I do know one thing.
In comparison to Android users, iPhone owners are more likely to be female, younger, and increasingly concerned about their smartphone being viewed as a status object. They display lower levels of honesty, humility, and higher levels of emotionality. That is just amazing. Beautiful. That is, oh my gosh, that's my entire argument summed up in a single
Here.
single line.
Here's what I'm gonna do for you, Joe. I would like to draw your attention to the top of the room. Okay?
You know,
we have more money and friends. We're happier. We have more money and more friends than Android.
We're living the high life, really.
It's just insane. High life.
Your Android phone does one thing better. It's the best paperweight around.
But check this out, I got a real functional fact that talks about iPhones. iPhones can only hotspot 5 devices when Android can hotspot 10. Beat that shit. Oh yeah.
I'm not setting up.
How often do you do that?
It connects to all of my lights, my security system, and everything in my studio. And the iPhone can handle it.
My iPhone comes with that. I have to with no service,
I got 10
I can
devices
use the
and
cell
it's
phone to contact emergency
That's
services.
right. That's right.
Yeah, I think I have plugs and shit, light bulbs.
I have a flashlight. How bright is your light? Not as bright as mine.
Yeah, I like the lights. I really like golden lights.
All Android users are dim.
It's time that we stop flexing our superiority over.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's get down to your level.
We're singing, yes, it's time to be nice to our
And
less fortunate friends.
fuck that. I'm not doing that. You can't deny one of our queens, Miss Beth, is an Android user. So you can't hate. Okay. Now we might be outnumbered on the stage by Apple users, and you might have a little audio mode, but guess what? It doesn't matter. You can get on the audio mode. Do you get that from Australia? Do you understand it? Beautiful. Do you understand why you're around them? Sure. Because you're all a bunch of sheep. That's why.
Oh boy.
So Sean, we don't want you in our iCloud business.
Campground.
Stay in the Google advertisement space.
That's right.
Hey, I'm happy you're happy. I'm so happy you're happy. I'm patting you on the head and
Seriously.
Mine does way more than yours does. Every time. Every time.
Sean kind of proves Serendipity's point. Like, obviously, Sean is not happy.
Oh, I'm very happy.
And then it's almost like he leaves for
This is my happiness.
When you have to defend your Android to such an extent, it just proves how.
Especially when nobody's attacking him.
You know, when all I have to say is Android, and then I listen to all of you go, that's all. I mean, that gives me the answer.
So, let me do a check-in with you. I just want to make sure. Are you okay? You alright?
I'm good. Are you good?
I don't want to feel as if everybody's ganging up on you because
The average IQ of an iPhone user was 102. The average IQ of an Android user was 110. So
Nice.
Stop it.
And I had 154 IQ. I was
so
testing.
yeah. So
Stop it. How did they get the IQs of these phone users?
hey, it was a self-submitted studies. Sorry.
Oh,
Well, if you
You're still liars.
if you want to pretend, if you
Sorry. You want to help you. That's just the facts.
average, if you lump in
Yeah,
average,
You're literally average though. You're 100 IQ. That's literally average.
We actually need people
I
who
am not average.
Well, the average iPhone user is average, so yeah.
averagely above.
It's funny though, because Cambridge actually ran a study and said, unfortunately, there is just no definitive evidence that Android users are inherently smarter. Intelligence isn't tied to phone choice, although
Nonsense. You know what Cambridge is? Fake news. That's fake.
Statements on social media.
Lame. So lame.
Apparently, iPhone users are the smartest people on the planet because they follow the sheet. That's search for it. Just it.
If Hitler came back to life and he needed a sheet nation to follow him, he'd make sure that all of his supporters have iPhones. So it's so easy for the propaganda to be administered as an iPhone user. You just be like, oh, my iPhone is this way, so obviously this is the right way to think. And Nazis would sponsor freaking Apple, apparently, or Apple would sponsor the Nazis. That would totally make sense. And you people would all buy it. You're schmucks. You're sheep. You have no backbone. You should be ashamed of
You're all defeated. You apples.
I just brought you a question about who puts the dingier shit on social media, iPhone users or Android users. Android folks get dinged for seriously overcomplicating life, like defending their phone with a manifesto on reading and foldable. iPhone users just shrug. X roasts Android users as and ashamed of their gadgets. And Jim's like, Android in 2025? Get your money up, brookie.
Well, serendipity, did you know that Android is the official phone of Antifa?
Oh my God! I was just gonna say,
That makes a lot of sense, dude. Why they're straight at serendipity. If they have androids and they're trying to do like gatherings with all those error messages and shit, you know, I'd be frustrated.
Yeah, because the fact that you have to call them error messages is like just a sad state of affairs. Because guess what? Android users just say messages. You know, we don't have to worry about error messages or, you know.
Yeah.
And see who wants to more porn, Android or Apple.
Apple, we have a better screen.
Oh, do you now? Really? Guess what?
Yeah, we're 30,000 units of brightness, bitch.
Hey, look at the previews. Another chicken. What's the short name? Yes. Apple uses Samsung. Sean, take it off. Sean,
Breathe.
what do you got, Russ? What do you got, Russ?
Just want to make sure everybody's okay. Sean, take a breath, deep breath. In for 3.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And
It's okay.
Sean,
It's okay. You're okay.
whilst we're actually doing this,
Apple users.
these dogs.
Inhale for 5. Hold for 5.
So-
Exhale for 5.
No ecosystems integration.
Android people.
Last period than that in Android. Okay, so Apple devices, right, seamless handoff integration between all the different products. Android cannot replicate across different manufacturers. Software updates and longevities. iPhones receive like 5 to 7 years of iOS updates, right, directly from Apple versus 3 to 4 from most Android phones. Just
Actually all.
see, I know. You're in
Android 7 years.
No. I know. Okay, got it. Hang on. So 2018 iPhone SX still runs on the latest iOS, by the way, too. Okay. Privacy and security. Okay. Apple's business model doesn't rely on selling your data like Google's does. Okay, for number one. There's transparency right across the board. Optimization and performance. Yeah. You want to talk about that as well? Because Apple controls both the hardware and the software, and iPhones are incredibly optimized. Like their the A series chips constantly outperform competing Android chips in the real world too. I get it. Look, you love your Android. I actually appreciate a lot about what Android does, the flexibility. You're not tied into an ecosystem as well. Lots of good things, but seriously, I'll give you an extra couple of bucks. Okay, we'll buy you an Android.
You know what?
And only have 5 devices, you suck.
You have proven one thing. Android derangement syndrome is a thing.
Whenever I see cool pictures on social media, it's taken by an iPhone, not a fucking Samsung Galaxy or some shit. It's always, it's taken with an iPhone. Cool thing.
That's it. First of all,
It was a lot better than yours.
No, my phone wasn't taken on the fucking phone. The fucking flip, whatever the flip is.
Yeah, it's like nobody that has an Android is on a cruise.
You're right. It's all came out. You can't even your phone. That's it'll come out in years. You'll be able to flip your phone in about 10 more years, and we were able to flip it literally 20 years ago. That's how backwards it is.
There's a common trend where there's a certain level of technology that's seen on like the Samsung phone, and iPhone users are like, who cares about this? Like, why the hell would somebody even care about this? Face scanning was first seen on a Samsung phone. Sure, I'm gonna have to look at the specific phone. Face scanning was first in an Android phone, then iPhone users got it, and now all of
No one on stage said Apple should.
And it's the same thing, the same thing for so much other shit.
Thanks for being a beta tester.
Y'all are just sheep. It's just sheep behavior. Yeah, it's just biometric fingerprint reading through the screen that you don't have.
Thanks for testing it.
You don't have. Yeah, we can. Yeah, sorry, we had it before you.
We don't want it. Thanks for testing it.
We also had always
way before you did.
Yeah.
Thanks for testing it, so we don't have to spend our money on dumb shit. Dang.
You're still paying more money than we
We
pay.
got it now.
You're still paying more, and your phone screens break a lot easier than
Mine's
iPhone
fine.
screens.
Doing good.
Exactly. iPhone user, you know, they work at iPhone. Every single time I see a photo with a crack screen, they have an iPhone. It's so hilarious. Like, yeah, I don't know if your screens are shit, the glass is shit. Actually, by the way, the glass, the screens that are used for iPhones are manufactured by, guess who? Samsung. Isn't that amazing?
And thanks for testing it for us.
They break their screen, you know why, Joe? Because they have a low IQ. They don't know how to actually protect their phones like we do.
Yeah.
I mean, but
Hey, but Sean, like really.
We thought Sean experience.
Like, yeah, we thought we were using this phone.
This is almost like in Israel, Palestine, bro. This is amazing.
That are used on Android are far inferior in terms of security. You leave your ecosystem wide open, right, to attacks. You know that.
Give an example. Give an example. I want to know. Give an example when
June half
apps are better than. Just give a good example of
June
how
half
apps better than an Android app.
Give me a bit of time.
Give me a perfect example.
I'll tell you about the security breaks that happen with Android due to their app ecosystem. Okay, bear with me. Okay, I'll find some.
Okay.
Like about you, Sam, anything that
It could take some time.
there aren't any issues with the App Store. Are you suggesting that there are no issues with the App Store at all?
I don't have any problems. I've been using Android since the Motorola.
You're just saying your phone told you that you were giving your car to your sister, though?
Yeah.
I will tell you. Okay. Now,
Are you saying that there are no issues?
I'm gonna give you all a big props down.
Relax.
I want to give
You
you
say
props
that
down.
are you saying there are no security issues by comparison to that of Apple on Android app system? Is that what you're telling me? They are telling you that it's
I can't tell you depends on the user, and the user don't know the user.
Hang on, Sean, hang on, we're getting down to nuts and bolts here, okay? Are you telling me that the Android app system is actually has better security measures than the iPhone?
Yes, Steve is not security, which is actually what this. It's actually what our U.S. government uses for security on all their phones. Yeah, Knox security. What do you know about Knox? KNOX. No, I know that. You know about Knox? Okay. So what does Apple use? What's theirs? Wasn't it the FBI that tracked the iPhone security to get into a phone? I mean, we heard it was.
That was overseas. No, do your research. That was not done.
Let's get into details on this. Let's get into the real details.
Dude, just say Apple's better. It's easy.
Well, okay. What makes you know what? Why don't you just explain to me the commercials that promote your iPhone 17 now, or whatever the fuck you're on? See, Samsung got smart inside of it.
It is a 17 Pro Max.
The primary Android device is Samsung, okay? So you want to talk about Apple, I'm going to talk to you about Samsung, because guess what?
I don't care.
We put our screens in the yard on your phones. Yes, you're using the Android screens on your phones, right, Joe?
Thanks for your testing.
I said it before. Yeah. I'm glad you like the screen. So our flavors are as good or better than yours.
They say that Apple is in charge of software manufacturing. The fucking manufacturing is in part due to Samsung. Isn't that amazing? And also, you look at other simple facts they don't like bringing up. Charging speed, Samsung is superior to iPhone. I know that's something you guys aren't likely to.
They don't do it for a reason. You don't get it.
You don't care about those things.
You don't know.
Anyway, charging speeds, we destroy you, we crush your shit. Camera quality, the latest Samsung beats iPhone. The latest Samsung beats iPhone.
Cameras always suck. It's all because
Customization, you got no fucking customization. You're like fucking cardboard boxes. Like every single iPhone is pretty much the same.
I think you want one.
That's okay.
That looks inventive, like quite a it's like a fucking a whiteboard for a college classroom. So
U.S. government doesn't pick just one smartphone OS. It is a mix. However, iPhones dominate, especially among high-profile officials, lawmakers, and White House staff. Due to their closed ecosystem and faster updates, better security, 71% of phones issued by the government are iPhones. 28% are BlackBerry, and 9% are Android.
Blackberries actually have really good security.
Yeah, 9%, is that what you said?
9%, yes.
Wow.
Wait, was the BlackBerry even higher than the Android?
Yeah.
Yes, it was 28%.
They actually had more Blackberries than the
Are we
Android.
going to this level? Okay, all right. So neither I work with an iPhone is better for general users, generic users. No, check this out. This is a generic Google. I did a generic Google, and this is the generic Google AI answer. When I said is Knox security better than iPhone security, it says neither is definitively better. Knox is better for customizable enterprise needs, while iPhone is better for general users. Oh yeah, generic users. Prioritizing
general.
user-friendly.
General, not generic. Let's not be changing the words.
Okay. I know. I threw that in. Okay. Fair. Knox offers layered, customizable security and is safe for business use. So yeah, if you're not using an Android and you're using an Apple, you're kind of supporting more of the liberal. I'm just saying, you know what? If you're a business owner, you're smart enough to use an Android than that. Just saying. Yeah, I like that.
Did you know the original name for the Android was the Dingleberry? They decided to market it. It was originally called the Dingleberry.
You know, the first time Android was actually presented was in 1977 in the original Star Wars Episode 3. You saw the little green Android. It was there before Apple even existed.
As of 2025.
Yes,
Which are more secure, Android or Apple? And as of 2025, iPhones edged out Android. For most users with tighter security due to iPhones edged out Android. With fewer vulnerabilities in the wild.
For the people in the back.
Can we call the original name Dingleberries from now on?
Oh, I hate Dingleberry. That is a terrible word. Oh my god. Yeah. Stop. You said that. Dingleberries is terrible.
Isn't that what hangs up your butt when you go wipe your butt?
Yeah, it's the shit that doesn't get off the hair of your butt if you don't shave your butt.
This is why you need the and not an Android.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good fact.
Dingleberry users have problems.
Take on none of us are Dingleberry users. I mean, so we all agree on this one.
Sean, I just want to maybe just revisit something that's actually really important. Yes. Session, I think. For me, I know that talking about dingleberries is probably something that Android users do, and that's perfectly fine. Probably go to the website. And that's perfectly fine. But look, for me, if I'm going to be carrying a device that's holding on to passwords, photos, access mirrors, websites, I want to make sure that the apps, the ecosystem, the apps are actually as solid as possible. That to me is actually one of the most important things. Okay, and I think Android offers a lot to special people with special needs. But how can it be?
That was great. That was excellent.
Name the apps on Google Play.
Let me land this, okay? I just want to, for me, I think security is actually a very, very important issue, especially in today's days. I think the ecosystems these days are actually some of the most important things we need to be able to have a look at. And Apple, without question, across the board, if you do some research on this, I already knew this, but I wanted to get some reliable sources. I put a link at the very top, and I put a couple of links of third-party
testers. We've got nothing to do with Android. We've got nothing to do with Apple either. They test these functionalities of the phones, especially with regards to security. So have a read. Weep. We're going to do a GoFundMe. I get like a box of fucking Nancy.
You're hilarious, man. We know what though. To be quite honest, though, I know several people that are white hat hackers that go to the Las Vegas white hat hacking conference, and actually both phones are equally challenging to hack if you know how to set your security correctly. Yeah. I mean, respectfully, I think that would be where there's a
somebody who works at McDonald's drive-through, and I can get like an extra like ice cream cone if I ask
I'm sure you could. All you have to do is speak to them with the way you're probably going to be able to read. It has nothing to do with Apple or Android.
Less flappy with the lips, okay, and just do some reading, okay.
I think you're less flapping is what makes you into
lip flapping, dude. Okay, it's the first.
So when it comes down to the mechanics, maybe you're not coming through as well as you thought.
Yes. No, just read it.
Just listen for a real world example how clear Rose coming in. And Sean's mic is just struggling to figure out what the internet is.
Yes, it makes it sound very weak.
Maybe it's because he just woke up in the morning and for me it's after hours, okay? And that might be just it.
It just seems analog, very like dial-up.
Analog. I don't know.
Maybe
because I'm 48 years old. Maybe analog because I'm 48 years old and I'm not a millennial and I'm a Gen Xer, but I will say though that
I know you're saying that with that being my job and shit. Shut up.
I ain't hating on no millennials. I'm just saying I've been around a little longer than some of you little tater tots out there. Okay. Yeah, this is a good one though. I like the challenge. I appreciate the challenge. Well, no one had an answer to my hotspot. My hotspot point is no one can answer that. You can't.
Who uses hotspot?
They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear why.
You want to know why?
Hey, Don. Just be smart and don't talk to them, bro. They're below us.
Okay.
This is like talking to a bunch of preschoolers about why they can actually.
I'm the preschooler that when you are stranded in the middle of the woods with no cell service, and I can find
iPhone users are like kids with leapfrogs. You guys know what leapfrogs are? They're those little like Apple thingies that you use for entertainment.
I won't leave you in the woods unrescued. I'll be around to rescue you.
Everything got stimulated by this conversation, though. No, hold on.
No, this conversation with Android users is only for leapfrog with unicorns.
The Samsung lists their phones based on the year now. They changed the way they number the phones. So each year, so the S26 comes out sometime in February because it's 2026. I have an S24. Like I used to update my phone every single year. And I will say there was a period of time where Apple definitely proceeded and beat Android in many ways as far as stability and connectivity and a lot of different things. And now
Android users watch more porn than iPhone users.
But I have Starlink satellite services on my 2024 fucking phone. It's 2 years old. It's almost 2 years old.
Wake those fucking freaks up.
I can connect and text to anyone, anywhere in the world with my phone. Yeah, I can.
Sean,
you just lost right there. You can't connect to anyone in the world.
Sean, I'm going to make sure that we reinstate the fact. I mean, as is, you are not a loser. You're a winner. But look, I'm going to ask you, what is the most important thing when it comes to a phone to you? The most important.
Different customizability, being able to sideload apps that I want.
You're missing that functionality. Android's taking that away.
That's a lie.
No, that's not a lie.
Is that a lie?
That is not a lie.
You use that?
It's happening.
What do you know about that? Lies.
It's lies.
I have friends who work for Spotify, Pandora, and many other music services, as well as video services. And like I said before, I can access all that and have unlimited service without.
Can you tell your friends at Spotify that they treat their artists like shit?
Yeah, you tell them. Actually, all the streaming services do. Did you hear that Napster's coming back in a big way?
Oh, I did hear that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I was a big fan.
I use LimeWire, dude.
I was an MIRC guy. I was on
Listen, if you bought a computer back in the day, right, you turn it on and have like 50 pop-ups and have to click out of it. The fastest way to give your new computer AIDS was LimeWire.
No,
That's only if you were stupid. That's why you went to Apple. You know what? That was those of you that got infected by diseases on your PCs or whatever you were using.
Well, I never did.
I didn't know how to use your.
I'm just telling you, like, that's a fast way.
Computers.
Vaughn, read the article at the top. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news for you.
I will give you one thing about Android. One good thing about Android is it's optimized for grinding. It's the best.
This guy's got it all day.
Oh my God, Sean, read that article. Dude, this is not looking good for you.
No, I'm not reading the article. I'm not going to read the article. I know it's not going to happen. Do you know how to unlock the bootloader? Do you know how to root your phone? Those are the terms that you have. People know nothing about. You don't know how to do that shit. You own a piece of computer equipment in your hand that you spend as much as you do for a computer, and you don't have the access that I have.
Well, the nice thing is it's so compatible with my computer, my Apple computer, like everything is everywhere on all my devices. I can find it's so easy. Like I can navigate from my computer to my phone to my iPad, and it's all there. I don't have to set it all stress-free. It's so stress-free. And you do. Look, you're losing your ability to side load. Look, Sean, look.
We're not. And people show pushing pixels on. I think that they're very worse.
The other 10 that popped out.
What's our side loading?
I could put any of the other 10.
Side loading is, that's the biggest problem ever because what's side loading?
You can the article from Lifehacker. Would you like the article from Android Police?
We don't care about side loading. We're too busy unlocking.
Okay, sure.
If I write a note on my iPhone,
I don't have time to deal with this shit either.
you have to email it to yourself.
You have to fax it.
Oh my God. Sax. Not the sax. Oh my God. I never faxed. Who's actually faxed? I never faxed.
That's all they say is my phone did that first.
Yeah. All they change is as soon as the fax comes through.
Zero text, they fax.
Tell us all about your grinder superiority.
Never used Grindr.
I love an average streaming service. It's just automatically there for me on all my
I didn't know that.
devices.
Never used that.
It's so nice.
Android users are more murderers.
We can't root our phone.
Yeah, who the fuck wants to buy you a phone and sit in front of a computer and root it right away? Like, I'm FaceTiming my friends, okay? I'm buying cases. I got shit to do.
You gotta minimize thousands of dollars on
I'm not like, yeah, it's a $2,100 phone. Time to
you guys buy new iPhones that have commercials that are like,
we don't have to root our phones. You do.
Your commercials, it's a new iPhone. You know
We
what I'm
don't
saying?
need to root. We're already rooted, bro. I think you need to root.
My roots are bigger than yours.
Listen, we are grounded and rooted, and you're the only one flipping the shit right now.
Well, the fact that Android does a great job of rooting means they're pigs. They're rooting pigs.
Oh my God.
root your data through everybody else in the world.
Alright, this is one on too long.
No, it's way better than Israel Palestine. Shut up and let it happen.
It is. We should have more of these, to the black and white of the top. You should have debate louder than this shit. This is ridiculous.
Okay, okay, we'll do something totally different. Spotify or Apple Music? People, I don't like Apple Music.
Apple Music is by far the best.
Say that, hold on, say it slower.
No. I'm afraid to say what's good.
But I can get that on my Android.
See, oh my God. I will say Apple Music is by far the best.
You want me on the side load, Sean?
Oh my God. See, this is a problem with Apple. I'm not listening to Apple.
They're not good with the pro.
You gotta have side load.
You cannot read the iPhone user.
There's like
But you guys can't side load, that's really the problem.
We are dealing with a kind that is below us, okay? Sean, we have to stick together, all right? We are being degraded in the presence of these heathens who strike up this conflict as if it even matters when we all know that they're just sheep, all right? We shouldn't even be talking.
It's also you can't talk to anybody else on your Android but us.
mic drop. Let them just continue to argue about Apple.
If we weren't here, you wouldn't be able to talk.
We won.
Yeah, we're done.
We dropped the mic.
You succeeded, Bob.
You should log off and go get an iPhone is what you should do.
Android causes prostate cancer. Android causes prostate cancer.
So if more gays have Androids, that means if you have an Android, you're more likely to get monkeypox.
That too.
Hey, I'm curious, whilst we're on this topic, who here has started using the common browser?
Never tried it.
Never heard of it. What is it?
Damn. Okay. It's a new AI style browser. It's been something come out in the last couple of months or so. I've been playing around with it. It's pretty cool. It's from it's got a Chromium base to it, and it's just trying to think of the name of the company. Perplexity. No, it's not Perplexity. It's P. I was trying to remember the name of it. Okay, I'm having trouble with it. It's actually a browser that was made by. Is it Perplexity?
Yeah, Perplexity. It's an AI browser.
Yeah, so Perplexity AI brought out this browser called Comet. It's pretty cool.
By the way, with PayPal, I don't know if it's everywhere, but at least in the US, you can get a year of Perplexity Pro for free. So go get your Perplexity Pro subscription.
Please.
No, you guys, that was good. I feel like I know you more. All of you. Thank you.
Yeah. And we can all be sort of like appreciate Android users for what they are.
Yeah. Just keep testing out our stuff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We should all Apple pay each other.
We still appreciate Neanderthals, right? So it's not
Evolution has its
I never heard you so vicious like this. You're like so carnivorous right now. You're like, It's awesome. It's great.
She hasn't had a True Blood today.
It's great. I love it. It's really good. It really is a great topic. It's fun to have a little battle. Yeah, I love it. Love you guys.
Sean. It's good to hear you recommending.
Yeah, and there ain't nothing wrong with that.
I didn't think that was fun, actually. I think that was slandering. Entertaining to listen to people with an IQ below, what was it? What did you say? Below 102? Oh, you've been listening to
Yeah, for a self-study survey.
I don't have trouble. No, but to be honestly, I know that there's many people on here that have apples that definitely that are of higher intelligence than 102.
My phone could charge the fastest. Okay.
These apples in here, dope, definitely has almost be at the highest percentile.
I can go and change my wallpaper 40 different ways.
They might be 7 points higher than the top notch guy. After this conversation, I realized that
wow, it almost looks like an iPhone.
Supposed
That's all iPhones try to look like iPhones.
They're just iPhones.
Look at my phone with a big crease in the middle.
They're just
the big crease in the middle. So they make an Apple phone that's big have a phone.
How many years before Apple users actually get an S10 for their phone?
We're probably going to get raptured and free from the Android people.
When the iPhone users get an S10, they would act like they're so cool. They're so speakers that
what is this now? Super?
They pull your pen out every time they could. Exactly, bro. They're brainwashed. They're brainwashed. Dude.
I can download free ringtones on my
Dude, Apple tells them that they should edit this, they will get it. They will be like, oh my god. They are asking all the time. I am about that too.
Need not to hear the Cortana's here.
Nothing on my phone.
And you know what?
Sounds like these guys need deodorant.
No, for you photographic lovers, honestly, this is another one. Hold my tennis.
Apple dominates. Do you know how many photographers traded in their high-end PCs for MacBook Pros to do their editing and stuff on? It's so superior, and then they don't have to go to the trouble of screen calibration. Like, don't even go there with me. Apple dominates the photography world. Okay,
We can Photoshop that Android out of your phone.
I can put my phone 20 yards away and just press the button on my
phone. You like that one, Ron?
20 yards away. And take a picture from far away without having a human.
I constantly take pictures of the moon.
Hey Siri, take a picture. Hey Siri, I'm gonna wake all your Siris up. Hey Siri, take a picture.
Everything like my Siri does. Because my Siri is too smart for you.
Yeah, my Siri's like, oh, he doesn't even have an iPhone. I don't have to respond.
Siri. You know?
Yes, no good.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm using my phone. I can call my phone. I don't have to even call my phone.
She made it serendipity. She's like, okay. Now that's gross.
Actually proving something to me that people can actually enjoy. Like you are drowning and I can be out of me. That's fucking insane.
You're not even serving iPhone tomorrow.
All the same time.
I'm sorry, iPhone X.
Oh, you guys, my Google card.
Hey, when they give you one in 5 more years, you're going to be like, oh my god, hey!
What if we change my wallpaper?
They're going to get like, you're going, shit, we had that a long time ago. We're doing each other and laughing. iPhones, their screens are smaller, their phone, the brightness levels are trash, the customization. Battery life.
How many nits of brightness is your cell phone?
Battery life is trash. Your display is honestly, I'd rather have a Nokia.
Yeah, because your phone is similar to a Nokia.
I'd rather have a freaking
like a simply snake on it.
Motorola Edge from
2846. Oh, you gotta steer. But my Google Drive.
It's like y'all got the most minimum, barely even like scratching the surface level of technology, and you're enamored by it. It's so like, I don't know.
I pretty much turn on nits and brightness on my phone. Like in the brightest settings, I can see my phone 2600 nits.
So you see how bad it is, and you're still in it. That's great.
Let's talk about extra functional features that are nice, like character on. And I have a whole album of pictures that I want to send to my daughter. And texting them or emailing them.
Serendipity, my Google Drive, you can upload it and email it to yourself.
You're not unique. Airdrops are not unique. Oh my gosh, you guys are so.
Let's talk about like when I go and just tap somebody else's phone.
Come back to me when you have a meeting.
They're like crazy with leapfrogs, bro. It's literally my entire point. They're like, oh, leapfrog.
These same Android users probably have Xboxes.
Video topics. What's that video?
The worst thing about having an Android, dude, is telling your parents you're gay.
About an Apple is that you actually have to have an Apple to use Apple shit. Android keys.
You have to have an Apple to use Apple's shit. Yes, you're correct.
Right. That limits your
Galaxy S12.
For your phone. That limits you. And you have no control of the actual product in your hand. You have no absolute control of the product.
Yeah, but you can't sideload.
Android, I would say Android doesn't have absolute control of the product in your hands. So we have way more control in our hand than you do.
No,
that's okay. You don't have to be that smart. You don't have to be smart to be an Android.
You can't even sideload.
It's really nice. My grandmother, who was 102, you know,
you have to prove your
She called Apple easy. So these people with Apples are easy. So, geez, Android's way more challenging.
You're like a 7-Eleven charging
Challenging to use. Wait a minute. I don't buy a phone because it's challenging to use.
This phone seems like it'll be a pain in the ass. Let's buy it.
No.
Let's get the family plan.
Let me know when Android fixes their text messaging vulnerabilities.
Oh, wait, you don't like the blue and red?
All the other ones.
You gotta talk about colors when we're just talking about usability.
That's all we care about.
Damn, that's the most thank God. Green.
Don't worry, I'll root my phone so I can sideload again.
Oh my God! They're gonna read my text. Guess what? They're gonna read your text anyway, so it doesn't matter what phone you're using. Come on.
No, because iPhone and FaceTime, iMessage, listen for a minute.
FaceTime. That's the one I'm looking for. FaceTime.
Sean.
What?
That all uses data. I know you don't know what data is for Android, but they use data.
I use 500. I use a half a terabyte per month.
No one has.
That porn sure takes a lot.
Yeah, seriously. It's their all how-to manuals for his iPhone.
He's got
He's gotta figure out how to root all those files are.
My phone going up to 3 Mbps.
Hey Sean, how long are you waiting to be on Clubhouse?
Wait, what? What are you doing here?
How long do you have to wait to get on Clubhouse?
I was on in February of 2022 when I didn't have to get invited. No one invited me. I got self-invited. So when it showed that you got invited, you Apple users by some of your friends. I didn't actually have a name tag.
I think I would have read it by invitation.
And by the way, Beth is here.
Unfortunately,
Beth was honored before
I've never heard somebody say I didn't have to be invited as
It was so exclusive. I didn't have to be invited.
Come on, I didn't have to be invited.
Android never seen a genius before the inception of Clubhouse. Android users were on almost at the inception of Clubhouse, believe it or not. Yeah. You don't believe me? I don't know if Beth is here, but if Beth could answer, she would testify to that. She would answer that.
It was a sad
It was Clubhouse only for months.
It was a sad day when Clubhouse let all the unwashed masses Android in.
I wish it would just
Why are you?
I wish they would sideload it off of the Android marketplace.
So different.
Can you sideload an app away from me,
Serendipity, what party you want to go to? The one we need to be invited to? The one that anybody can go to?
The one that's super exclusive and open.
The exclusive party.
Hey, Nozzle's here too, and you probably might be able to answer that as well. Nozzle's a smart person.
Exclusive party.
What's up, Nozzle? It's good to see you.
They should sideload this app off of Android Marketplace. What if we lost all of our Android people?
That he made is only
The world would be a better place.
I agree. It would have to be a lot more peaceful.
People, we wouldn't have.
We have a lot of
You would have half the number of people.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We would lose all of the races. All of the races.
We're going to do a thing called deleting Clubhouse, okay?
Nate.
We're going to remove it from Android users. That would be great. God, this app would be like it'd be like walking through New York at night, just smiling and no crime. The Clubhouse streets would be clean, dude. The hallways would look great. Just no more Android, just boop. Y2K.
Android users tend to have to defend themselves.
Don't worry, Sean. I have a backup iPhone you could use.
They tend to have to defend a lot.
Why, Doug? You dummies. Then you realize that.
Okay, you can't use it anymore. You just lost your privilege.
It's terrible. It is a terrible piece of crap. I have an iPhone. It is stupid. I hate that stuff. It's the most stupid thing on the planet.
Last time you had a CAT scan. Just in case there's a lump.
I have an iPhone. I swear to God, I do. You can dial you one. I have one. I really do.
Okay. It likes on that S49.
Oh, I have an S12 mini, motherfucker.
And it can charge really fast.
Oh no, iPhones is the slowest charging fucking piece of shit I've ever
I like to drive around town and let everybody connect to my Wi-Fi all the time. 5 open connections at any given moment.
iPhones are the slowest charging thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I like to go sit in the playground and play Pokemon Go without having Wi-Fi.
I just get my iPhone and put it to my head.
You need to look into people that broadcast 5 Wi-Fis.
It is good that he goes to homeless shelters and lets people use it. That's a public school.
Yeah, but dude, listen, I think that's why he acts this way on Clubhouse, because he's MLA, doing nice things for people. By the time he wants to come home and chill, his phone's dead from blasting his Wi-Fi all day. So he's like, stressed. He's like, fuck, I wish I had an Apple.
I have 64% battery life left on my phone right now, and it was done charging at 11 p.m. yesterday.
I haven't charged my phone since I bought it.
Okay, sure. I'm looking forward to that. Okay. We should be able to demand
that was like 4 days ago.
Capability. Okay.
I don't know, it could be something to do with the premium infrastructure.
Alright, so we need to take a little poll.
Oh, let's do the poll. I love polls. We need to do polls.
We need to do a little poll.
Let's do a poll. Let's poll the poll.
This toe. Pulls are great. It's the greatest thing ever.
Serendipity, put in there iPhone, Android, or Trump.
Oh God.
Or both. You know, Trump has an iPhone, and he seems to get a lot of shit done.
Are you sure it's him? Do you really think he's
No, it's not autopilot, if that's what you think.
Okay, honestly, that's a good question, though. Do you think he does all that?
No, Siri does. Personal assistant.
Oh, there we go. Let me screenshot the poll.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, hello. Okay, so Beth isn't even here. She's just idling. So it's like...
Because she can't figure out how to Android.
And down below...
I'm trying to get off you right now. Like, how the hell is this Android?
That's still rooting your phone tie.
Yeah, we're gonna have to root it. The mute button's broke.
This is ridiculous.
Oh,
I know. And one of you is going to screenshot this, I swear to God, you're going to tell you.
You know,
this conversation.
No, I'm still going. I'm just getting started. I just had a mic for That's another comparison. Like, okay, like Red Bull stunts, shot on iPhone. Okay, like fucking weird shit, gay pride rallies, shot on Android. No, that one didn't hit. Okay, I won't use that one. Control, delete.
YouTubers watch more porn.
The squad, all of them use Android.
Clearly, dude, they're frustrated. Every Android user I met is frustrated. And some inner anger problems.
Is this like comparing a Nissan to a Lexus? Like only the Nissan owners would say that they like Nissan because they can't afford a Lexus.
exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
And they have a terrible transmission.
right, terrible transition, but they pretend like they like it anyway, and then they talk shit about Lexus.
It's like people that drive Hondas and they don't like their Hondas, so they decide to upgrade to a fucking Genesis, which is still made by Hyundai. Yeah, keep wishing you were driving a nice car. Thank you.
I have a Genesis. Screw you.
What?
Yeah, and you know what?
Joe, are you gonna fucking tolerate that?
Beautiful car. Excellent car.
I bet you don't have any problem sticking your iPhone to a hard drive.
Oh my God. Actually, honestly, the ecosystems are pretty balanced these days, I would say, in all fairness. I think the ecosystems, and honestly, it did take time for Android to catch up to Apple. That's the real talk coming straight from me.
Well,
Dude, no, they're not. Half of the world, actually over half of the world now uses Android over Apple. Including
a few words tell you how great Apple is. AirDrop. AirDrop is the fucking bomb, diggity bomb, dude.
Oh, that's awesome.
Living without AirDrop would suck.
FaceTime your AirDrop and your AirDrop to your FaceTime. These stupid little terminology.
It says AirDrop is nuts on your Android.
Yeah. I mean,
do you even know what AirDrop is? It's fucking magical.
It's your Apple testicles. That's what it is.
It's that I can literally send any file back and forth to my computer from my phone with a click. I can send it to your phone with, well, not yours. You have to send it to any other iPhone with a click. AirDrop files.
You have to load it, then download Dropbox, and then upload it there.
Yeah, it'll pay the ass.
Do you have an Apple TV? Do you have an Apple brand TV?
I do have an Apple TV.
I have a Samsung TV.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Ew. Sony and Apple.
No, I just said
Sony and Samsung are the best TV makers on the planet. And
Apple TV is not an actual TV.
It's not.
Apple TV is not a television show.
You're talking about an application. But your iPhone uses a Samsung screen, which is Samsung's primary focus on Android.
No, so the Samsung screen uses my iPhone.
You can't beat that. And again, Apple loses because you can only have the screen user on Android and hotspot the 10.
Sean, I bet you don't even have a HomePod, dude, honestly.
I don't have a what?
A HomePod.
I don't
need one.
All right, clearly. Now I know what's going on.
Hilarious. Funny, great war.
It is, dude. This is a great room. It's all in good fun, by the way.
Totally. Yeah, it's a really good war. I like it.
Apple's better, but yeah, hell yeah.
And Samsung cares about Knox security.
Yeah, that's
Let's see who's Grok's favorite. The debate between iPhone and Android has raged for years, but as of late, 2025, the iPhone continues to hold a clear edge in several key areas that matter most to everyday users: seamless integration, rock-solid security, long-term reliability, and a polished performance.
Okay, who's the source? CNN.
And better customer service.
This is Grok. While Android shines in affordability,
Uses it.
iPhone excels at delivering a hassle-free premium experience that's just hard to beat, especially if you're invested in Apple's ecosystem and prioritize privacy. Drawing from recent analysis and user sentiment, here's a breakdown of the iPhone's superiority backed by real-world data and trends. It has an unmatched ecosystem integration. iPhones don't just work, they harmonize. Features like AirDrop for instant file sharing, Handoff for seamless task switching between iPhone, iPad, Mac, and iCloud syncing make your devices all feel like extensions of one another. This closed ecosystem ensures that everything just works. From continuity camera using your iPhone as a Mac webcam to universal clipboard copy and paste across devices. Android's fragmentation across brands leads to inconsistent experiences, but Apple's vertical control keeps it tight and efficient. Would you like for me to talk about security and privacy and longevity and software support and polished performance and battery efficiency and premium apps and developer focus and camera and media and excellence?
Okay, well, my favorite call said, okay, starts with the iPhone. I said, my question was, what's better, iPhone or Android? It depends on what matters most to you. iPhones tend to be better if you value seamless integration across, like we just said, blah, 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 blah. Ecosystem, typically 5 to 7 years of updates. Well, Androids get 7 years of updates, guaranteed, not 5 to 7 years, 7 years. Okay, so Android's already guaranteed 7 years, especially if you get a Samsung phone, guaranteed 7. Android phone offers more choice in hardware, different brands, prices, and form factors, greater customization of your interface, more flexibility with file management and default apps, and often better value at lower price points. However, software updates vary widely by manufacturer, and the experience can be less consistent.
The Android is the all the phones, okay?
But most
You
smart
prefer
Android
tablets,
users.
and you like to shop at Aldi. It's fine.
Your choice. So here's the last part. Last part.
That
choice really comes down to whether you prioritize Apple's polished, controlled ecosystem or Android's flexibility and variety. Most people who switch between them do so because of ecosystem lock-in. All their other devices are one or the other, rather than the phone itself being objectively superior. Bam! It has to do with your operating system, and your operating system limits you. Drop the mic. You're limited.
Don't drop it. It'll break. It's an Android.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all.
There was no mic.
Good debate. That was my.
You just proved everybody's point.
You prefer the color of your phone over the actual customization of your phone. You iPhone users.
No, I prefer seamless integration between hardware, software, and user.
Well, if you have a Mac and you have an iPhone, of course, it's going to be very seamless. I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like that, right?
Sure.
There's nothing quite like it.
and an iPad, and an Apple Watch, and my Mac. Yeah.
And it's interesting. I don't like to go and
work right. But my phone will work on your systems as well.
No.
Your phone will work on my systems, but my phone will work on your systems.
No.
Yes,
No.
it will. Yes, it will.
No.
Yes, it will.
No.
Okay. You're saying no when you don't actually own one. I own your phone, and I own my phone. I own an
Your phone will not work on my
I
system.
can tell you, my phone will work on Apple all day long.
No.
You just aren't smart enough to know how to make it work. That's all. That's the only limitation. It's the limitation on what you choose is based on the user. Mic drop. Once again, thank you.
I'm trying not to say it, but Sean, come on. Pride goeth before the
You know what? I think I did a good job. I don't try to debate, but this one I can debate on all day long.
I will all debate the last paragraph. Because in the sewing week, you have to go to the last paragraph.
With the last paragraph, it summarizes all very well. But honestly, it really is. But yeah, and honestly, if I was an iPhone user, I would definitely have a Mac. I'm a PC user. I've been a PC user since DOS, since Commodore 60, since everything that some of you don't even know what exists have existed. Most of you have.
I didn't get to finish mine. Let me just finish mine real quick. iPhone versus Android ecosystem. iPhone seamless across Apple devices. Android fragmented across brands. Security. Apple is closed system and it has faster updates. Android, it's an open system with higher malware risk. Longevity. iPhones 6 to 7 years of support. Android 3 to 5 years typical. Performance. Optimized chips, less bloat in the iPhone. For Android, high specs, but varies by device. Apps, premium, revenue-driven quality. Apps for Android, more free options, but add heavy software. Battery, iPhone is efficient, lasts longer than Android in tests. Android varies, some flagships match. Camera, iPhone, consistent pro video tools. Android, innovative AI, but lacks consistency.
What were you saying about mic drops?
That's a generalization. Compare it to, since we're going to talk about brands like Apple, let's talk about Samsung, Android, Samsung used phones. Compare it that way. Because guess what? 7 years of
Android itself is not Samsung.
We get security patch updates every month. Do you? You get a lot of
you don't have that many security problems.
Exactly.
There's not that many.
Sure.
He doesn't know.
Continue.
We're not that exposed.
Exactly.
There's nothing.
Have you been exposed?
No, I haven't been exposed.
I haven't had any issues.
I think you've been
I've known you
exposed.
for a long time. I don't have any issues.
I think you have been exposed.
The only thing where I might have been exposed with is what I shared with if you were here earlier, was when I was talking about giving my car to my girlfriend and getting a new car. And
Yeah, my phone doesn't do
AI
that.
text message.
You're right, my phone doesn't do that.
Dealership that said, "We here." Okay.
You're lucky.
Okay, so
I mean, my phone
if that truly did happen correctly, then maybe that might have been where I lost. But yeah, I don't know. I think, it's preference. It's preference. That's all. When it comes down to it, it's preference, right? I don't think there's a difference in
No,
personality.
it's superiority.
That has
Yeah, it's preference and superiority. You're right.
It's so people fucking be wrong. And you go from a 16 to you could go from a freaking 12 to a 17, an iPhone 12 to a 17. And the damn thing is exactly the same. And you guys, for some reason, want to buy the next phone.